Hello there, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Bravo stream for the 2022 Gamers Without Borders Rainbow Six qualification event. My name is Blue. Joining me here on the broadcast is going to be Stokes, and we've got a lovely day of action lined up for you folks. Stokes, how you doing, though, before we talk too much about what's on the table today?
I'm doing fantastic, man. Great start to the day. Had my morning coffee. I'm ready to go. Gamers Without Borders 2022. We're here with Rainbow Six Siege. It's going to be exciting.
Absolutely, it's going to be a huge spectacle this year, much bigger than the previous years. We've got a whole video primed and ready to explain it for you folks. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at that to get you ready with all the info you need on how this season is going to go.
Teamwork, tactics, and tension. The three pillars used to describe our next title. Rainbow Six Siege returns to Gamers Without Borders for its third year in a row. And with $1.5 million in charitable donations up for grabs. 12 teams across 3 regions will enter the arena: Europe, North America, and Latin America, in a fierce double elimination bracket format. But it's not simply the donations they're fighting for. The top 2 teams from each region will qualify for our flagship event later this summer, where they will go head-to-head for a $2 million prize pool. When the stakes are this high and the regions are this stacked, only the strongest will survive. So, join us online with your friends as the competitors break down the doors of our Rainbow Six Siege competition from the 2nd of June.
And that is today, ladies and gentlemen. The action all starts here as our regional qualification tournaments get concluded throughout today. It's actually today and tomorrow, as well as the next few days after that as well. We'll have the Bravo stream, of course, for today and tomorrow, as we've got quite a few games, and we've got quite the interesting format for this one as well, mainly so in that we're going to be broadcasting all 3 regions throughout all 3 days here. So we'll have a match to start the day off from our European qualification tournament, moving on into our Latin American qualification afterwards, and then finally finishing things off with another game as well. Should be very fun to be jumping into. Before we get too deep into the specifics of our first game, we do want to take a look at the actual format. We'll go ahead and get that up on screen, as well as the charities that our teams can select from to donate their prize winnings to. But let's go ahead and start out with the charities. Of course, here, like we said before, the prize pool arts winning teams can pick among these 5 charities in terms of who they want to give their contributions to. It's UNICEF for Every Child, Gavi the Vaccine Alliance, Direct Relief, King Salman Humanitarian and Aid and Relief Center, as well as the UN Refugee Agency, the UNHCR. Big shout out to all of them for helping out with this event as well. And it's going to be very fun to see who is going to be able to take home the lion's share of that prize pool as we get closer to the end of the event.
Yeah, absolutely. All fantastic charities. And also, guys, we have the format for you here. So we'll show you that right now and break it down for you, as we have 3 regions here to compete. For Gamers Without Borders, 4 teams from each region with a double elimination bracket. Those are all going to be best of 3, including today. And we have 3 matches, so a possibility of 9 maps just today, with the grand final being a best of 5 with a 1-map advantage.
So we'll go ahead and get your prize pool up in front of you one final time to see how much money exactly our winning teams from each region are going to be able to select. Important to note, guys, these are the charitable prize pool contributions right here. These are not going to be going directly to the players. That will go to the charities that we were talking about before. But first place will be able to take home $250,000 of the charity of their choice. Second place will get $125K. Third and fourth will take $75 and $50 respectively. And as you can see, of course, the first place from each region is going to qualify to our main event. So make sure our teams are trying their hardest, as they definitely want to be able to qualify for that. That's really $2 million in direct contribution to our players will be coming onto the play. Either way, though, that moves us into the discussion point about our first matchup of the day. And it's going to be quite an interesting one here, as we've got Rogue with some very new developments on their roster, getting ready to go up against Victus here, a team that's been trolling their way around the kind of tier 2, tier 3 of the European division, and now going to get their chance to face off today here against one of the EUL's best. But as well as what I was just mentioning, there's been a bit of a wrinkle here with regards to Rogue's roster. Stokes, I'll leave it to you to talk about this player, as it's one that people have been looking forward to for quite a while.
Well, I think we got to talk about a couple of them here as well. I mean, we'll get the big one out of the way first. We got to talk about Spoit, the man, the myth, the legend, the YouTuber himself. I mean, you guys have seen his clips everywhere. The guy's a legend already, and he's burst onto the scene immediately, just like Bolo did back in the day when he went through these exact same rings and ladders. But we also have to talk about Kantoraketti as well on Rogue. So there's quite a few things happening with this team at the current moment. A lot of interesting stuff that we could see. I'm really excited for today, just to get a kind of sneak preview of what Stage 2 has to hold.
Yeah, and of course, going up against Victus, a team that we've been seeing work their way around some of the other regional tournaments, such as the UKI and the NPL as well. They've been doing quite well inside of that one, actually. And considering how Rogue had a decent start, I guess you could say, to their EUL season back in Stage 1, but tapered off a little bit, it seems, toward the end, had a couple of rough games there. It does leave a slight window open for a potential upset inside of this first matchup. It's important to note, though, guys, it is going to be a double elimination bracket, as you folks probably saw there in our format sheet. So if things do end up going awry here, not only are they going to have the benefit of a best of 3 to fall back on there, which Rogue will probably certainly appreciate that, but the fact that it's double elimination as well is going to give our teams so many opportunities to rebound if they don't immediately hit the ground running here today. But generally speaking, I would expect Rogue to be in the advantageous position for this matchup, just kind of given their experience and the inexperience of their opponents, at least at this level of play. But we'll have to see, as in Siege, we always end up being surprised by the caliber of teams that tend to show up to these more open tournaments.
Yeah, especially when they tend to come from, that T2, T3 scene, and they're starting to make a name for themselves. We usually see some pretty feisty gameplay, and I think that's what you and I are both here for today. We want that, bare-knuckle brawl, everybody hopping out windows and having a good time, because really, at the end of the day, that's what we're here for. We're here for a charitable event, and for everybody to have some fun playing some competitive Siege.
Yep, absolutely the case. And even more fun in terms of going into this matchup, we were just told a few minutes ago that Azami is allowed for play inside of this game as well. So that's going to be very fun to see. Yeah, Azami is unlocked for this tournament. No, I'm not. I'm absolutely serious. So not only do we get Spoit playing, but we get potentially the Azami plays as well to come in here. So that's going to be very fun to see, because I think a lot of people are looking forward to seeing how she'll be able to impact the pro level meta for a long time. And this should be a great way to showcase it. I don't know if our players were made aware of that up until a few minutes prior, so she may not necessarily be ready to be worked into a few of these teams' strat books yet, but hopefully a few of them are willing to give her a try at least. I'd imagine teams have been preparing, as we're not too far off from her being unlocked for regular play regardless.
Yeah, not only that, with the new season coming in for Stage 2 across all of the regions, Sense will be allowed in play as well. So now we have 2 operators that are coming in for the very first time ever in Rainbow Six out of that quarantine period, which is going to be pretty interesting. But as for Azami, I mean, I'll be honest, I think I should have got more sleep last night to try and break these things down, because we haven't even seen these things yet. I don't know what we're going to expect. There's going to be some 4D chess going on. I don't know if I have the mental capacity at the moment to do this, John.
In general, I would expect a bit more of an aggressive defense, at least in terms of those anchor setups we tend to see teams go for. They'll have a lot more freedom when it comes to trying to position themselves a bit more aggressively here. So some aggressive peaks, some setups and whatnot to play into that. We'll definitely see teams, I think, give it a try or two, although I don't think we'll necessarily see any mainstay Azami plays showing up just as of yet here, because like I said, it's a bit of a surprise, I imagine, that she's been allowed in here, since she's technically not fully unlocked just yet, even though we're only a few weeks away, so teams might not be fully prepared. But hopefully, like I said, hopefully we end up being surprised, and hope that's the same for Victus overall as a team here coming into it. Like I said, not a whole lot of claims to fame outside of that tier 2, tier 3 area, but looking to change that today with a hopeful upset start to this tournament if they can take Rogue down inside of a best of 3. We've got the map vetoes already as well. We can talk a little bit about that. I think we're still waiting for just one person on Rogue to join up, by the way, because you're wondering what the delay of game is. It looks like we're going to be starting out on Border for this series. That was the pick from Rogue. We're moving over to Chalet afterwards as the secondary pick from Victus, and then we were left over with Cafe as our third and final map. So I think it's actually going to end up being a pretty good spread at the end of the day, not too heavily on the scrimmy, fraggy side of the maps. We got a few of them in there, obviously, with Border being in it, but we've also got some pretty strat-heavy maps with Cafe at the tail end of it, so it should be a good test of the entirety of our team's strategic breadth, and I don't think we're going to have to wait too much longer to see that, folks. I think the game is pretty much ready to go here, so we should be jumping in game in just a sec.
Exciting stuff. Finally get to see Spoit for the very first time, and a lot of legends on this team as well, with Leon as well as Kanto, also the fresh blood of Deepek on Rogue. And as you said, Victus with a great opportunity to prove themselves here inside of this best of 3. Just quickly going over some of the map stats, I was looking into kind of, what Rogue was kind of feeling like, this past stage, and Leon and Kanto didn't have the best stage overall, but obviously they have a, newer, fresh look to this Rogue roster. And also Cafe, they actually have a pretty solid record on. They've played it 3 times and they've won twice. So I'd say they at least have potentially 1 map on their hands. If Victus is, down for this, we could definitely see this go the full 3.
Yep, absolutely the case here. Keep in mind, of course, it is still a charity tournament at the end of the day, too, so there's a possibility for Victus to sneak through in that. But considering the prize pool that's up for grabs, if these teams make it through to the main event coming up in a few months' time, I think some of these teams, especially the EUL ones, are going to want to take it quite serious, as that is quite a lot of cash you could potentially be playing for if you make it to our main event. So teams will definitely be wanting to keep themselves at their most serious extent for that one, and I would expect Victus, especially here, to bring their A game to the table. A great chance to prove themselves, but they've got quite the challenger on the other side looking to stop them from doing it, as well as a whole lot of confidence coming from a brand new member that has yet to really see full-on competitive play, at least at this level. Very excited to see the debut of Spoit here, and it's going to be just a few minutes away. I did lie a second ago. Apparently, the players were not entirely ready. We had one guy on a bio break or something, so we're just waiting for that player to return, and then we can get started with this matchup, folks, and dive headfirst into Border for our first matchup here. Does mean as well that is going to be it is going to be Rogue starting out on the attacking side, so they'll have that little bit of extra work to do from that perspective there, having to once again get a bit more creative with their strategies, and more importantly be the first to go up against all the Azami tricks that will more than likely come out from Victus if they decide to use her here. As I imagine Border is going to have quite a few positions where you can get quite creative with her, given how open that map tends to be, especially at off-site positions.
Yeah, almost as many positions as Spoit has champ charms in his thumbnails. So I'm telling you, John, it is a laundry list. I mean, 548,000 subs, but I mean, we got to switch up these thumbnails, man. I mean, I'm just seeing these champ charms after champ charms after. That's another champ charm. Yeah, there's just like no, but I mean, he's been coming up for such a very long time, and I think that's the one thing that you and I really wanted to drive home when we really started looking into these rosters for Spoit, is that from a very young age he's been playing Siege, and now he's finally at this point where he has the potential to pull off another miracle run like we've seen before. We've seen it another time recently inside of the NAL, not to such a grandiose fashion inside of the content creation field. But with Newers just completely jumping over CL and moving directly into the NAL and playing for Oxygen and playing extremely well at the recent Charlotte Major as well. But past that, though, folks, we are finally in game. We have delayed long enough. We have not ran out of things to talk about, thankfully. Victus Gaming versus Rogue. It starts right now.
All right, let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Victus, as we said before, starting out on the defensive side. Rogue on the attack. That does mean Victus gets the first and final ban. No surprise in their initial choice here is they're going to knock Thatcher right out. He is still the pick of the litter quite often when it comes to attacker bans, so won't see much of a surprise when it comes to his elimination. Rogue have the next 2. Where will they take the bans towards? You're on board, I'm not expecting anything too surprising, but we're going to get a little bit of one. Nook going to end up being knocked out here instead of a usual second choice. Nook has become quite the prominent pick inside of actually quite a few of our attacker maps here, just because of the fact that she can obviously sneak in and get a nice flank position lined up. So we have started to see her get banned out a little bit more, so it makes perfect sense for Rogue here. Mira as well is going to line up quite well with what we've been seeing on the defensive bans as they'll get their final choice there. Oh, and Victus just throwing it right in the bin, not even taking a chance on it. Just immediately banning the Azami out. Well, honestly, I can respect it.
I don't know if I can. I wanted to see it so bad. You know what? If anything,
yeah, I did too, but I get it.
Times. I think that is a sign of the times, Blue. What might be coming with this next season might not be the best of tides. It may be an ill tide. We don't really know. We haven't got to exactly see a sneak preview just yet.
The good news is when Sense is added in as well, you're only going to be able to ban out. Well, that's not technically true. Now I'm thinking about. I was about to say you're only going to be able to ban out one.
Defense, but
yeah,
nice try there.
Yeah. I was about to say well, you can't get them both. But now that I think about it more, you actually can. So Stokes, you might be right about that. We might be in for bit of a revisit to the Lion time when he was first put
be
in.
a little bit of a hubbubaloo, you know, like could be a little hubbub inside of the next patch here. We really don't know, but the good news is that we don't really have to focus on it as of right now because this is going to be pretty plain Jane border, isn't it?
Yep. Pretty straightforward here, especially for our first site. Not expecting Victus to do anything too crazy. We've got the usual reinforcements going down onto that west wall. And aside from that, it does look like they are going to leave one panel soft just so the half-wall player can play around with the attackers a little bit there. Daypack will be aware of that due to his drone, I believe, placed on the inside there. We've got the rest of Rogue spawned out now. So they're going to be in the process of clearing this down, but they've got a lot of extensions to take care of first before they can even think about approaching that site. Victus have spread their wings quite wide here, as you folks can see here. Already one player inside of CCTV. And at least 1 to 2 more spread out over the office and archives area. So Rogue need to clear these out before they can think about approaching the lockers.
Yes, indeed. That's going to require a lot of heavy lifting when it comes to the info game border. Quite the small map, and it requires a lot of clearing and just info in order to start moving your way inside. Rogue is going to start positioning themselves around CCTV, just as Blue had said. A nice shot, though, from Zen to be able to take down one. At least for Rogue, though. We still have a couple of people to be able to play around this. Leon still with the strange positioning at the current moment. We'll have to figure out that a later moment. Actually, Evan is up here on the balcony. A little bit of a stronger position than I initially saw there. So frag grenades from underneath will be able to claim a life. Those Kanto is taking control of customs. Has to worry about a player upstairs, though. There is someone positioning around the drop.
Nice play from Flexi, though. He's going to be able to find out Leon as he tries to sneak his way in through CCTV, knocking him down, putting some control back into Victus's favor here now that they find that second kill. Rogue will have to hold up because of that, as that's also their case going down onto the ground. Thankfully, it doesn't look like Victus continue to maintain presence nearby, so it should be retrievable before our attackers, but they're not necessarily going to know that it's that easily retrievable. They do have to take a moment here to re-drone it. Oh, and dodge some nitro cells along the way. Cryan nearly falling victim to that, but now more than likely realizing that it is open for the retake, they'll be able to sneak in just a second, get control of their case going, and thankfully with still over a minute to play, Rogue will have plenty of time to try and course correct right now. What is Victus currently having control?
Victus will be able to maintain quite a few of the pivotal positions, especially around the office area. Still plenty of utility to play this space. They'll have some solid positioning around the site as well. Rogue trying to defer here, trying to see exactly where they can potentially push this through. We'll have a couple of cams around the area to worry about, I do believe, as well, unless that was just a my disc above. But initial shots here from Radio. Impact out just to try and stave them off for a time. Nothing really going on for triple walls. Kanto will swing into office. He'll claim a life, but with 30 seconds remaining, they've only gotten themselves a 3 versus 3. Deepak is going to start shifting the play over towards where here, or rather Box. His box has already been open. They'll be able to sledge this single panel. An attempted shot from Deepak, but Skeptic will take him down. Flexi on the supporting angle over from Archives as well. Kanto will have to swing inside. All in his lonesome now. Goes for the plant, but do they have the proper overwatch? They do not. It's a double M590 play, and that's going to be the first round going to Victus.
Yep, Victus shutting it down here, unfortunately not able to clear out that interior site presence as we got into those dying moments of the round, so Rogue are going to falter there inside of the last 30-40 seconds or so. And Victus take the cake here for round number 1. A solid start to things, like we said, no real surprises there, just able to leverage their aggressive control properly against the clear from Rogue, put them down to the 3v4 where Rogue just fell a little bit short in terms of trying to be able to work that back. Working their way away from that site, though, of course, now we do need to see Victus extend their own defense prowess out from that second floor hold, and they're going to do so on the immediately below site, and we'll head over into ventilation for round number 2 as they attempt to chain both of these together here to get a solid lead built up at the beginning of our match.
I think greatest of openers here for Rogue, as Kanto is really the only active member inside of that one. Everyone else kind of just jiving for position and being taken down by Victus systematically, especially after the initial pick that they were able to procure. But they really just were able to kind of abuse their position inside of office and kind of just strong-arm their way into that office fight, or rather the hallway fight outside of the office. And past that, it just makes things way too difficult for Rogue. They have to try and recollect themselves, move over towards box wall, And that's just not the best positions to be in at that moment because you have to swing those close angles. And if somebody plays a shotgun like we saw there, it just makes things extremely, extremely hard. And we're going to see Victus just stay on the gas pedal here, Blue. Yizen's going to pick off Crying, and that's going to be quite the important one as well, as they allowed Valkyrie through the ban phase, and that's going to be the IQ off the board.
Yep, IQ gone, meaning spotting out the little bit more peculiarly placed Valkyrie cameras on the interior of this building are going to be probably impossible to spot, if not a little bit more difficult to do so. YZN also lined up here trying to stop the play through the CCTV window, nearly getting caught himself as he transitions back over here through the paper shelf. He's going to get spotted out by a drone one more time through his rotate back over into 90 hallway, but still sticking around, not completely giving up the fight just as of yet, although may need to do so soon with the nade presence coming in against him. As well, out and about trying to swing forward and really reassert the pressure against this position. It'll work out well, and Dapek will also be able to catch Skeptic, pushing this pressure even further back. So equalizes out things down to a 4 versus 4 as Rogue tries to get back some control over this matchup.
Coming down to a dull roar now. Kanto, though, with a pretty strong position inside of Customs, but as he knows someone's inside of Mini. That's the big thing right now. The small office right here having some presence. Well, to get rid of the Valkyrie camera, at least for the info, but obviously Oscar knows what's going on inside of this space as well. But as you get the audio cue, that mirror, or rather window, will end up messing with things a little bit, but after they break in the SMG-11 up close, will take him down, be able to claim space yet again here. Now Rogue will have to try and battle back, and Leon does this well. He does it handedly, as Deepak has to get back on camera, as they have time to be able to at least get some more information to influence their next move. Leon has 1 Selma charge, so all of these hatches are now locked up effectively, as you need 2 in order to open anything. They more than likely want to try and use this on a sidewall like the bathroom, but you can also try and go for a vents plant here. It's just going to require a little bit more on the lifting side, as Oscar is inside of a strong position here for supply. This run out is still effective to this day. It used to be really, really easy. Now with the 1 second timer, you have to go for those little short runs and be able to at least hold things down if they try and go for the front door, if they want to try and go for a potential plant with top cover.
Now, Flexi's position, I believe, was spotted on an earlier drone run, and he has not shifted it here. But despite that, it's looking like Rogue are potentially going to drop down right in between 2 of these players' positions, and indeed they will. They got a little bit of a staging ground to play with here, and there we go. There's the intel that they're playing off of. Beautifully shot by Leon to take down Flexi. The response coming in from Oscar, though, as he denies the plan and brings us down to a 1v1. We're not done with this round just yet, with only 10 seconds remaining. Oscar has the chance to clutch, and he's going to take it as Victus go 2-0 to start off the match.
Staying active. That was the key to the play there. Shifting across from supply. He takes the member down on the server stack and then continues on into the rotate as Deepak's trying to flash things out of that main little waiting room area. Fantastic plays from Victus so far. Just staying aggressive, playing off of each other quite well and making sure to maintain that man count. Very important facets to Siege when it comes down to it. I think we've learned our lesson, especially after this last major, haven't we, John, about just how important that is when it comes to taking those gunfights as a team.
Absolutely the case. And we can confirm, by the way, guys, that just in case anybody was curious about it, the 5th member of Rogue, that is Spoit, by the way. The one that starts with SCH. That is Spoit. So just in case anybody was curious about that, I was as well. Just wanted to confirm there wasn't some strange fill-in since Spoit had only just joined. But as far as we're aware, that is him. So just a different name.
Yeah, I was also a little confused initially. I was, getting into kind of the play-by-play moment.
That's why I didn't bring him up prior to this point.
Are you? It's like, this is one of the worst things about being a caster, I'm telling you, is like, I love when people get creative with their names, but sometimes when they really throw you for a spin, you're just like, is this the same guy? Like, I don't know who this is.
Might just have been one of those like weird things where like their previous 5th player now, like obviously didn't really need to play for them anymore, but maybe Spoit couldn't play in this due to some weird roster rule. But no, from everything we've been told, that is Spoit down there in the 5th slot for Rogue. So in case anyone's confused, just a little clarification for you there. Bit of a rough start, obviously, for him in this one, but it's only been 2 rounds.
Blue, by the way.
What's up?
I said thank you, Detective Dr. Blue, by the way. Appreciate it.
Oh yeah, no problem. Yeah, so a little bit of a rough start for him. I believe 0-2 at the moment, but indeed, only 2 rounds into the game, so plenty of time to be able to spin that back on its heels as Rogues start to re-enter order here one more time for themselves, about halfway through our first half, of course, but they just can't seem to escape, even with drone presence, as we can see here now from Dapek, able to find out the position of YZN, but still not going to be able to do anything about it, as Cryan falls early once again, this time on the Zophie at least, so a little bit less in terms of utility loss, but still not going to help in the long run here, as Victus is so far 0 for 2 on these openers, and 0 for 2 on translating them into round wins as well.
Well, YZN is 3-0 on openers right now. He has 3 first bloods. Rogue not able to get a single round nor a single blood just yet. Only a couple of kills inside of the round, and that's just about it. Spunk on the move here. Spoit able to hold the angle in through Archive. Potentially a big frag coming here. As the F2 as well, the content creator gun, if I have ever seen one. He's holding things down. No one really feeling the aggressive play from Victus, though. Spunk now going for the more aggressive look here. He'll be able to claim Flexi. Goes for the move, but taken down by Skydie here. He'll be able to support his teammate, and the MX4 Storm eats Kanto alive. Leon has to try and battle back. His teammate's also been down. It's actually just effectively him alive at the moment until Deepak is back up. Be able to pick him up now, and they'll be able to at least use that tackle track to just with some info. Leon's immediately going to hop downstairs, but they got every facet of this map locked up. Oscar's playing metal. That's going to be case control here. Deepak, he's really got nothing to do at this point, Blue. It really just kill or be killed. I mean, he's a single bullet's worth of HP. This is not looking good.
Looking a little bit better for Rogue on the previous rounds, but this time just cannot get control over the early aggression from Victus in any way, shape, or form there. Just getting absolutely shut down by it, as you can see by the current situation here. Dapek just with no room to play with. Yeah, he's got a little bit over here by Customs Desk, but just a random swing from Skeptic is going to take him out through the barricade. Beautifully done here by Victus as they shut down the attack from Rogue and set up a very solid scoreline already. Only a quarter of the way into this matchup, a 3-0 lead against Rogue with a chance to guarantee an advantage with 1 or more additional rounds being claimed in this half.
This is already looking very strong for Victus. For Rogue, I really don't know what the next step is for them. It's not that they're really doing anything incorrectly, minus just these opening bloods that they can't seem to get past. The drone info's there. They're trying to take the map in at least a decisive manner, right? But it just seems as though Victus always has, the one up on them. And I really don't know exactly, what YZN has been able to accomplish in all of these different situations. But obviously we know it's all ended in a kill. I don't know if it's been like separate angles or exactly what has happened inside of these engagements, but it seems like time and time again, like he simply cannot miss. And it just is the rest of the team that's able to drive it home, as you can see. Like, he's only been good for the opener. He either dies or gets an assist, and then the rest of the team takes over inside of that mid to late round and is able to get that round for Victus. So it's fantastic effort from him early on inside of these rounds to put Rogue at a disadvantage and make these things difficult.
Yeah, even just the initial opening kill, even though, as you mentioned there, it's not going much further beyond that. The even time delay that we're getting out of YZN's early frags here is certainly hurting Rogue in the long run here, just forcing them to take that step back, not being able to focus on their initial early clears and things such as that is definitely hurting Rogue's capability, and it seems to have been pushed to a pretty drastic state as of the previous round there, with more and more members of Victus kind of jumping into the fray after YZN's initial take for himself too. It just seems like they're getting more confident instead of less so. That's not a good sign for Rogue and their capability to figure out how to work their way through the web work of what Victus is bringing to the table right now. You can see Spoit starting things out, just going for a little bit of pre-fire into the jail positions. Won't find much from it as he pops open that bullet hole for himself and leaves room now for Kanto to swing open the panel itself, of course, with the hammer. So this will be the entry point for Spunk. And now, after seeing these 3 rounds having been played out, Victus has, of course, moved upstairs, but it's looking like Rogue want to try to clear things a bit more quickly this time and try to establish at least more map control to potentially work against these extended positions. And so far, working out pretty well for Spoit here as he's able to move all the way into Customs, and as well, finally, the opening kill translates itself back over to Rogue with Kanto finding Flexi in the opening seconds.
Very well done from Kanto here, and that's going to be a big pick as well as, well, my build says discs up over time as they're able to catch out grenades and everything else in between. So now for Oscar, over here inside the jungle position, trying to hold things down from Customs, has the potential of 2 targets that could swing into him at any moment, but he's steadfast here, just standing out in the middle of nothingness, practically in the ether. This is kind of just an off angle for him, so pretty solid position as long as somebody doesn't have a good reaction time. But when it comes down to Kanto, that's never something you want to trust, and he's going to let him by here. Have to back off of that. Doesn't want to give him a second look. Kanto will drone things out now just to rediscover customs and make sure things are clear for the bottom of metal. Doesn't want someone to work the stairwell again like we saw in the last round and get a big pick.
So a bit stuck here at the moment for Rogue, but thankfully they have ways to get themselves out of it relatively quickly. Emphasis on the drone work being placed in there for Rogue, and mainly for players like Cryan, of course, as they try to shift themselves forward. Leon will now start the use of the Selmas here. Going to run low pretty quickly as well as he tries to move himself forward. Unfortunately, everyone that tries to make a play on Rogue walks directly in. The defensive setup for Victus Skeptic with a slammer there, and he makes it too as well. A beautiful shutdown again from the interior site play. The early fraggers might have finally faltered here for Victus, but the late round play stays solid as a rock as they continue to decimate Rogue here with a 4-0 lead.
I mean, you got to give the SAS Shotty like the 3.0 side at that point. That thing it's reaching out there. That was a country mile all the way to box. Still took him down and claimed the 4-0 lead. Rogue just cannot seem to work off their initial ground they build up inside of these rounds. That's what we've seen inside of 3 of them. I mean, the third one was quite decisive, as we talked about, but this one, yet again, they're able to at least get a foothold, but they just don't know what to do with it. They allow Victus to do too much with the map, and it's more Victus just claiming full map control than it really is Rogue doing anything. Past is taking the gunfights that they get inside of these initial rooms. If Victus doesn't give them anything, then they reposition and usually end up dying because of that. So as of now, again, I really don't know what the next step is for Rogue. They're trying to make good on their info game. I think it really is that they just need to play off of each other better. It seems like we've had a lot of, disjointed 1v1s happening around the map where they've been punished time and time again, especially inside that last round. If you noticed, when we had that double there towards the tail end of the round, it happened on 2 different floors with 2 completely different gunfights, and in neither one of those positions there was anybody close to refrag. So Rogue is just playing a little bit too loose right now, just allowing too much to go on. They need to play just a little bit more tight-knit, and I think things would go really well.
Devolved a little bit too quickly, I think, towards the end of that round. Also, they had those 2 players go down, and I guess an audible or at least a fallback was never called for as the rest of the team tried to execute normally into the site, but without those 2 additional players supporting from wherever their intended positions were going to be. It seemed like Rogue's attack was a shell of its former self, but no one called it off, so they had no choice but to continue forward with their plans here. Rogue gonna see if they can course correct once again, and that's gonna be a bit of an overstep there from YZN. You guys could see, obviously he could not. Rogue had already taken up plenty of positions out here on the west balcony. No chance for YZN to sneak one in there. He will be shut down outright, and Rogue will be gifted their opening kill. However, they will have to fight for everyone after that. Oscar already gonna be able to trade this first one back with a well-placed Nitro cell against Kanto.
I already know the comms from DPEC there where it was, what the hell is this guy doing? Is he just shotguns the door 3 times and sprints onto the balcony? Some of the most aggressive play, something you'd see commonly inside of Siege, but never something you exactly expect. And that's why he was trying to catch people off guard right there. Kind of a sneaky play, but either way, Victus are still able to equalize and go even further as they claim the man advantage yet again. Leon goes down. The only hard breach out the window. Skeptic gets crying. D-Pink and the new kid on the block. Spoit have to try and clutch things up. Otherwise, this is a 5-0 score line.
Spoit does have good positional intel, as you can see with some of those pre-fire positions being lined up, and he just got intel on another one as well. So he should have absolute right to engage here, but can only tag the one. Very well shot regardless against Skitty, but the second player does escape down through a hatch, so not going to be able to immediately reclaim that. And what would have tied up the player advantage, too, at a 2v2. They're going to have to hold off on that and work a little bit harder for it down below. Victus even giving respect to that with those players backing away, but not necessarily going to help them. One of the 3 remaining members of Victus going to get spotted out here by Dapex's foot scanner. Will kind of prompt the push from Spoit as well. He's able to hop down through the hatch. Knows it's open on the inside of here. Will get hit by an enemy Twitch drone as well. Oscar managed to steal one of those away. So a bit of an annoyance there, but shouldn't slow things down too tremendously here.
I have loved everything that we've seen inside of Gamers Without Borders today, and I hope that it continues because, again, we have a potential of 9 maps, and when we're swinging like this, I mean, we'll have endless energy for the day. Flexi, he'll take down Deep Exploit. Give me some action here. It's a 1 versus 2. You have the F2. Give us something. Initial missed shots, bouncing back, and he'll claim 1, but he can't get the second. Runs out of bullets inside of that murder machine, and the Commando will get it done.
Oscar has to bait his teammate a little bit there in order to get the job done, but under those circumstances, it works out. Spoit, certainly a player to fear there, as you can see the way he's managing those final gunfights. Victus, more than anything, trying to waste the time away rather than find a winning angle inside of that engagement. But either way, it works into their favor as they continue to single-handedly crush Rogue's attacking side. 5-0, a flawless. If Victus can complete the rotation one more time with a final Teller's defense here to lock it in what would be a 6-0 scoreline versus this new Rogue.
All right, everyone, put on your safari hats. We're going into the jungle, and by jungle, I mean what professional scrims look like whenever people start to change things up. There's a lot of things that can potentially go wrong. You really don't know how people are going to feel playing with each other. There's a lot of feeling things out. And the big thing is like, yeah, they've been scrimming for a while, but this stuff takes a very long time, especially in a game like Siege. There's a lot of moving parts and a lot of little mannerisms that you don't even know that somebody else could potentially have. You're like, well, I didn't know you were going to do that. They're like, well, that's what I do. You know what I mean? So, like, there's so many different things they have to be considering all at this moment. And the thing is that they're not playing bad. I think the big thing is that Victus is playing very, very well. And Rogue are just being beat in the current moment, which is perfectly fine. You know, Victus, they have some time under their belt. This team is definitely feeling themselves. And like we were talking about before, they've played off of each other quite well in a lot of these situations. And Rogue are still just getting to that point where they're, you know, feeling that mesh where they're, you know, hitting their hot streak. So I don't think that this is anything where in the future you can be like, oh, you know, Rogue just aren't looking hot because of what we saw at Gamers Without Borders. But you can definitely say Victus are not a slouch of the team.
No, absolutely the case here. Victus showing up ready to play today, ready to prove themselves more than anything. And I would say even just by this map, they have certainly done it. But thankfully for them and for Rogue, it's not only just going to be this map. Still need to see Victus claim a second one in this series as well. And that's still assuming that they managed to tear their way through the rest of this map. Also, with that pre-fire, nearly lining itself up just a little bit off the marker.
Barricade.
And, thankfully there's a castle barricade in the way, so it would have eaten up all those bullets anyway. The nade's going to fall a little bit short also, so the attempt to get rid of it doesn't work. Kanto getting hit with a full damage Pokeball from down below. Really well placed from Weber through that on Victus, but he's still not going to get the kill, unfortunately, as he's a little bit too high HP.
Oscar, I'm loving this guy's gameplay so far, whoever, because this has been so amazing to witness. It's like they're constantly just trying to take gunfights after gunfights, and like the Twitch drone that we saw last round, and now impacts from underneath. Doesn't even the nitro cell. Straight up just impacts as they're coming up the stairwell. Oscar here. Oh, Kanto, what a shot, as he'll be able to take down 2. Oscar and Skeptic can't make it through. Skydie will go down. This is finally looking like Rogue can potentially get around here. Point will be able to nade out the window. And, well, here, this moment, not too much more to do. Just some info to claim, and they'll be able to at least find Flexi upstairs. He'll have to drop, but is there anybody awaiting him downstairs around customs?
Overall, Rogue able to get much better informational kind of pre-play set up for themselves this time to be able to line up those kills, especially from Kanto's POV, really capitalizing on the over-aggression from Victus we've been seeing these past few rounds. Rogue never seeming to get a handle on up until this point, but now finally the tides are turning the other way as Flexi is left alone here. He's no slouch for this either, already halfway there as he's taken down 2 out of the 4 remaining players. Considering he got the initial kill as well, this would be an outright ace if Flexi's able to go for it, but gonna begin to run out of time here. 30 seconds to go, about 15 to get himself onto that case realistically, but he will not reach that point. Kanto with a solid headshot shuts down the clutch attempt here with his personal 3rd kill on the round, and finally, after 5 straight, we get a round on the board from Victus.
That was a very, very gross shot there from Kanto. That was honestly like assault. That was not okay. Like, he just stands up, one singular bullet to that guy as he crosses, and incredible stuff there. But armory lockers now for Rogue, as we'll be switching sides. They've luckily gotten themselves a singular round, so Therefore, Victus cannot just take this out right immediately. They can at least make a mistake, but they need to start off quite strong here. This is where things could potentially go awry because Cryan and Spoit have not really had the hottest of starts. But the good news is that it's a new dawn. It's a new day. We're on the second half. Kind of have fresh clothes. It just feels good. So we'll hopefully see them try and get back into the saddle and see what they can possibly get done on this side. But as for Victus, I mean, they're firing on all cylinders. The lowest amount of kills on this team at this moment is, tied between Skydie and YZN. And YZN got 3 openers with his 4th kill coming later. So, having half of the opening bloods for your team and that kind of a scoreline, I think I would take that.
Certainly a team-based affair for Victus. As soon as you look past Oscar, obviously he's been getting the lion's share of the contributions, especially inside of these kind of mid-round plays. He's been making up the difference, making sure that Victus stays in control in quite a few of these engagements, but not entirely on him here. And I think that will potentially change up to a much bigger extent now that we move over to the attacking side. I think you were mentioning somewhat of the same thing with regards to Rogue and how we might see some of the guys like Spoit come into a bit of a better position here in the second half. I'm curious to see so as well. And I don't think we're going to have to wait too long to get an answer on that either. Potential duel already building itself up as these 2 players from Victus try to work their way in through Passport. They are going to be able to go in without contest as a member of Rogue backs away, chooses not to contest here, and wants to waste away time instead. So Victus will get their first staging ground going, but as we mentioned on the first round of the last half, a lot more work to be done here for Victus before they can even think about approaching the site.
Pretty interesting grenade there as well. We'll probably see that one used in the future. We just haven't exactly seen somebody throw it just yet, Blue. But if you throw that frag grenade through the little window on Passport and get on top of the ventilation shaft there, it will actually blow up that single panel inside of the main hallway that a lot of teams like to play in order to hold down the windows for like balcony and east and everything. They'll open up the walls, but they'll reinforce that singular panel. You know what I'm talking about? That grenade lands directly under that person. So that is a pretty nasty nade spot there from Skydie, but unfortunately, obviously no one playing around that area. Rogue has been able to maintain their man count, so no one dying just yet. Skydie shifting back and forth on the angles, a potential for a nitro cell from underneath, and it will deliver as Deepak has the 2-day shipping. Skydie has the drone in now, but doesn't want to go too far with it just yet. Actually just hitting buttons a little bit too hard here, so they'll be able to get back onto that camera. They've also found some info over inside of CCTV. This is looking like a one-man effort, though, at the current moment, as quite a few Victus members are over towards this east side.
It'll work,
actually,
though.
in fact, 2 members here. And yes, YZN will get 1. Flexi actually on the break door, so they'll claim a few lives, and oh no, is this where it all falls apart for Rogue?
We're going to be very careful with their footing here. We've got still quite a few members exposed out. Such as Spoit with a bad timing play right there as well. A member of Victus walking right past his crosshair, but he was still shifting POVs. Was not going to be prepared to catch that here. Time is starting to get a little bit low, and Rogue has caught on to this big rotation from Victus to go almost entirely, in fact, entirely over here towards the office push. So as long as they're set up to stop that, this should go handily into Rogue's favor with the limited time left here. But Victus have one final trick up their sleeve. Looks like they are going to try to get this hard breach down with the can opener in order to let them to the back of the A chassis and go for a plant there. I don't believe Rogue have anyone downstairs, but still, the plant attempt will be stopped. The initial one, that is. They'll try to get it back down onto the ground. Oscar going to sprint himself into Fountain to try and find Dapek and the others, but it's such a chaotic run. The plant attempt does go down one final time, but here comes Spoit on the rotate to try and deny it. He can't do it, though. Oscar gets the final kill instead, and Victus get themselves up on that point.
Oscar is one of the nastiest players I've seen in a little bit. That is just incredible. The audio recognition that he had there for him pushing inside of office, the pre-fire in his single panel, fantastic decision making, decisive in a lot of things that he's doing. And also whilst having a lot of fun as well. I'm still having flashbacks of that Twitch drone moment inside of Customs of him just zapping him while just, driving through everything with the drone that he stole as Mozzie. Like, that's potentially one of the funniest things I've seen in the last month. But, I mean, Victus just showing Rogue what Border really is about, and it's about that team play and just going for it at the end of the day, playing quite close, playing for those gunfights and finding quite a lot. I mean, you saw especially how Victus were able to shift things over to CCTV, and initially, like, it looked like YZM was by himself, but eventually we see Flexi over there as well, just holding the door down. And it works out extremely well for Victus because they find the isolated gunfight. That's the big thing. They isolated a Rogue member. He's by himself. There's nothing he can do inside of CCTV on his lonesome in that situation, and they abuse him because of that. So it was just a very, strong identification of what was going on inside of that situation that really propelled Victus to take that round.
So Victus already getting themselves prepared to start this series off with a surprise victory for themselves here, taking away, as a quick reminder, Rogue's own map pick to go to Border here. Victus is about to steal it 7-1 if they can conclude one final round. They're going to get a little bit nervous of a potential run out here, so you'll see one of the track stingers go down quite early from Flexi. Thankfully, she's got 4 of those to throw down onto the ground at any point during this round, so still plenty of that utility to be deployed at a later point, because they want to make sure that Rogue don't try anything too drastic here to try to change up their own fate and start a bit of a comeback train of their own, as Rogue now need 5 in a row just to trigger overtime.
Yes, indeed. And now, like this, I need to play things initially slow here. Not necessarily a bad thing, as it's always strong to get this early information. You want to be decisive about what you're doing and at least recognize out the initial positions here. But unfortunately, Spoit won't be able to get away with one, punishing YZN for his earlier efforts on their defensive side and firing back with a opening kill of his own. Victus now, though, on the back foot doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to slow down. You can see the drone economy starting to get punished a little bit, but still have some info to be gathered. About halfway through the round now, they're starting to leave some space around the top of East and continue to try and just work the balcony on the outside. They have some track stingers out here, just looking to see if any of the Rogue members want to potentially get aggressive and try and give them that equalizer, but Rogue is going to play this quite passively at the current moment.
Yeah, and there's no reason not to at this point for Rogue either. They've got the player advantage. As you brought attention to a few seconds ago, the drone economy for Victus is desperate right now. They're realistically going to need all 3 of those drones just to figure out where the remaining players are, and that doesn't necessarily count. Thankfully, all 3 of the active drones are alive players. We don't have to worry about any of them being dead and immovable on YZN, but still, they've got to be so careful with how they use these here, as all 5 players from Rogue have fallen back into the site, which means more than likely they don't necessarily have drone intel. All right, so there's one more drone going 2 left past this point, and they only really found out where 1 or 2 players are, so they need to get a kill from this. 1-for-1's not great here for Victus, but at least it's a start as they try to move themselves forward here. Still with 2 drones in pocket, and oh no, a surprise from Leon up on top. Oscar does try to keep the numbers in check, but Kanto as well there with the Bailiff getting a trade for it. Leaves only Oscar in this fight. A 1v3 set before him. He knows he's got at least one in the bathroom, but wasn't expecting the immediate re-swing from Spoit there. He shuts it down in one of the most definitive rounds from Rogue we've seen yet.
Fantastic round from Rogue. And again, I just want to go back to the recognition of the situation like you were talking about with the passive play. They get that initial pick, and Victus slow down and grind to a halt. I think a big thing that we need to notate as well is the drone economy and just how punished that was. And drone economy is a lot easier to manage nowadays when it comes to Siege, especially on the defensive side, obviously, because when your drone or when you destroy the opposing team's drones, it literally gives you a counter of how many drones your team has destroyed. So at any moment in time, you kind of have a sense of what you can and can't do across the map with how many drones they have, right? If they have 8 drones and there's, a minute left, you probably don't want to go for a flank. But if, it's a minute left and they have 2 drones, maybe you do. And that's exactly what worked out for Rogue there. They just were very, very steadfast about what they wanted to do after that initial pick, and they abused the fact that they had the information on the drone economy to influence what they wanted to do with the later round. That late rotation came in all because of that. If not, Kanto would more than likely just hold a cross angle somewhere else. I think that was just very, very well done from them overall.
So Victus finally having their strategy figured out to a pretty reasonable extent is actually going to limit them coming into this next round here. They do have 4 more opportunities, so they're not in a bad spot in any sense just yet here. But Rogue seemingly has found the winning formula, just needs to repeat it and get the good result out of it a few more times here, and they may very well be back into this map, back into this series as well, as they still try to claim their own opening map as well as just the opening map overall of this series. For Victus, it's going to start primarily from that front door entry point. It looks like a lot of the drone presence being shifted over towards that. We'll see how they manage the drone presence this time, because that was a very big reason as to why they couldn't reasonably get themselves into tellers last round there, just due to a lack of intel and having to try and go for a bunch of heads-up peaks that obviously do not work out in your favor on the attacking side of Siege unless you have that drone intel.
Oscar with the quick moves now, though, through jail. We'll be joined by Skydie, who hopped inside of Supply. Cryan. Oh, Cryan has no idea that there's 2 people right to the right of him.
Bro.
Oh, some gunplay back and forth. But oh, Cryan, you can't sprint there. Skydie's going to take him down as he swings the Supply door. Victus with a big pick here after Cryan goes rogue, literally.
That's actually a serious misplay. I'm pretty sure Victus hadn't even spotted Cryan deeper into
no idea he was there.
tellers here either. Yeah, they had no idea that he was there. So he had completely free right to go back in and shut down both of these players inside of the closet. But apparently he had no idea that either of them had gotten that far into the building either. So a misplay on both ends turns it into a bit of a chaotic fight, but it plays very heavily into the favor of Victus now, giving them the free 5v4. Someone else is going to have to step up, but it may need to be Kanto here inside of tellers if a drone is not able to spot him out. This could be another surprise position that'll be very useful against Victus in the late round, especially if he's able to sneak his way back up through East Main at some later point here.
Well, yet again, we have a slower round, but as soon as I have the thought, Skeptical rip it away from me, Leon Gids will go down, and Victus looking to close out border early here. Potentially giving us an early day, John. I might be able to schedule dinner with my fiance. I don't really know. We'll have to find out here.
Victus and
Rogue. I mean, hey, we'll have to find out, man. I mean, there's some nice restaurants around Dallas. We can get it figured out. We'll see if Victus can help me out here. As they're just taking it to Rogue in the current moment. Kanto will try and swing for the front door. He's been feeling himself today, and damn it, I love to see this man play. We'll be able to take down yet another outside. Has 2 inside of customs to worry about, or rather CCTV. Goes for this swing up top, and actually multiple. Not even the fact of 2, it's actually 4 as they have more on the balcony. Lysiane will be able to shut him down, has the flank hold, and Deepek and Spoit or Spunk at the current moment trying to hold things down for these last 15 seconds is, well, that's not going to go too well. It's a good half in Chad, and this best of 3 is off with the Victus victory.
Yeah, Victus getting themselves off to a booming start at 7-2. A few very small slip-ups here inside of their strategy, which they both times immediately corrected on the following round. Very impressive stuff coming out from Victus. And that will mean they take a very solid win to start this series off. Not going to be finished just yet, of course, with the series. We still have our final 2 maps to play into. And the next one's going to be Chalet, ladies and gentlemen. So stick around. We're going to go to a short break. And then when we do return, we'll have that map ready to go. And we'll see if Victus will be able to continue their tear through this tournament bracket here by taking down Rogue outright in 2-0 fashion, or if Rogue will bounce it back and send us to our 3rd and final map. Stick with us, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll be right back in just a few minutes. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the Gamers Without Borders qualification event. Currently working on our European bracket right now, though we'll be drifting into our other regions as the day moves on as well. My name is Blue. Joining me here on the broadcast is Stokes. We're already one map deep in our first series of the day here between Rogue and Victus. Victus surprising us not only with an outright win on our first map, but a definitive one as well at 7-2 on Border here. So going to be giving Rogue quite the challenge as we move into our second map, which is going to be Victus's own map pick of Chalet. Spoit as well, jumping into it. A little bit of a rough go of it, I think, for Spoit's first game on Rogue there, especially in the first half. But as you were mentioning, just as we went to break there, Stokes, once we got into the second half, he was looking a little bit more confident. I think Rogue overall was kind of getting into the swing of things there as we got deeper into that map, but it was just a little too late there.
I think your usage of words there actually it tells the tale really well, John. It's the swing of things that really wins Victus the game, as they really swung not only through the whole map, but as a team. And that's really what we drove home during that matchup, is that they did a very good job of capitalizing on the situations that they were given and always maintaining their man advantage whenever they were able to procure it. It was very well done. I think really the only round that we saw them have a lot of trouble with was kind of the defensive round that they lost. It wasn't necessarily too bad of one, but the offensive round, they definitely got picked apart trying to come into tellers, where Rogue were finally able to get one over on them with a very nice flank done from Kanto up towards the top of square. And I mean, from that point, things just a little bit too difficult. But now we have map 2 already ready for you guys. It's going to be an exciting one. As we already talked about, it's going to be Chalet, which has kind of a very similar tone to it, like Border, not in the sense of really what you're doing strategy-wise, but in the sense of play style. You're still going to have some very aggressive plays around the map, but it's going to be more cookie-cutter Siege, where it's a lot more, cross angles and hard breach and a lot of other things instead of, get in building, find person, shoot person.
To go back to your point about Victus, I think the really important thing we saw in the 2 rounds they did lose was pretty much an immediate adjustment in the following round. Never, fell up to those same problems twice, even when it came to things like the drone game on the attack. They're overusing it in the 1 round, disabling their ability to get into tellers, pretty much immediately course correcting that on the following round, being a lot more careful with that drone presence and making sure that they actually used the drone presence to immediately follow it up with some type of entry play. It seemed like a lot of the time as well there. So really good stuff from Victus. I'm curious to see if they can keep up with as impressive of a style of play here on our second map. I would assume so, since it is going to be their own map pick. But we have to wait and see, as Rogue, I'm certain, is going to be awakened after that first map also, and they'll be wanting to take this one maybe a bit more seriously, as they're potentially facing off against a lower bracket run if they don't turn it around on this map. Either way, already through most of the bans here. No huge surprises coming up from it, and Victus, unfortunately, continuing to be a member of the anti-fun team today, it seems. They do not want Asami in play. Serious note, totally respectable considering that she's been thrusted into this one, and she can have a very powerful amount of impact if left out of the ban pool. So it makes perfect sense as to why they do not want to see her, at least in these matchups.
Yeah, I think past that, it's also just a strategical thing. Somebody is going to more than likely try and use it, or like if it is in play, then, you're more than likely going to be prompted to use it. And you don't exactly want to show things until, things are at its maximum value. And I think that's pretty smart for both of these teams, just taking things away, not really wanting to deal with the operator, or just not really wanting to show some of what they're doing themselves for the future. So not necessarily a bad thing, but it definitely takes some of the fun out of it for you and me.
Yep. All good, though. Hopefully we'll be able to see her in one of our matches over on the main stream if we haven't seen her already, or in one of the ones here on this stream a little bit later today. If those of you didn't catch it in game, by the way, he did have a disconnect from Daypack, so we're just working on getting him back in really quickly before we resume play. So give us just a second. We will be going live with that. But yeah, no huge surprises except for that Azami ban. But again, even considering the circumstances, making perfect sense from our ban phase. So it is setting us up for what I will say is going to end up, as you were mentioning there too, probably be a pretty straightforward game of Chalet here. Shouldn't be any crazy things that are going to have to pop out due to the way the band's shaped up, at least.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just a little bit more straightforward than Border is. Well, actually, I take that back. Border is quite a straightforward map. But, Chalet is just one of those things where it's straightforward in the sense of like how Siege normally plays out. You have your hard breaches, you have your flexes, all these kind of things. Border is kind of it's more gunfight-esque, right? Like, you really only have that one hard breacher to try and get some potential walls, but past that, you're not really looking into it too deep unless you want to pick up, like, Ace. But he has the AK-12, so he basically frags people anyways, right? So, either way, though, getting back into things and a plug from YZN, we're going to kick things off here on Chalet.
YZN making sure he gets his impressions for the day there. We'll go ahead and give him a follow, folks, as we get ready to jump into this team's second map. But moving forward here, we'll continue to see how Rogue try to counter out the advantages Victus were able to find in map number 1 here. And is going to give us a pretty much expected lineup here, too, for the basement hold. It is going to be interesting to see, more importantly, how the Warden works out here. We've been seeing the Warden slowly work his way more and more to these types of sort of bunker lineups or these bunker sites where teams are going to get reduced to, like, one corner of the map by the time the round comes to a close. And Warden can work out very well inside of those types of scenarios, whether it's a basement site on multiple maps or a few others as well that tend to kind of play out that way.
All right, well, past that, Rogue are out and about now here, starting from the lakeside spawn as they'll approach the building from the west. Have to deal with a couple of things around Mudroom. You can see the player down here for the bottom of blue. Have some more upstairs still, but obviously Rogue have no influence over that situation just yet. Skeptic's going to be coming back down blue, and overall, Victus really trying to stay with the playstyle that they had previously. Skydie's going to be on more of a lone man mission on the top floor, this lone soul trying to work out this roam game and delay as long as possible. Looks like we have YZN all the way over in Big Garage as well, potentially, though Garage panel already opened here as well. And this is kind of a new adaptation that we've seen recently for Chalets, is where a lot of people will open up that single panel here on the garage instead of reinforcing it. And just put a deployable shield there so you can actually play some better angles for the garage door fights. But as you can see, that actually plays into the hand of Spoit, so he'll be able to claim a life for the very first time here on Chalet.
Skydie going down first off here, so that'll be the Malusi falling first inside of the game. Not going to be losing too much on the utility side of things, thankfully, as the Banshees are pre-deployed at the beginning of the round, but still, in the long run, certainly would have been able to use that player. And just overall, Victus did seem to play off quite well from the 5v4 advantages they were able to get for themselves back on border. Gonna have to work a little bit harder to try and maintain a player advantage here in this round, but it seems as though not too hard, as they're able to trade back at least one, but still gonna keep themselves behind as Spoit strikes for a second kill as well. 2-0 so far on this round, bringing it down to YZ and Oscar, and okay, never mind. Oscar as well as Flexi both immediately eliminated there, as I was mentioning it, leaving YZN on his lonesome in a 1v4. He's able to strike back and take Ryan out of the fight, but can he go any further than that? This next kill, it's a difficult one, as you can see, having so much trouble trying to line up that headshot. Dapik, in the meanwhile, laying down the diffuser in the mid site while this is going on. He's going to be able to secure that. YZN can't take out Dapik, and he'll instead get the final kill of the round for Rogue, as they get off to a booming start here on Chalet.
A solid start and a strong finish for round 1 from Rogue. Victus can't battle back from the initial pick that goes down in Garage, and Rogue simply strong-armed the situation. Really nothing past that as they continue to fight onward into the site and get the plant down right inside of the wall that they'd previously blown up inside of the opening minute, which is a feat in and of itself on a map like Chalet. It is usually the first thing to go, but there is a little back and forth, tends to be at least. So past that, Victus now have to try something new here. They're going to try and go to Games Bar, and we'll have to see how this will work out. We're going to be bringing the Mira, and this one's pretty obvious. It's going to go upstairs for the library hold, just to make things a little bit easier. Also, they usually end up applying one down here inside of the bar stock area. Now, the big thing is, what do they do with the single panel here for the stairwell? We see some teams open up the bottom of it, but I don't think it's the best when you do play things here inside of the stock area with the Mira. Usually a better idea to reinforce that up. They already got the single panel upstairs set up for Skeptic as well. So things looking fairly straightforward for this one.
Indeed, indeed. So Rogue looking to finally continue to repeat their success after struggling to find it on our previous map here. Victus, even inside of the operator department, not going to be throwing us too many curveballs, even falling down to the kind of quintessential Frost pick, which is not something we used to say very often about Frost, but for quite a few sites, she is very much a go-to operator now, and this one is no exception. At least one site onto Theme Park as well has become quite a comfortable place to pick into her. We're starting to see more and more of those kind of niche site operators show up, and for this round, and he's going to be on the perfect one to deploy here. So Rogue will have to be cautious of that as they try to hop into a few of these windows. Just going to force them to, more than anything, look down at their feet. Not going to mess up a gunfight or two. If someone from Victus is going to be ready to challenge it on the other side. Usually, though, if the attackers are paying attention, they will make sure that that player is cleared out before that entry needs to be made here. Still seeing just the kind of opening fidgets from Rogue as they try to make sure that there is no traps laid for them on their initial entry points. And finally, you can see Kanto and a few other members of the team starting to work their first bits into the building.
Well, Spoit slamming a new magazine inside of the 100. LMG here for Finka, as per usual, has been for quite some time at the current moment, as has been the meta of Siege. Oscar and the rest of Victus holding things down continuously, though. They've built this defense up around the library area, and they're not giving up a single inch, as he simply won't peek. It'll be a drone to burn out the laser gate. Not necessarily the best thing, but it's a value system here. As you can see, Spoit still has 2 frag grenades. Those are worth a little bit more than a drone in the current situation, so they'll hold on to those instead. As a frag grenade now, potential to strike, and she's going to pin it again, throws it in, and knows that a Womidus is going to be around the area. This one's going to blow up, knows someone's around the stairwell, but can't kill him, and it's going to be YZM with a 2K, and now Spoit has to try and claim him, but he's going to be too slow as he hops off of Ego and just can't get it done on the fireplace door.
Yeah, Spoit, unfortunately, a little too preoccupied with trying to knock out those magnets, throwing both of his nades into it. Was hoping, I think, the second one would have landed on top of a player there, but just got surprised by the fact that there was still that utility. So unfortunately allows YZN to not only escape, but claim yet another kill from his new position. That's going to take down Leon, leaving just Dapek. Going to have to try and clutch this out to a big extent. He was the one that shut down the previous round for his team, but now going to need a 1v5 to keep Rogue in complete. Already with a 1-0 lead, but more than likely going to end up going 1-for-1 unless we see some true heroics come out from Dapek here to clutch this round for the Rogue squad. And yeah, it's not going to happen. Oscar trades it out after Dapek's able to get 1, and that will indeed be a tied scoreline now at 1 apiece for both of our teams.
That's incredibly unfortunate for Rogue, but Victus with a incredible round from start to finish, playing their strategy accordingly. I mean, it went extremely well right from the start. Rogue just really not able to do too much, especially when it came to the top floor. Victus continually able to hold on to things. You could see Spoit, really flustered with the situation at hand because he can't catch YZN initially. Too late to the rotation of the bottom door as well, and he'd already gotten away with too much. And really, the answer was to get the kill there. But unfortunately for them, they just weren't able to fire back, and that lets Victus play out the rest of the situation with such a strong man advantage that they practically can't lose. And that's exactly what they do with that situation. They continue to, take these gunfights and claim Rogue bodies time and time again off of those, strong positions that they've built up across the map. And that's what's going to get them the first round. So well done from them. Rogue just not really able to get anything done with that library hold or really anything around that southwest side of the map.
So Rogue seems to still be running into a few issues here inside of the second map of this series, but Victus as well, not having the cleanest clear or cleanest defense so far inside of it either. They're going to be looking to improve upon that, and Rogue will be looking to bring in Honan, you could say, their own attacking strategy here as they once again look to try and get some quick control to themselves, mainly over by the side entrance here that Spoit's going to work on. Not necessarily with the confidence to swing directly towards it yet, and you might be able to tell why. There's quite a few silhouettes from Victus around the corner here, so he wants to be careful, make sure there's not an immediate repeat from someone as he tries to take this control. Is allowed into it, however, and this is a deep insertion point for this early on in the round. If Victus rotate the wrong direction, they're going to be able to catch him early, but no, never mind. It is once again a member of Victus, this time Oscar, that catches the opening kill. Dapek, the first to fall, and that's also going to be at least half the soft breach gone from Rogue 2. Thankfully, they did bring a backup in Kanto, though, on the sledge. They just have to hope now they don't necessarily need to take anything down from below, and Oscar is going to have to hope that his teammates can pick up the rest of the slack. That was Crying will delete him with a very well-placed nade.
Well, Spoit will start mushing up blue stairs here. This area is cleared out, but still has to worry about potential bodies inside of Piano. Kanto will be here to assist as well, and with Leon here on the tail end. On the hard breach inside of the area, so they'll more than likely be getting this off this open here momentarily as Spoit will assume the position inside on Ego balcony. all be blown open now. 2 frag grenades still to the kid's name. Also has 2 of the adrenal surges still to assist his teammates and buff them inside of these fights. Big thing is now, though, they need to deliver when it comes to these last drones, and that's why you see Spoit claiming these now. He's still got 2. In fact, he's got the most on the team at the current moment. As well, the other drone only on Cry, and past that, Deepak has the other one, and he is dead. So unfortunate that situation here. But past that, they'll be able to at least get some info as to what's going on site. But yet again, Victus playing this situation quite handedly.
Victus in charge of things for the time being here, although they do have still quite a bit of a roam game set up down on the first floor. Rogue could potentially pinch that out. Obviously, they have to be careful of utility being thrown at them from down below. Not sure how many nitros we still have available, and in fact, it looks like actually both of them have potentially already been deployed towards you. So not going to be able to rely on that. Crying as well, though, making up a big difference right now. Got the first trade, and both of these entries going for Rogue here. So finally has turned the numbers advantage back into Rogue's favor here. Opened up a plant opportunity, and is going to continue to wreak havoc as well. Victus just did not seemingly have a plan to be able to work back against this repel play. So Crying, along with the final position here out on Ego, is going to be able to take control of things for Rogue as they strike back now and get a second round of their own.
All right, well, Rogue's starting to warm up here, and funny enough, we do have Crying spawning next to campfires, so kind of a thing. But past that, Master Bedroom Office will be the next pickup here for Victus, is just assuming this will be a little bit of a stronger position for them. They are also going to bring the Mira as well, so we could see an extension here. That's what I'm assuming. You really don't tend to see these Black Mirrors used on site, so more than likely going to be holding things down around library, I would assume. As for Victus, though, they have a plethora of frag grenades, and not only that, but they also have Deepak on the buck. So there is also some potential to have them try and take in from the north side, like go kitchen, start trying to get some frag grenades working underneath with that skeleton key to open up some of these angles and make it really difficult to play around office as well as master bedroom. And if they can get some of the crosses over here, they could potentially go for a plant. So we'll have to see what they really want to do. They're actually going to drop Deepak off of the buck here. They're going to pick up the Dokkaebi instead. So we'll have to see what they can do with this deck of cards now.
Here comes Rogue as they have indeed spawned out here. Expect that same first minute or so of play as they try to move in and take control of the bar area on the first floor, as well as the second floor hold for library here to act as this team's staging ground to work their way into the building. We can already see Kanto and Crying beginning to work on that, with a few other players roaming in the nearby surrounding areas, Spoit being one of those here. So not much in terms of counter reaction showing up on the Victus side of things. Obviously, they're going to have some presence inside of a library. They're going to shift that even more so up the stairs, and actually these rotations work out quite well. I think it puts YZN directly in the face of Spoit's entry over by the side door. Beautifully played again in the opening moments here from Victus. They're not going to be able to cull those players back a little bit, but I don't know if they necessarily want to here. This team really wants to keep their foot on the gas pedal when they have the right to do so from the aggression perspective. So they're indeed doing that, continuing to maintain this library presence here since we're so early on in the round. They've already got the player advantage. They're going to try to push the envelope just a little bit further here.
Well, Rogue not really trying to make a move at the current moment. Looking towards library, but I mean, past that, everyone's just stuck in the mud. We're going to have some drones finally going in, but they're just bleeding their timer right now. Not exactly the best situation for Rogue. Need to get active, and that's why Kanto's starting to move forward. Doesn't know somebody's on that mirror, but it's ghost pressure. That's what you kind of look at, is it like, because he doesn't know if somebody's standing behind that unless they've droned it out, but that's more than likely why he is in the current position that he's in. No one would obviously be swinging, or rather, someone would definitely be swinging the door in this situation if he was here. So they more than likely have a drone around the space, and that's exactly what Deepak was doing. So big job there from Rogue to start moving some of these more frag-heavy members forward. YZN, though, he's on the long con all the way downstairs, and so is Skydie. He's still inside of kitchen, and not only that, he's opening up so many areas to try and prevent plant spots, I'm assuming, from inside of kitchen for the A-bomb site. Now Deepak as well. I believe he's going to try and get on the Master Repel here. This is a really strong position to have, especially with these DMRs, to potentially shut down Oscar's angle, which is a pretty influential one at that.
Deepak with some great drone intel coming out here. Does the exact position of Oscar deeper inside of the site, and they're going to use it beautifully. Immediately, he goes down when Kanto is ready to execute. That's a lot of bodies from Rogue right now surrounding the site. We already saw on a previous attempt how Cryan was able to utilize Deepak's position and just absolutely decimate the defensive setup from Victus, and the very same thing could happen here on this round. They need a counter for it, but once again, Deepak is allowed to have free reign from that repel. Starting down with taking out Flexi. Here's the problem, though. The deeper site players, such as Skeptic, are holding on. Skeptic at low HP, able to take another gunfight towards the end. And on top of the final kill, taking down the repelled player, they hold on regardless of the previous hold's results. And Victus take yet another round for themselves here to tie us up again, now at 2-2.
Rogue try so hard to reinforce themselves with their offensive play, trying to gather more info, get another pick, and then go for the big explosive play at the end. But Victus is good for it. A Nitro Cell and 2 SMG-11 frags is all it takes. We've got a 2-2 scoreline. Not only that, Chalet, though, does indeed tend to be a Fender's side in a lot of different situations, and this could potentially be a big issue here for Rogue if Victus are allowed to continue to claim ground.
Rogue will look to make up for their mistakes. Deepak potentially throwing us an interesting one, and you can see the same for Spoit here. Now, Spoit's pick's a little bit more expected, but Deepak and Cryan here might be going a little bit off into unfamiliar territory. This will be fun to see regardless. The whole roster shaken up now for Rogue here to try and do something a little bit different. Obviously going to be seeing the Ara hook come in for Cryan. That'll be the part we pay attention to the most if we try to see a surprise hop-in show up from him and potentially anyone else on this roster. But Deepak also bringing the Candelas into play could make this a pretty interesting one from Rogue if they're able to fully form whatever they're thinking about working for. It's great.
Oh, Cryan with one of the more fun characters that we can play here. You're a little bit too close to Cryan.
A little further away from that.
He's done this one before. I don't think he's done this one before. Everyone stand back. We're attempting science. Hold on. Stay ready. Cryan. Will he fly through? Can he complete the vault through the window? Spoit with a kill while we're at it. Yes, it's still working on the balcony as well. And he's in! Here we go. Into the barbed wire, that is. Wings inside. One inside a bar stock. He'll claim that life. As one over towards blue, I do believe, but actually, in fact, they have the entire site. One's inside of the bar area. Well, actually, he's dead. Deepak will actually just knock Skydie out as the end, now down to the very last member, and being him on Victus. Able to at least claim a life here. One coming down blue, but he's immediately stopped dead in his tracks by Spoit. What a play there by Rogue.
You actually didn't catch a lot of it on the observer POV, but Spoit just ripping his way through most of that entry play right there. I'm pretty sure from the upstairs start, walks in. I think he gets 2 off a rip, and then the third one finally at the end there as well. Beautifully managed by him. Cryan's play with the Gara hook and the rest of the team as well. Just kind of supporting play for the most part there. Works out wonderfully either way. Victus have virtually zero response to that as their site defense crumbles as Rogue finally varies it a little bit for themselves here. And now we are going to see Victus retreat potentially for the last time, and indeed for the last time as we're on the 6th round here down into the basement where they'll try to even things out into a 3-3 scoreline. This is where things started out for them at the very beginning of the half. Rogue was able to claim it if memory serves me correctly, so a little bit of a correction needs to come out from these guys if they want to find success, and they are changing things up very slightly in the operator department. I believe Oscar switching over to the Bandit is going to be a change up from the previous time we saw this site attempted, so hoping to stem the tide a little bit further here. But Rogue also continuing to evolve their play style as needed here. The Finca coming back out for Spoit, and as well Cryan going to continue to try and remain sneaky here, bringing the Nook out for the final round of play on this team's attacking side.
Rogue with potential to claim this half of a 4-2 split, or Victus still having the opportunity to tie things up as well. Some adjustments across the lineup, as you said, but I'm Skeptic here with the Warden. That's going to be the big thing I'm notating here, as we'll at least be able to have some influence around the area, at least if Leon has smokes. Past that, he's just got some good utility in an MP5. have, I believe, the bandit batteries work out here as they're continuing to try and EMP things, but this is one of the oldest tricks in the book, in fact. We'll have to see if the professional roster can handle it. EMP out, frag grenade in, Oscar not dead yet, and he's going to have to back off. And no, the frag grenade! No, wait, no, I think it was the impact. I think there was an impact from inside. I think 50 got it. Oh, man. Well, that's extremely unfortunate. I was like, I don't think there's another frag grenade out here, but no, in fact, it was the impact grenade through the drone hole that's able to claim that second exothermic charge and leave Rogue dead in the water.
Very unfortunate if it was the frag grenade, as it definitely seemed like it rolled inside, but I'm pretty sure you're right. Should have been a Rogue impact, or technically a Victus impact, coming back out from the other side that would have stopped that. We definitely have one used sitting over at Victus's utility screen over there on the top left as well, so that would make sense if it didn't end up being the case. Rogue, regardless, though, still need to clear out this map. The initial plan has failed, so they're going to go for the upstairs roam clear instead. Thankfully, won't find much there. Victus have pretty much fallen entirely back on their bunker play, and they're going to be able to use it now that we see a denial of the breach made onto the garage panels there. Nitro out, and Nitro successfully slammed against Dapek. Is going to be able to take him down and leave Rogue still with 4 players standing. Thankfully, drone economy is workable for this late in the round here, with 6 of them still available to use. They can certainly throw those downstairs. Spoit as well with a boom and entry here, just dry peaks into Oscar and is able to take him down, evening out the player count down to a 4v4.
Deployable shield in the back. Kanto will be able to handle that quite quickly, though. Not really going for the play just yet. So plenty of time to be able to sit here and try and work around the site and see if Victus will potentially slip up and give something a little easier than initially foreseen. And to work down blue, they'll have to deal with Skeptic in this position, as well as if we do end up seeing the hats drop here, some stronger positions we'll have to worry about, especially with Skydie. If you guys see this, he's over inside of the trench hallway right now, I do believe, which could be potentially a huge play. He is indeed. He can swing on this. I don't think Cryan is going to know that he's here, and this is going to be a free frag for Skydie, but no, they're all going to drop in. Skydie's on the back end. He can end it all right now, but he's dead. So, my goodness, what a play there from Spoit. Leon, though, will shut down the rest of it. Rogue able to get it done. Round 6 will go their way, and it'll be a 4-2 at the half.
This kind of difference you're going to get with a player like Spoit and the reaction time you get from him as well. Catches that flank maneuver. Skydie should have been able to single-handedly shut down that play from Rogue, but instead only gets a 1-for-1. Spoit immediately trades it back into Rogue's favor, and on top of a good entry play, Rogue were able to brute force their way into the site after their initial entry attempt through the snowmobile garage was denied. Beautifully done there. They make up the difference and still end up with a pretty solid lead coming out of the half at 4-2. But for Victus, it's also workable. They just need to find the right footing on this attacking side, and they too still have a chance to fight this, not only, of course, to take the map, but to end this series 2-0. Rogue don't want to let that happen, so they're going to look for the closeout themselves to send us to our 3rd and final map on Cafe. So let's see who will end up topping this one out, as both of our teams get themselves set and ready to fight on their new sides.
Not too much of a change here for Victus in comparison to Rogue's lineup, and as I say that, actually, YZN is going to push it even further and take the buck that we saw a decent amount from Rogue. So this is starting to look like a fairly straightforward affair from them. The Ash is the big thing coming in here that we really don't see too often. Nomad making a lot of sense. Chalet is a map where you really want to isolate parts of the building and make it easier for yourself, as well as trying to shut down some hop outs or some flanks. The air jumps are just always a really strong option for utility to bring for your offensive lineup. But the Ash doesn't really make all too much sense when it comes to having the the skeleton key along for the ride, but obviously it's just going to be explosive utility. Has secondary claymore as well as breaching charges, just depends on what Skydie brought, and more than likely is running the G36C, I would assume. So probably just bringing it for the extended breaching round game, just trying to get rid of some harder to reach things that require some explosive utility.
So a slow start for both teams. Victus not one to immediately insert themselves into the building. Gung-ho like. They're taking a bit of a slower approach to this one, making sure that they're able to get that trophy control either from down below or by working their way into Solarium first off. It's going to be the opposite approach that we saw Rogue taking from the other end of things. With that said, it has left a bit of a window open for Spoit as well as, I believe, Deepak to try and make a play from the bottom of the back stairs here in the basement, but they've got to watch out for that, as there is a player looking to potentially pinch that out from the main garage inside of the same floor. Skydie as well In a position here to potentially punish any over-aggression from that window directly next to office. So he's going to be rather next to bathroom, excuse me. So he's going to be paying close attention to that. Trying to catch Leon. Leon quickly running out of room to play, though. He's got nowhere to go, and Oscar successfully pitches him down, knocks Leon out, and already puts Victus at an advantage of a 5v4.
And we're going to push it one step further yet again. YZN, not only does he pick up the buck, but he picks up the frag. Skeptic goes down. That's going to be the only hard breach, unless YZN has secondary hard breach utility. Kanto, now with the office position. And Cryan are dedicated to holding down this side of the map and trying to stop Victus from going further. Deepak, though, will be the first to strike as he runs out. He'll get gunned down from Flexi into the 3 versus 2. It's going to be a reposition from that angle, as well as Skydie has the plant here to be going off momentarily, and there it is. Flexi with a big pickup as well as he'll swing on in. It's all down to Kanto in the 1 versus 3. Make it a 1 versus 2. Those ones more than likely playing over next to the closet, but as Flexi grabs the rappel again, this is looking a little bit too difficult for him to muster.
Gonna give a call to Flexi, some excellent support coming in on this round, just with the off-site play, making sure that the members of Rogue were not able to appropriately rotate into a position to assist Kanto or anyone else, as he was flushed into office from the pretty much beginning of this take and was severely limited except for the 1 kill he was able to get. However, we're not done with the round just yet. Only 2 seconds left for him to get himself onto the case. He will make it there in time, and he even gets the kill, but there's not going to be enough time left for this counter defuse. The round's still going to end up going over to Victus, but man, what an attempt from the last player alive on Rogue.
Well, I'd say he's still got it. You know, I haven't got to watch too many Kanto games recently, but I'd say he's definitely still in that realm of being pretty cracked. What a round there, but sadly for Rogue, Victus will claim it instead. And, I mean, that was a great round from them as well. I love the way that they were able to work the map, especially get those initial picks. Rogue fire back. You know, they're near the early part of the mid-round, but past that, it's up to Victus that really just grabs a hold of the reins and takes full control of the Solarium side. A great setup as well on the outside window, making things really difficult. That run out is going to be super hard for Deepak as well. The more preferred one on that end is the one for Trench, but more than likely that was air jabbed, so he probably just didn't want to go for it in the first place. And obviously, your second best option is going to be running out the main door. But as we talked about previously, the timer will always catch you, so there's always going to be some information gathered. And if you have a quick player like Flexi, more than likely going to die to them just simply adjusting their crosshair. That's going to be the round for Victus. But now, as we're looking into it, Rogue moving sights as they'll be headed towards kitchen as well as dining.
Victus looking to really wrangle in control over this lead for the second time now after doing so back over on border. 1 round away is all they need to try and grapple towards now, and they'll be able to tie it up at 4-4 and look to fully take the lead away from Rogue on the following round here. Rogue, though, having no slouches when it comes to their play on Chalet. Immediate improvements from what we were seeing back on border. Now looking to try and really push that forward over towards Cafe as well. Much more team-oriented map in the long run of things here. So that is where we may finally start to see Victus falter, given the playstyle they have shown us from these first 2 maps. But Rogue are going to have to get us there first. As you can see, Victus is keeping their position strong inside of their attacking half. Already getting another opener for themselves, knocking out Spoit at the beginning of round number 8 here.
Hard fought from Rogue, as Oscar's going to take some damage, but he'll also be able to just get himself back up. So, more than likely not going to be an issue here momentarily, as they'll claim a life and get yet another Cryan. He just jumped off the balcony and died to Flexi. That was the whole move. He's dead. Leon now trying to take the fight with the SMG. Leon, get back in the kitchen, okay? Like, everybody calm down. We're taking SMG-11 gunfights at the front door. Flexi is just trying to body everyone in the potential tri-state area.
Come on,
and
Kanto.
will be the next one to die. Why is he
another one?
Oh, it's so close. Rogue, they're trying to fight back, but they're dead at every single battlefront.
Rogue are trying to fight fire with fire here, and unfortunately they fail to realize that Victus actually have a bucket of water as their real weapon here, as fire is just not working out at the moment.
So the
for
fire is
Rogue.
not actually fire, it's actually a bucket of water?
Yeah, it's a bit of a reach there but I tried to make it funny. As we're down to just Deepak as well as Leon, it's not looking great for Rogue's attempt to get aggressive against the very same swings from Victus. Down to the wire here for these two players. Nades coming in, but not necessarily going to be super on point for trying to knock these players out. One of them drifting, I think, a little close to Deepak. But as we're seeing YZN opening up a lot of that real estate to prevent him or Leon from rotating back through those basement stairs regardless. The real estate has been open to give them, I believe, just a peek hole to the inside of the dining room site. Can't actually walk through that just yet. Might need to do a few more in order to pop it open that far, but either way, they don't necessarily need the full breach. As long as they have vision, that'll more than likely be good enough, and for Leon, it's good enough for him too. A beautiful single shot connects on the Flexie's head, knocks him down there. Deepak as well, trying to sneak out, but now it's going to be a player from Victus leaping over the balcony to work out for them. Leon trying to run away back up through Solarium stairs, not expecting the second player to be there. He gets outwitted, and indeed, Victus complete the comeback and tie us up at 4-all at the end of the 8th round.
We have ourselves a ball game. It's going to be the kitchen dining room defense now for Rogue, as they've been starved for rounds in recent history. Not looking too hot at the current moment. Spoit getting picked off early, and yet another body to fall as Victus just gather map control at the snap of a finger. Really nothing else past that. Just Rogue getting completely dismantled, really, especially when it came to what was going on around the Fireplace Hall area. But either way, Rogue now try and shift gears and move back over into this other site. You've seen this one time before, but obviously things not working out. Rogue feeling as though they can do something a little bit differently to assist them this time around. But as we've seen, I don't think the aggressive front is exactly going to be the answer. So what is? That's the next question. It looks like we're going to have Spoint move over to Alibi. Just a solid pick overall on defense. The Prisma's quite annoying, especially with high-level siege gameplay where there's a lot of pre-firing and that kind of stuff. Usually ends up giving you some really solid information across the board, as well as a deployable shield or impacts as a secondary. You can't go wrong with either of those on defense. And then you got that MX4 Storm with the 1.5, that SMG-11. Kind of a staple of defenses nowadays ever since she came out back in the day. So that's that, though. Victus now out and on to the board here, as they will be swinging through yet again to see if they can take down Rogue.
3 more rounds to go for either one of our teams here if they'd like to claim it inside of regulation. So still a bit of work to be done, no matter which way you look at things. But Victus seem to have control of it, at least as of the past 2 rounds, now that they've jumped onto the attacking side. Skeptic early on here going to become a little bit worried of a potential run out from the inside of the garage, and he's right to assume that as well. Looks like we've got 1, if not 2 players potentially positioned there for Rogue, although I do believe they're up on the first floor. Yeah, not here in the basement. So that's just a little bit confusing from time to time, but all good, as Victus will now confirm that for us and open up some of the panels on the garage so they can begin clearing. Good spot there, speaking of drone work, as Deepak is spotted the moment he tries to ascend up through the Solarium stairs, so Victus will certainly be aware of that and be watching out for it, although both players will end up taking down each other with utility from either side of that. A nade for the attackers and a nitro for the defenders, obviously. That leads to 1 kill on either side.
That may potentially be the most unfortunate pick that Rogue could have gathered from Victus for Victus's sake. Because now the Habana is down, and they can no longer reach the Solarium single panel that they desperately need to open up some important angles. As you can see, everyone's trying to consider what to do right now. Looks like Oscar's going to re-repel. They were like, hey, are we going to move? No? Okay. Wait, yes? Okay, Scotty didn't kill himself there either, so that's good. I was really worried there for a split second. Didn't really see the positioning where he was on the balcony, and that garage space will instantaneously down you if you fall. They're going to hop in and try and take the frags instead, and now Victus at a disadvantage for the very first time on their offensive side. They'll get rid of the Banshee in West Main, but that's just going to be more bodies to claim for Rogue. And Oscar will be taken down, I do believe. Yes, indeed, as Cryan will actually take him down. It'll be Leon to take down the other member inside of West, and that will be their very first round on defense.
So a perfect early pick being found from Rogue. And aside from that as well, Victus unfortunately just either not having or not using their drone capability well enough there on the refrags, trying to get themselves into the first floor. So they walk directly into primarily Leon's setup, but a few other members of the team supporting too, to make sure that that push from Victus does not go any further than trophy after they try to swing in and make up for the issue of losing their hard breach on that opening utility play. Rogue do maintain their lead as a result of taking that round, and as well, have the capability to try and run away with this one out. What could be a 7-4 victory. Don't necessarily think that's going to happen, though. Victus have been one to adjust quite quickly to their own mistakes and come back in still and keep things quite competitive. So expect them to stay in the fight here as Rogue rotate back upstairs into their bedroom hold yet again.
Sticking to their guns, trusting what they know, it seems, as they've stuck to these northern sites the entire time they've been on this side. Victus now with somewhat of a different look as well, adjusting quite a few of their chess pieces across the board, going for more of a set up and execute type of beat with the Nomad and the Lion coming in here, as well as some of the hard breach that they will more than likely have. I'm trying to think as to if anyone even has hard breach in this lineup. I think Lion does. Actually, no, he doesn't. He has stun grenades on. I was going to say, I don't think he has them any longer, but I could
we don't even have it
potentially be
equipped.
wrong about that. So, but past that, nobody else on this lineup is actually going to have secondary hard breach. So there's going to be a funnel setup. They're literally rushing this. That's a Gone 6 in this man's head. That's an EMP there. And action. We're in, and we're taking gunfights. YZN, not able to get anything done, but they will be able to at least claim office, and that's going to give Skeptic some space to, well, just die, as they'll trade that out. It's a 2 versus 3 in favor of Rogue at the current moment. Deepak at some lower HP than he'd like to be, and really no way in order to get it back. Spunk will take him down as it's all left up to Flexi, who was on the counter angle to try and help with this calamity, but as you can see, that did not go too well.
Yeah, if the deep sight player from Victus was able to stay alive there in the 2v3, there may have been a chance for this to be workable for Victus, but now that it's been brought down to Flexi, yeah, it's going to get absolutely decimated. Always a little awkward when those rush plays do not work out, but Rogue, unfortunately, spotting that play from the moment it began and adjusting themselves quite nicely too. Bit dodgy inside of the gunfight, but they held on to a staging ground over towards the Solarium side of the site and were able to use that to deny the remaining presence to get themselves into the site, more importantly, get a plant onto the ground. So Victus trying to go for a bit of an all-in play, doesn't work out well for them, and unfortunately happens at a pretty inopportune moment as well, as they've just thrusted Rogue up onto map point as a direct result of that.
Yes, indeed, and this is looking more like a full best of 3 at the moment. So now for Rogue, with the potential to close it out here on Victus's map, in a 7-4 fashion. They're going to bring it over to Gaimin, and the Frost coming back into play for the window play that we see quite often around this area. Going to still have some pretty cool odds and ends coming in, like Sploit back onto the Alibi, as well as the Mirror coming into play. But we kind of already broke that one down earlier. It's going to be the stock, as well as the top library balcony here being played out with this Mirror. So past that, though, still going to have the discs and everything else in between for Rogue. Victus, though, they're going to be shifting gears yet again. Sledge in for YZN. Flexi will be off of the Nook and onto the Twitch, just feeling the firepower over the frags and sneak value that you get out of that Nook.
Skeptic going to be the first among a few others from Victus to move forward here, and we'll see them take position once again for that staging ground next to Library quite quickly. Unfortunately, or at least for Skitey, he walks directly past the games room window here and is just going to end up pre-fired, it looks like, from the inside. Rogue able to strike true for themselves, shut that one down, and unfortunately bring Victus down to a reduced number of players before this round even really gets started here. Nicely done from Rogue, though, to be able to line that up for themselves, and they can chill out now. They can play back into the site for the most part and just let Victus work towards their execute, as they don't have much to fear here, given the fact that they're already up 5v4.
Yeah, with that being said, I mean, Victus are just going to take their time. You know, they are at a disadvantage at the current moment, have to try and gather some more info. Flexi, at least be able to see the player at the top of the balcony. Once they're still playing around the area, and he's going to be able to get the Mira, so it's going to make things a little bit more complicated. Flexi more than likely going to try and slide yet another drone in here and potentially get the bottom drone, or rather Mira, as well. And a little bit of a slower play at the current moment. Oscar made in as he's going to hop. Sploit inside of the small area here at Fort Library. The potential swing coming through soon. YZN will at least be able to get the initial one, and we're going to have Sploit with potentially 3 here. The double kill and started to damage up the last member quite handedly. Lots of damage onto YZN. So won't be able to finish it. A single sliver's worth of HP holding him away from death. Sploit knows that he made the move for Ego Balcony to be able to hold this in from the office, but I don't think that he knows that he's crossed. He can see this gun barrel right now. Oh, it's so very close. Sploit's going to start moving forward, but this could give up the audio cue. Audio and Siege quite important. He's going to shift back, and he'll be able to claim his life as well. A triple kill now for Spoit. One of the best rounds we've seen from him inside of this series.
So now it's just Skeptic up against the world here in a 1v3, nearly getting tripped up by that clone as well as he peeks out into the hallway, but quickly realizing his mistake. The problem is the shot more than likely giving him away, and the camera definitely doing so as he just does a quick little crouch check, knowing that he messed up there. Not going to be too big of a deal as the round was unfortunately nearly at its end regardless. The Spoit difference seems to push our friends from Rogue into a much better position as they take solid control here over our second map. They're going to be able to tie up the series at 1-1 and send us to a third and final map over on Cafe Dostoyevsky here. It's going to be quite the fun affair, and we're not going to waste much time, ladies and gentlemen, there. Rogue is back in it. We want to make sure they're ready to go for their third map, so we are going to go to a quick break, and when we do come back, we'll have that third and final map ready to rock and roll to see who is moving onwards, continuing their conquest here in the upper bracket, and who unfortunately has to fight it out in the lower bracket. Stick with us, folks, and we'll be right back. And welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the Gamers Without Borders qualifying event here for all of our regions. Actually, we'll be jumping around them throughout today. My name is Blue. Joining me here once again on the broadcast is Stokes, and we're getting ready to head into the third and final matchup of one of our opening games for our European qualification bracket, that being between Victus and Rogue. Rogue having the surprise loss in the first map of only 2-7 on border for their own map pick, but they do rebound quite nicely here on map number 2 and are able to claim Chalet for themselves, tying it up at 1-1, getting us ready for our third and final map now on Cafe. Stokes, what's your take here on the first 2 maps and any bold predictions you may have for our third map coming up in just a few moments?
Nothing really too bold. I think the big thing is that Cafe is just such a different flavor than what we saw with those first 2 maps. So we're really going to see a big change up for both of these teams and what's being asked of them on, both sides here, especially when it comes to the offense. It's going to require a lot of clearing. I'm excited to see if Victus can, still play with such a tempo inside of a map like this.
Yeah, I think that Victus's aggressive strategies are probably going to find a bit of a short point, I think, here on Cafe, just because of the way the map works, especially on third floor takes and whatnot. Those types of try to just straight up pushes we've seen from them, like the rush play we saw towards the end of their game on Chalet, even though that round didn't work. I think we've seen similar plays that have worked out quite well for this team. Just overall, it's not going to land as nicely on a map like Cafe, where you're denied out much more heavily. You do need to establish those sorts of like staging grounds and clear out utility or hard lock players before you can even begin to consider making moves like that. So may have to see a different kind of style on things come out from Victus this time. At the same time, we could be surprised here if they still are able to make that work for themselves and then build that on top of a pretty solid defensive half as well. Either way, should be a good time, as these first 2 maps have been quite competitive despite the scoreline from map number 1. Map number 2 was a very back and forth affair, and I'm hoping the Cafe is the same thing, so we get a real winner out of this matchup to see who moves onward and who heads down to the lower bracket. Important to mention, folks, that we do indeed have a lower bracket here, so the losing team is not going to be eliminated outright at this point in the bracket.
Nope. So yeah, a little bit of a buffer there. Don't have to worry too much about losing out immediately. And I mean, that could be good news for one of these teams. And luckily enough, we'll find out momentarily. Cafe starts now between Victus and Rogue. We're getting into the ban phase here, and Victus will have the opener as they'll be starting on the defensive end. And what do they want to remove outright? Another thing is, are we going to get another Azami ban on defense?
I think it's very possible. It's kind of been what Victus is hard locked in towards every single game, so I don't know why Cafe would be any different. They are going to start on the defensive side, so maybe they've got a secret plan to utilize it here, but I think more than likely they'll end up with it banned. Either way, their attacker ban is already done and dusted here. They're going to knock out Flores. Same move as we saw from them back on map number 1. Makes perfect sense when you consider how strong Flores has become, especially on maps like Cafe, where he can obviously knock out the utility that's otherwise inaccessible to more directly thrown utility. So going to be getting rid of him just to remove that comfortability factor from Rogue. Nook as well goes away. That's another ban we saw come out of Rogue back on our first map, so just repeating it there, bringing it back. And also Valkyrie going to be their second and final choice for our first defender ban here.
Just cross your fingers. Everybody at home, just cross your fingers.
It's gonna happen again.
Let's see what we get.
It's going to be a zombie again.
Let's hit the lottery.
Be very surprised.
It's Mira!
They actually in. That's didn't expect that, to be honest with you.
This is like that meme where the guy stops right before he hits diamonds while mining. You just didn't believe, John. You had to go one step further, and you would have had a zombie, and she's in now.
All right, jinx it in our favor, and you all can thank me now.
I mean, that's true. That is true. Unluckily enough, we won't have her here in the initial round going to bar cocktail, but we are still having some interesting plays across the board here, obviously, as well, not too much, out of the ordinary really going on the offense, but the defense, this is looking quite stoic in what they want to try and go for. I mean, they're looking into more like the Maestro with, a lot of deny here with the ADSs as well as Wamai and the laser gate. So they just went completely into that. I mean, Flexi's really just here to make sure that the walls don't get instantaneously exploded. So it really looks like they want to make sure that Rogue has to go through the whole enchilada in order to achieve anything with this top floor.
Actually, again, just really surprised that this map out of all three of them is the one that Azami is allowed in for play, because I feel like this is the map out of all of them where you have like choke points or very claustrophobic areas of the map where those where her utility can be used quite effectively. I mean, like just straight up like blocking off areas like pixel access and stuff when you have to fall back from it, for example, things like that. Obviously, it can be dealt with very easily given how Sledge is still generally a mainstay for attacking teams on this map, but it still adds that extra annoyance, and especially when you're coming down to the wire of like 30-40 seconds left, if that's Sledge or even another member that needs to take care of it is not in the correct position to do so, it could throw things off to a degree where it could put you in kind of a pole position on the defense to win a map. So we'll be very curious to see if Victus or Rogue try to use her later on in the game, as it does not seem as though Victus need her, at least for this first hold up on the 3rd floor. One that Rogue is now getting their first peek of now as they've started to ascend the building.
Well, as you know, it's going to require a lot of drone work before we get to any of the fun tidbits here, unless Oscar has something to say about this. He seems to be in quite the aggressive position. I believe he's actually down low inside of Red Hallway, though. Those silhouettes do kind of get weird when you're staring down at them, and in fact, he is. He's at the bottom of Red Stairs here, so does have the potential to just go for the swing and go for the frag. Obviously, no nitro cell inside of this kit, so doesn't have the luxury of that at the moment, and also his fall back towards mining, and it's actually barricaded, so his only route out is he wants to shoot that barricade down, which not the best thing with that 16-round magazine, is down Red Stairs, which could potentially be cut off later depending on Rogue's information gathering. But zero information when it comes to Red, speaking of which, and info for Oscar, and this is the freest to freeze. Nobody's paying attention literally at all, as Oscar's going to get away, and he's just going to get away scot-free. YZN's going to kill somebody as well. And Rogue already being picked apart inside of these opening minutes.
So a great start to this round and this game for Victus here, as Rogue have nothing to claim after those 2 kills are thrown against them. And man, can't tell. Oh man, the 2-for-1 bait. I guess Deepak is okay with that, but the rest of Rogue, probably not so much the case here, as he's now left alone out here on the rappel. IZN just
like, I don't like
single-handedly shutting down the assault from this game and leaving Deepak in a very awkward position here. This is surely a round that's going to go into Victus's hands unless we see some absolutely amazing stuff come out from Deepak in the next 40 seconds.
Well, I'll have to see if they're actually using this as a makeshift timeout. Doesn't necessarily seem like it, as though Deepak will move right off of the roof immediately. A little fake stutter step back there. If you guys saw it, he tried to fake the audio drop to see if anybody would peek and pre-fire, get some free information for himself. Deepak now on to new balcony. Not too much really going on with the situation. There's nobody that's going to peek. I mean, like, in this situation, Victus played this out perfectly. Like, you shouldn't try and go and chase this person down. You should just play for the angles and wait for them to get into more of a kill box setup. And that's exactly what Victus allows. Rogue more or less just defeat themselves in that situation, as Victus play off of what we were talking about before, all of that denial on that top floor, making it hard for Rogue to dislodge these Victus members. And they win all of the gunfights as Rogue try to handle that situation. It just makes things way too difficult. And to be honest with you, the oversight of Oscar on Red Stairs cannot go unnoticed. That was something that should have never happened.
The members of Victus able to get away with quite a few bandit-style plays at the beginning of this round here, just stealing them right out of Rogue's hands, and that puts Rogue into a very awkward scenario right from the beginning of the round, one that unfortunately they try to make up for with even more aggression. We saw this at least one round back on Chalet, if I remember correctly, too, where they just tried to kind of throw more of themselves at the problem to see if they could correct it with just raw aggression, and it didn't really work out. Only fed YZN 2 more kills, left him with a healthy 3 coming out of that first round there, and Victus overall with far too much control over the situation. The last player on Rogue to course correct anything back into their team's favor. So it's 1-0 lead for Victus. They're going to try to make it 2-0 now with the first floor hold. So we see them head down into Kitchen for this second round.
Oh, okay. I like what I'm seeing here. We're opening up the Red Hall here. My cat's trying to eat my headphone wires, man. I'm gonna have to set him down soon. He's just he tries to do this all the time. But either way, this angle is really nice for coat check, and that's the main thing. We're more than likely gonna have a coat check there, I would assume, from Victus, just to try and potentially hold down that area and make things a lot easier. If Rogue wants to go for like a fake retake, that angle is gonna be super harsh for them trying to work in like K1 and K2. But the good news for Rogue is that they have Leon on Monty. Now, Monty, within like the last year, has been nerfed when it comes to the amount of explosive damage that he takes. He takes a decent amount more through the shield now, but a lot of teams have found him still very strong inside of the amount of pressure that he's just able to apply pretty easily by simply just being there. If you ignore a Monty, you're more than likely going to die to the pistol quite soon while trying to manage other angles. So now some frag grenades and some other things inside of Prep Kitchen only deal a little bit of damage to Skeptic. Drones now to try and assist and get some extra information on the bakery player here of Flexi playing in behind the glass paints. Skeptic, though, will be inside of Prepped with Skydie trying to assist from above. Oscar, though, holding things off over on red. The first minute for Rogue already expiring. Oscar's actually going to shift himself down the stairwell. Still able to hold on to things pretty well around the map as Rogue has basically abandoned all hope when it came to this bakery take. Rogue Nitro Cell, speaking of which, will actually fly out the front door. Flexi is giving that one to the birds. And now Victus have to really stand still and see what Rogue's next move is going to be.
It's not a total loss here for Rogue. They did manage to bait out all 3 of the Toxic Babes from Skeptic, so he's out of utility for the rest of this round. We can see that, yes, indeed, though. As Stokes just mentioned, Rogue's drone economy is in the toilet in the meanwhile. Just 2 of them remaining. Oscar is going to be able to take out Cryan as well for the first kill of the round. So while this was building up to something that Rogue may have been able to work towards when you consider the wasted Toxic Babes on Skeptic, or at least the one just used for delay earlier on, it's going to be a little tough for Rogue to make the rest of this momentum move forward as they only have the 2 drones remaining. We can see the position inside of Christmas is going to become a bit problematic here as Leon just brute forces his way up to it. Spoit also getting the first opening kill here for Rogue inside of the round. They're going to be able to actually carry it forward as Deepak gets another one too, but Spoit gets distracted by the motion sensor of all things. Kanto, though, with a nice nade from up on top, quickly corrects again here for Rogue, keeps them in the fight and in control of the player advantage here. The drone going to spot out one of the 2 remaining elements for Victus, as we're going to see Skeptic down below get found out. Leon should be able to brute force his way over to that angle, but you may have noticed already the player's already relocated from the silhouettes, gone instead towards the main kitchen entry, and they won't be able to confirm that because they're out of drones now. Kanto still knocks out Flexi, though, and leaves Skeptic all on his lonesome. This is the player that moved. This is the one they weren't aware of. If he can deny this plan outright, the round may end right here, but no! Deepak too quick on the exchange. The round will, in fact, go to Rogue, and a very nice recovery given to them, all things considered.
Very well done from Deepak on the cover, too, because that was going to be a very quick exchange. And if anything went awry there, that could have been a Victus round just based off of the timer. But luckily enough, they persevere, and Rogue will be able to claim their first. Victus, very solid initial defense, just staving off a lot of what Rogue wanted to do, but the Monty working out extremely handedly, as well as even with the low drone economy, Leon getting so much information on site with that singular drone, Blue. He saw so much as to what Victus had to do, especially in the back end where they wanted that plant, and Rogue abused that extremely well. So nice build up around the bunker area and able to get the plant off right inside of that area as Deepak just holds from freezer. I mean, very straightforward from that moment, but I mean, it was quite the road to get there as they had to fight through Victus body after body.
So Victus are going to falter at the very end of that round. Seemed like they had decent control over things as well, but Rogue, again, that capability to suddenly insert themselves into the building, and great utilization of the Monty as well to kind of bully their way in for the first few positions they had to fight for on the first floor. That was not an easy push to make, given the crosses that could have come out from both inside of Christmas as well as deeper inside of like the kitchen breach and whatnot. So Rogue making the best out of a bad situation, still able to get themselves in. That's also with them losing the opening gunfight too. So beautiful recovery from them, and as well built off of the kind of good wasting of utility from earlier on. The smoke that was being played out there from Victus, like I talked about, was pretty much out of delay capability by the minute and a half mark, so Rogue knew that and probably was a big part of their plan to trying to insert themselves from the other end now that they knew that those Toxic Babes weren't going to come back to fight them at any point. Starting out on this round, Rogue is starting things from the roof position. It looks like once again they'll work their way down, as it is going to be, I believe, a second floor hold from Victus coming into this round, so Rogue will need to make sure they clear out that extended cocktail position if Victus are indeed playing into it. It looks like that's the case from the silhouettes we can currently see. Cryan, though, nearly getting himself found. That is, I believe, a Nitro pops open that secondary hatch, leaving Cryan just a little bit too close to it. He goes down to about 30%, but is going to get boosted up a bit more, thankfully, because Finka is in play for the attack.
A hot zone for Spoit awaits him as he enters into Cigar Shop. As one in Pixel, one back on stage, and another one in Hut. Is close left. I don't know if the drone's gotten this either. A free pick initially. No swing from the Hut player yet either, so they're going to be able to at least keep the advantage. This drone more than likely going to be able to claim that. Oh no, I don't think that he knows that he's here. Hasn't shifted at all. I think the Hut player is actually safe unless he abandoned ship. No, he's still inside of here. Oh
Boyd's
no,
so
Spoit
safe,
will
though.
have no idea here. He'll think this is entirely droned out as he moves forward, but he hasn't made the misstep just yet. He's literally just moving back and forth, but here it is finally. But oh, the trigger discipline still inside of here. He finally takes him down and he's out. Oscar gets away with it all as he runs into Shaco. Has to move back as it'll be Skydie to take him down. Able to move back through as Oscar will take Cryan, rotating out of Shaco. And what a kill from Oscar. The trigger discipline, the entire thing. I mean, a delivery from this Victus roster here in round 3.
Bit of a misstep there for Rogue in the utility, or rather the intel department, to allow that to happen in the first place, but Victus will take what they can get here. Rogue, however, not giving up just yet. A 2v3, especially given what happened in the previous round, certainly going to be a workable win for these guys here as they try to bring this round back and allow them to take the lead away again from this Victus roster. Victus, though, are not taking any chances. As you can see from that setup there, they have fallen back to the most extreme extent they possibly can and are looking to play this to the most passive extent possible as well. Library player is going to have a bit of extra pressure thrown against them. It will be Skydie that'll have to contend with that. Taking a position behind the fallen bookshelf, though, should yield good results here against the swing from Leon as he's going to move in, try to get the plant down onto the floor. Skydie will be successful in being taken out by Dapek a little bit closer to the front of the site, but ultimately Oscar again will trade out not only the play from Leon inside of the site, but the play against Dapek as well, shutting down the advances from Rogue and giving Victus this round instead.
I mean, this is hard fought at the current moment. This is back and forth cannon fodder from both of these teams. It's been incredible stuff here on Cafe. And honestly, I really have enjoyed the aggressive plays we've been seeing. You know, it kind of builds up to a boiling point. And that's what I really appreciate about Cafe when it comes to teams that play like this, right? It's not really front loaded where you're going to have like a bunch of bodies just immediately fall unless you really have like a rush strat or something like that. But there's always going to be these moments where just because you didn't check a singular corner out of like 17 corners, there's going to be a person inside of Hut or something like that. It's just, there's always those little tidbits. You have to make sure that you are checking that box when it comes to a map like this. And when it comes to these very fast teams that are trying to get into the building and take these gunfights, sometimes it goes awry. And that's exactly what we saw inside of that round. Victus using that to its fullest and taking it. I will see if they can continue to run away with it on this defensive end.
Rogue, of course, looking to quickly change things up in their own regard, seeing no reason to switch the operator lineup. Is going to keep everything original to what they picked in the prep phase, so this should have good intel about what to expect coming into this round. For Victus, however, they still need to be ready for the initial entry attempts, as that's been the part that's remained fairly strong here from Rogue, despite the follow-through that may happen afterwards. Spoit has been nearly an unstoppable force when it comes to these opening plays. They'll still have to be paying very close attention to his opening advances as well as what the rest of Rogue will be working towards. After that is when Victus seemed to have much better control over the situation, just catching those initial plays where they're getting tripped up right now. Thankfully, here on the third floor hold, it shouldn't be too complex to read into, as the attackers really only have one realistic way to play into it, and it's all going to start from the red hatch position that we can see Deepak and a few other members of Rogue beginning to toy around with at this very moment.
Every member of Rogue practically on drone at the moment. In fact, they all are. I was giving them the benefit of the doubt. I thought somebody was active at the current moment, but in fact, no, everyone's on drone trying to gather information, and they've at least found out that a couple ADSs exist inside of Christmas, as well as a bulletproof camera. They'll get rid of both of those. There's some frag grenades in the pocket of Spoit. One drone down at the moment. The drone economy already taken a hit here for Rogue. Only down 2, so not the biggest worry in the world at the current moment. Be able to hop back onto these drones as well. Have a solid position already inside of Cigar Shop, but where is the rest of the Rogue roster? Besides that Christmas rappel that we see, we're going to have another one coming inside of the triple, or rather the ticket wall here inside of Christmas. Some bathroom presence from Victus as well. Lexi currently inside of Freezer. no one really trying to make a forward move as of yet. Brian down on his cooldown at the current moment. I believe he's waiting for this so he can burn the laser gate. Still has a frag grenade to be able to abuse here, so more than likely looking to do something with this.
It's Rogue with the opener again, and it's also Spoit being the player to find it as he takes up position, as you can see. A nice example of here, right at the very back of the piano, trying to ace his way through it. Cryan is going to get the next piece of the puzzle instead of him, however, taking down Skeptic, and Spoit still ready to move himself through, is not ready for the immediate repeat from Skitey there. The two-player combo is a bit too much to deal with, and Skitey on the back end of it also catches Cryan as well. Both of the entry players that have been impacting on this round from Rogue now dead, done and dusted, at least until we get to round 5. It also evens up the player count into another 3v3. Leon gonna see if he can make up the difference now as he tries to advance forward. Oh, but is lined up with a beautiful headshot opportunity against Oscar. It'll be a body shot that kills him. He's able to go back, but no! Thought for sure we would have had the refrag there, but not gonna happen. Leon goes down. Skitey gets himself 2 more. And now it's just Deepak in the 1v2. We've seen clutches like this go by the way of Rogue before. Now this time as well, the timing not playing into his favor. He's got to move soon, and it's just not going to happen. YZN shuts it down, and it's Victus taking control of another round.
It's not Victus taking control of another round. It's Skitey taking control of another round. He shuts down Rogue's entire offensive onslaught. They try and throw it at Whitehall. They die. They try and throw it at Cigar. They die. They try and double back. It doesn't matter where you try and rotate to. It seems like Skitey is everywhere. As that MP5K simply cannot miss the heads of Rogue inside of round 4. And that's going to be, I believe, yes, indeed, all of his... Wait, no, reading the wrong thing here. Actually, a majority, yes, indeed, of his kills. I was reading YZN's kills there for a split second. Of Skitey's kills coming inside of that round. Previously 1 and 2, now 5, 2 and 1. Incredible stuff from him in that round. And Victus at least guaranteeing a tie on this defensive side.
It's done again here from Victus, constantly showing the force that they can contend with here, so that they can tango with the best of the best, and they're going to be able to potentially continue doing so if they're able to follow through with a victory here today, of course. Rogue, once again, if they end up dropping this one, will have their own opportunity to bounce back against us in the lower bracket run here for the Gamers Without Borders European qualifying brackets. Of course, of 2 other European teams. I believe their match is being played over on the primary stream right now, one of which being Heroic. So another great challenger here in the EU scene, looking to make their stuff known as they also want to contend for that spot at our Grand Finals event, where we will have $2 million on the line for our players directly. So teams definitely wanting to fight for a spot at that. Going back into this game, though, and seeing how Rogue will try to correct things in these last 2 rounds to try and tie us up at 3-3. Starting it out with a straightforward play yet again, as they'll be popping open the 2 roof hatches for themselves and beginning to clear things out from here. It's all vertical for these guys, and despite that fact, Victus actually have not set up too heavily against this. They are going to be playing mainly horizontally. I think a bit of an extension onto the 2nd floor, but since they are back down in the kitchen, they are focusing most of the defenses on that floor itself.
Yeah, and Rogue are just going for the free clear here with the Jackal as well, so this should be a fairly straightforward affair for them on this first, or 3 and 2 clear. Get rid of all the cameras and everything else in between. Somebody's going to run outside, but nobody on Repel more than likely for Rogue. They're pinching out the rest of the rooms. Crown will be playing on white just in case somebody does want to try and rotate. Whether there be somebody here, but obviously we know they're not, or if somebody comes up the actual staircase. Oscar will be holding the bottom of red. We see him in similar positions before, like the first round, and now he has a chance to get away with something again, something dastardly if he does, in fact. He'll be able to get back down into the waiting arms of his teammates and more than likely claim a life and get away with it. And in 20 seconds here, as Rogue are finally working on this flooring. Quite a few holes already made, in fact, 2 breaching charges down. If you put them on the outside wall inside of that hallway, they'll actually break the flooring up as well, which is a really convenient thing. You just got to put them at crouch level, so little thing there for people at home. But past that, though, Rogue need to continue to try and abuse this. They do have Cryan on the soft destruction here as well, so they can create the angles for bunker, but as you can see, Victus have so much presence. There's going to be so many areas to try and manage.
Kanto just constantly swinging the hammer, looking for an opportunity down below, but not going to be finding it. As you can see, the nearest player would be Flexi. A little bit of damage going on to him there. I think it might have been a nade bleeding over a little bit, but nothing concrete to flush him out entirely. So Rogue continue to guess, look for an opening advantage. They're finally going to find not just one, but two. Kanto finds one on the nade. Cryan gets one with his rifle, and one additional one picked up, I believe, by Leon as well. Beautifully done here by Rogue. Took a while to finally meet the effectiveness they needed it to, but now they flushed out nearly all of the inside presence. It is just going to be Skydie trying to maintain his position way on the Christmas position, and then Flexi over here by Prep. Really no horse left in this race, unfortunately. Tries to peek out, but Daypeak already has his number. Red is going to be able to shut him down, and that's probably the most convincing round we've seen from Rogue so far in this series.
Yeah, I would completely agree. That was very, very well executed. Everything from top to bottom. I really love the operators that they chose for that lineup as well. I think it's a really, really sound strategy. The Jackal clear is super strong on Cafe. And when they give it over to you, it really forces Victus into a pretty pigeonholed position. They have to play that bottom floor and have to be playing towards a place that they can't get isolated because, you know, if the team is fast enough, they can grab a hold of the doors and windows close to you, or at least like a hallway or something, and you're all of a sudden in hot water. So for Victus, they ran into that actually time and time again, at least from what we saw for the mutes position over inside of VIP. I believe it was Skydie who had that unfortunate, meeting with Spoit there as he immediately prone at the bottom of White Stairs. So for Victus, I think that they just need to try and be a little bit more forward with the floor that they're playing on, but still have that opportunity to rotate back. As soon as you start getting that that pressure, like, you immediately have to hightail it. But luckily enough, they're actually going to switch things up here for Rogue's sake. The Jackal no longer along for the ride. And it really wasn't the full crux of the entire setup as well. It's really, really strong for that clear, and if you can capitalize on the information clearing through those two floors. But Nomad is also a really solid option just because of how much stairwell play we've seen from Victus inside of this game so far. Oh no,
man.
not
We're going to see some more of it.
The SMG-11. It's out of the SMG-11.
You're just talking about stair play. Well, YZN at the bottom of the White Stairs, over by the garage run, lines up a perfect play versus Deepak, takes him down outright. No hope of a trade on that one this early on in the round. So that's a free W for Victus right at the very start.
Yeah, just missed droning. There's nothing else past that. That's just a critical blunder. And they're really going to be feeling that one as well, John, because not having Nomad in this position just makes things somebody trying to slip through the cracks. Fortunately enough, though, they do have a pretty solid drone economy for everybody that's alive, but do remember that more than likely Deepek's drones are still existing somewhere on this map as well, so hopefully they're in a good position, but more than likely not for a later execute, as he was more than likely trying to look for what he was going for initially, but obviously not towards the bottom of White Stairs.
So considering that kill, you can see that this pixel position has been completely abandoned from the start of the round. I don't think Victus could, well, didn't really need to, I should correct myself to say, maintain that spot since it was going to be a bit of a risky one. They've already got the advantage for themselves, so it's not really warranted anymore. But chose to leave the shield there regardless. I think if they wanted to go back to it, the slow follow-up from Spoit has actually worked out quite well, as they've been able to find Flexi. So the numbers now evened up. Had to do a very slow crawl to get to that point, but Rogue have re-equalized things. Spoit, though, nearly having a run set against him, but he flips it right back onto Skeptic's head instead, knocking him down and putting the numbers back into Rogue's favor. Beautifully played by Spoit, and again, making up the difference here. He's now going to try and go for a third, but he may not even need it. Cryan has set up yet another kill against Victus here, leaving just YZN and Skydie in the fight against a strong 4 players still standing from Rogue. Cryan as well with another kill here. YZN at least strikes back, finally ending Spoit's rampage, but he's going to take out 3 more players all of a sudden.
That's going to be impossible as soon as Cryan gets on the case. As the LMG 150 bullets, but it's only going to take about 5 in order to decide that round, and it's going to be a 3-3 split here as Rogue will claim defense now. And I mean, if they're as strong as they were inside of those last 2 rounds, Rogue could run away with it at the current moment on this defensive end. But I mean, a lot of really solid gunplay going into those last 2 rounds as well, and Spoit with some magical moments as well.
Absolutely the case. Really looking to prove himself right from the very beginning of his run on Rogue. For anybody who missed it, Indeed, we can confirm. I know the name doesn't reflect it in game, but that is indeed Spoit. For those who missed the announcement earlier, he has officially joined this roster, and he's playing for them. So this is his first official match with the squad. He's been doing quite well so far, certainly making up the difference for Rogue, just not necessarily getting the results I think that Rogue would have liked to come from this matchup here, hoping for a bit of a shutdown in their favor. Didn't get that, as Victus have also put up quite the strong fight in this game also, so making it a little bit more even than I think they would have expected. So regardless, though, that's a benefit to us, the viewers, as we end up getting a very nice matchup. The first of 3 happening today, folks. We've got plenty more Siege happening not only on this channel, but over on the main Gamers Without Borders channel as well. So make sure to go ahead and check that out, as we have 2 more best of 3s on both of our streams throughout the rest of today.
Absolutely. So much Siege to be had, and we're barely through the first best of 3 here, as we still have a potential of quite a few rounds. We're only for round 7. Could at least double up if we want to go to max OT. Better lock in there, Blue. As Oscar will make his way to the roof. Just going to be sledging open some hatches, making things a little bit easier for Victus to work their way in for their initial take. Looks like everyone wants to be working some windows around the Christmas area, though. Can't exactly blame them. Usually a solid beginning to this, as well as this position that you see getting taken up by Oscar with the drone. You can get a lot of different information found out as to what's going on in the area. Be the nade down low. Hopefully didn't destroy his camera. You never know really what's going to happen with those fragmentation explosions every once in a while here. As fortunately enough, survived both of them. Nobody in behind one of the main bar areas either. I believe it's B2 if I'm remembering off the top of my head. Haven't had to use that one there in a little while. But past that, though, Rogue have been able to maintain their man advantage, or rather man count, as has been quite the issue in the past on the defenses. But these last 2 rounds have at least stoked the flame.
A little under halfway through the timer now for Victus to begin clearing things out, and they need to get themselves off to a booming start here as well. Things started quite well for them on the defensive end of Cafe. The rebound and follow-up from Rogue was strong also, able to even out the scoreline and keep us the dead heat 3-3. Now Victus taking control of Cigar for themselves. Yes, that's the easy part of getting this upstairs hold flushed out, but they need to work themselves past this point, knock out the walls either to the bathroom hold or the freezer plate, and allow this team to swing themselves forward here. We're going to see the X-Kairos going off, gives a small window in the bathroom, but nothing actually truly that this team needs. That's a lot better, though, as YZN starts us off strong for the Victus roster once more, catching Leon trying to rotate up through White Stairs and now potentially giving him access to this POV, but Cryan will stand in the way. Nade thrown out against him. That's no problem for him to dodge. It goes way too deep. And on top of that, he'll get the trade against YZN.
Well, Sky taking down Cryan now as Victus gather the lead. It'll be playing things around Stack for the current moment. Has to worry about Pixel as well as Freezer pressure, but also he has a few own men behind him to try and assist, but can't get it done. Almost gets to 180 as the trades go back and forth, but now Rogue had been able to equalize. Skeptic will come in, trying to grab a hold of Cocktail. Oscar now able to win his initial gunfight. It's all going to be down to D-Peck as he's clambering up the White Stairs. As the plan's more than likely going down. Doesn't know exactly where it is, though, as he's waiting off the hot ping, but he's on the far side here. So, in fact, Septic more than likely grab the angle and win this, depending on what audio cues he's able to gather. It's more than likely D-Peck. Oh, he's so very close here. Doesn't know that he's in close to the actual space, as he's actually off of that far Cocktail side, as we were talking about before, and the angle just not working out for D-Peck, assuming that he's inside near the bomb chassis and loses out that fight in full.
So Victus finds solidity at the immediate beginning of the second half here, looking to try and rocket themselves forward, try to take control of this series. 3 more rounds to go, and they will accomplish that, giving us the surprise win for them and sending Rogue as well into the lower bracket. Rogue are going to give up without a fight, though, but they're also not necessarily going to stick around on this 3rd floor hold. We'll be swiftly moving away from that. Unfortunately, lost too much ground far too quickly due to the limited amount of space they had to play with there. A few players misstepping, notably Leon getting caught by YZN at the beginning, and although they saw players attempt to make up for it and nearly did so, Constantly having them force themselves into new positions led to more frags in the favor of Victus and eventually a full clear of the site. For the last player alive for Rogue just could not come back. So moving downstairs into the second floor is going to alleviate that concern, however, slightly gives them the extra space to play with here, and obviously opens up the second floor for full plays. Unfortunately, you don't really want to be caught rotating down there as a defender when you're holding the third floor, just because of how easily the attackers can pinch that out, both from their upstairs red hatch hold, as well as that rappel we saw in the very last round from YZN over on white here. So a little bit more freedom of real estate for the Rogue members to rotate around here and hopefully not get tripped up the same things that they fell to on the previous round. Also important to note too, it is going to be the library hold, not the train hold. Also, that is generally the go-to site. We see teams falling back onto the second floor, but sometimes they're feeling the other one.
Seems like we have a pretty unique rotation inside of Frieza that you don't see too often. 3-1, no, we actually didn't make a rotation. Did they end up reinforcing that? No, they didn't. It's still a soft panel to the right-hand side. That's what I was interested in there. So, yeah, it seems like they might have a rotation they can make late if they so choose here. Let's see exactly how that plays into their hands, though, as yes, indeed, Kanto does have an impact, so this could just be a late rotation coming through. We'll have to see how this is going to transpire. But now, for Skeptic, the rest of Victus, in fact, all drone game all the time at the current moment, except for the sledge. Oscar, he's moving forward. We're going to see exactly what's up next for them at the current moment, as he'll be able to gather control of red. And really, past that at the moment, it's really just the next focus of moving on towards holding down Christmas and kind of the split for bar and transitioning into the second floor. Also, a big rotation you can make down low, because this is usually a place where you'll see a lot of roamers or potential to move in between all of these different stairwells. You have 3 options, and that's a big thing. You can take a fight on white stairs, immediately rotate over to brown, or whatever you really need to do when it comes to this area. Oscar's going to be shifting this as we speak over towards brown stairs, as he'll continue to move up towards pillar.
Bit of a lulling moment for both teams. Rogue, noticing the amount of real estate they still have to play with, going to start shifting out a little bit, as you guys are noticing, and try to capitalize on it. But once again, man, it's always YZN with these opening engagements being taken by Victus here. Wins it out once more with his nade utility. Skeptic, in a completely different position, is going to follow it up with another entry for himself. That is going to bring him down quite low. So might be the end of the road for him, but never mind. It's going to be Oscar that falls first off here for the Victus roster, and doesn't fully get eliminated either. The Adrenal Surge ready to go, so that'll reboost Oscar back into the fight. Some defensive utility, such as the Toxic Babes, needs to be baited out. That will explain a bit of the hesitance you're currently seeing from Victus. Without a full upstairs clear, this is going to be a little bit precarious right now here. Kanto and a few of the other members of Rogue are going to have great reinitiation rights, just like that there for Leon. Swings up through Whiskey Stairs. It's going to be Skeptic hiding in the pillars, though, that frags that right back into the favor of Victus, taking out Leon. And after Flexi's kill, leaving only Deepak alive upstairs, fends off a very aggressive Flexi, who tries to end the round right now. And as well, Deepak tries to deny this plant, but will fail in doing so, thrusting us into a 1v3 clutch for him.
He thought they were going to plant anywhere besides the default spot, but that's exactly where they did indeed plant. He tries to manage all of the other angles and might be able to find one here with a shotty. He downs Skydie. Be able to claim that at least. He's on the timer, though, and on about 75% worth of his HP, he will drop into Laundry. Has one on white stairs, but he has to win this fight. The cross more than likely coming in soon. He's got the isolated challenge now as he tries to come down white stairs. Deepak the challenge back, though, because the timer's so very low. As he realizes it, he's been baited towards white stairs, and Skeptic will get the kill from reading. Victus Gaimin with a 5-round advantage.
Victus so close now, just 2 rounds away from shutting it down. Probably gonna have a pause. Never mind. It looks like we got that player connected after all. Thought we had a player DC. So we were going to have everybody ready to rock and roll, and Victus will indeed be rocketing themselves towards a quick victory again, potentially here. What could be 7-3 if they're going to go unbroken. Rogue wants to stop that, but so far has been powerless to do so on their defensive half. The second as well as third floor holds have been flushed out, and at least that last round, a little bit of an unorthodox clear from Victus too, ignoring the upstairs hold entirely, and still able to brute force their way past those pretty rough trade angles they had to deal with inside of Pillar there to eventually take site control. So props to Victus for making that one work, considering how they had to approach it. Now Rogue certainly has to be shaken a little bit about the potential outcome of this one. Even falling back to the first floor hold may not necessarily yield results for them here, which may force them onto one of the other two sites they've already played and unfortunately have already lost.
All right, well, Rogue needing this defensive round to stave off Victus, making it up and on to map and match point. Cryan will be getting the hatch at the current moment. Victus now into play. We're gonna have the Jackal in play as well. Touched on it previously, how much information this operator can give you on a map like Cafe. You can just clear out floor after floor quite handedly, and with a team that is obviously coordinated like it would be in comp, it makes it quite easy to clear things out and potentially get yourself an early pick. Also gonna have some more info game coming in on this lineup with the Yana from Skydie. Been seeing that time and time again. So now for Victus, they've lost an initial drone, but they've already started to work their way upstairs. We have some angles being held, at least for the hop outs here over on the blacktop side. Scotty will try and make sure that no one tries to influence his position from red. Oscar's already gotten in upstairs for Cigar to see if he can potentially find any extra information.
Oscar will continue to hunt out any of the roaming members of Rogue. Only going to be able to potentially find one, but it's Cryan making that impact for Rogue here. Already finding Flexi. Oscar chasing down with a drone as well. He's going to spot these feet. He sees them as red as well, so he knows that they're going to be close by. He tries to desperately look for where this player has fallen back from. Fortunately, not going to be able to get a good lock on that. This player working themselves back over here into train yards, but the angle just so rough for Oscar to fight out against. Thought he might have been deeper inside of the corner in that little train that sits there, but no, he swung out ready to take the fight. And despite the low HP he now sits with, Cryan, great control of all of Victus's movement right now and really limiting their ability to focus on the actual site play. He may very well win this round for the team single-handedly as he finally goes down, picking up a third kill in the process.
Very well done from Cryan. A valiant effort on this second floor. They'll be able to take out member after member from Victus. Red Stairs now seeming to be on the docket for them, and a great cross here from Deepak as they've opened up this entire coat check angle like we had seen on Victus's side. And again, this is such a strong angle when it comes to those kitchen plants. Trees are going to be seemingly the body they want to try and go with. They'll open things up at the bottom of white as well, as it's only down to Skeptic and Skydie. Out of this 2 versus 4. Frag grenade out, but they have no idea where anybody is at the current moment. There is currently a player over inside of Booze, but he's dead to Skeptic. His timer continues to dwindle, though. They have to try and trudge along. There is not much time to try and hesitate.
Skeptic ready to move in here. As Stokes mentioned, not a lot of time remaining in this round. Needs to be a fast play from Victus, especially when you consider they've got an extra player to knock out as well. The nade thrown in almost throws them off, and instead, we don't even get to see it because the flash blinds us. It's just a well-placed nitro from our defenders sitting behind the counters. Catches them on timing, too, as you see from the replay. The second member of Victus just waltzing right in as the nitro cell was landing. So very unfortunate for them, as their execute strategy ends before they can even really get it started, and Rogue start to bounce back, although Victus still has one more attempt here to maintain the lead at a 5-4 scoreline.
Bar Cocktail Lounge up next here for Rogue as they're trying to shore up this scoreline. They're within striking distance now and still have the ability to close this out in regulation. And also, oh my, do you see what I see?
What do we got? Oh,
we
wow.
have an
All
Azami
right.
for the very
Finally.
first time here. This is officially going to be the very first round that you and I have ever casted Azami. This is it. Gamers Without Borders.
It's fitting that it's Spoit as well. It's going to chip on the Azami. So already some interesting things being lined up. There was like a really aggressive, I think it's meant to support Pixel, one that was like thrown up against the little half wall bar where Piano is and Cigar. So that one's probably going to help him out a little bit in terms of contending against the window and a few other positions. Here's another one. Okay, this one could be interesting too, because that could open up, that could restrict the like angles that they have from the roof. I'm just trying to guess as like Spoit tries to pre-line these up. He's not even throwing some of them yet. But either way, it's going to be a good start to the round. Though. Yeah, for Skeptic and the rest of Victus, they're going to be able to find Cryan early on here.
Yeah, and it's exactly what you were talking about. A lot of these early knives are usually used to try and set up like cover for yourself. In this position, the one that you saw thrown against the stage wall is going to be the stage window so that the guy can't influence him if he steps up inside of Ticket. And that one on chair is also going to help him because he's essentially created himself a safe space like right up on top of that chair. Like he can move all the way up and then just like jump up and down, as you can see from a bunch of different positions depending on what he has to do with this situation. It seems like that knife didn't really work out. I don't necessarily know what happened there. I think it's gone. I think they blew it up. But either way, though, that's what that initial setup is at least looking like it's meant to influence here. Looks like we might have some track singers, at least what I heard. No, I don't actually know what we just heard break right there. But either way, it's going to be another pickup for Victus, as he'll take down D-Back. Oh, and here we go.
I think
this is what I was ready for.
I want to say that was the second knife spread being
yeah. He's still able the third knife, actually, because yeah. It's the third knife, actually. So she gets him over time. You get the two initially inside of the prep phase, and then it starts to tick down through, and you'll get this
so
one
annoying.
Next, yada. Yeah, it's actually crazy, because now he's just going to laser gate reset it as well. Boop. And now we're just back to the same position.
So Victus have two entries. Go ahead.
So this is the kind of influence that Azami can have with just like the overtime play. Like if you think Wamai is annoying with his ability to claim things like later on in the round, if you've already burned things out, this is a whole different kind of annoying when it comes to positions like this.
So Zamini already showing the type of impact she can make here. Victus, despite the fact that they have two entries, they can't get a single player in the building, at least not on Cigar's side right now. It does look like they have some presence building up towards White. I don't know if they're actually in it or not. Here we go. Spoit peeking out from behind these shields, able to already take down the first member of Victus. That Skeptic going down. It's going to force a D-repel for Flexi to pick up the case. This is how things fumble very, very quickly for our attackers here, largely because of the trip-ups from Spoit's utility here. Kanto is going to take some damage on the other end. Victus is trying to make their pressure from the White Stairs side work, and Spoil wants to be somewhat careful of that too. If that pressure builds into too much, obviously it's a shot directly in his back, so he has to make sure that his teammates are constantly giving out intel in that regard. Victus finally moving away from this, going directly for the Red Hatch entry. They'll get it out in their favor. They will be denied on Cigar, but it looks like a player was able to over towards New Hatch. Well, the second one as well finally reduces. They take out literally everything else but the Azami and leave her last. That seems to be the winning strategy here this time. The Azami, though, I would say specifically, works out brilliantly. Just Victus was able to ignore it and work their way past the rest of the defensive setup.
I mean, they had to ignore it. They had two picks and they still couldn't move. Like, it's a 5 versus 3, and they're still looking at each other like, so we go Christmas? I don't really know where we're going. Like, it's very hard fought, because this is exactly what you're saying. Like, there's so many different ways that you can play around those, especially with the positions that they ended up procuring. And the other thing is that you can, like, shut down the window. It's like, oh, you burned the laser gate, now burn this. Oh, okay. Well, it's such a difficult situation to try and fight back from. Luckily enough, just to remind you, if you at home are a little bit of a newer viewer to Siege, Azami's utility can actually be destroyed by simply just punching it. It's explosives or punching it like 3 times.
Right? Yeah.
Yes, it is indeed. It's 3 punches. Yes. So if you punch it 3 times, it's destroyed. So it's in those kind of positions, it's not necessarily great. Also, it's not great for resealing hatches, because if you fall onto Azami's utility, it breaks. I think that they more than likely had that initial thought when they put the character together. It was like, oh yeah, we can have it seal up hatches, but then we had coconut bras and dingleberries of the world start climbing up some boxes that aren't allowed. So we had to remove that. Make it where those break when you climb on top of them. So thanks, coconut bro. We can't seal hatches anymore, and it's all your fault.
I mean, Azami was just kind of turned it into like Fortnite a little bit. Like you were just building yourself
she was
out
the
like a
character
or something.
She really was. Like, she was the main character inside of Rainbow Six, inside of TTS, for sure.
Either way, though, we are at an endpoint here. Victus is able to keep their consistency rocking. 6-4. 1 round is all they need to secure this series and send Rogue down to the lower bracket. This seems to be a tier 2/tier 3 team playing inside of stuff like the NPL and the UKIN. About to knock out one of EUL's best here and send them into the lower bracket. This is beautiful stuff regardless of the outcome. Rogue, of course, still have their opportunity with 2 rounds of their own to swing it back and send us to overtime. So very curious to see if they can maintain positioning here. Victus has been truly a tough challenge, especially inside of the opening minute or so of play. Rogue have been constantly losing that opening duel, despite the fact that they have Spoit on their side, where we were able to see that prowess come out on the attacking end of it, having a little bit of trouble properly leveraging his and some of these other players' positions on the defense, which is giving Victus a lot of initiation right at the beginning of these second half rounds.
Absolutely. And now with this info from Rogue, Seems like they actually might have the shoe on the other foot now, as they have the potential to try and take the fights to them. Victus stunning out Whitehall, frag grenades and all but the kitchen sink. Drones now, just trying to make sure that no one's playing the closer positions. Going to be another body inside of the white stairwell, but YZN trying to take him down. He's actually going to go for the rappel here, and funny enough, he's using the spear. He's not even using the LMG that we see almost the majority of the time that we see Finka nowadays, which is also the majority of the time. Looks like he wants to try and go for the upside down rappel, but they're going to be able to get Kanto as he's feeling a little spry, but he walks too close to the sun, and now that actually might be it. They're going a little bit too far. It's a 4 versus 2 as Deepak tries to make sense of the situation. He falls back towards point as they try and reconcile now, but what can the next move be when the upside down rappel is so punishing from YZN? It's down to Spoit, who would have to make a highlight play to win this.
Spoit gonna see if he can make up the difference. Should have been able to hear the footstep cues to his left, but it won't even matter. Takes one with him on the way down, but the game is indeed over, and Victus will be your champions inside of this best of 3. They take it 2-1. Bit of a bumpy ride there in our second map on Chalet, but they're able to bring it back on both Border, of course, for our first map and our third and final map here on Cafe. So they will move onwards further into the upper bracket and knock Rogue down into the lower bracket.
Yeah, a very successful run so far from them. And, you know, at the very beginning of this series, you and I kind of talked about how the T2 and T3 scene kind of has this energetic play style that is starting to become more of the, not even the fan favorite, but just like the play style of Siege. And a lot of these teams can be quite dominant when they're confident in themselves. And I believe that's what we saw today. A little bit of Rogue just not having all the pieces of the puzzle put together, and Victus just coming out quite strong.
So our first map done and dusted. First match actually is finished up with us here, folks. We are going to go to a little bit of a longer break than we've had previously, but when we do come back, we're going to be getting you guys ready for our second series of the day as we move over to Latin America for our next one here, and we'll be having Furious Gaming going up against MIBR. So stick around for that, folks, and it'll be coming up in just a few minutes. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the Gamers Without Borders qualification tournament here. We're looking to find the best of the best from each region inside of Siege and see who's going to be moving on to our main event with $2 million on the line coming up in just a few months' time. On top of that, we've also got $1.5 million to give out in charitable donations throughout the next few days as well. So quite a bit indeed to be spread around. My name is Blue. Joining me here on the broadcast is my co-caster Stokes, and we're getting ready to head into our second matchup of the day, which is bound to be quite an interesting one, mainly because it's not just going to be full of Brazilian teams we tend to generally get inside of these Latin American matchups. One of them is, of course, there's going to be MIBR, which kind of plays into the namesake quite well, but on the other side of it, we're going to be having Furious Gaming, who hails mainly from Argentina, fun fact, with actually one of their players, BLK, coming from Paraguay, so quite a bit of representation from the South and Central American regions there overall. It'll be very fun to see how they fare against, obviously, a team that placed inside of our top 4 in the most recent SI.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be pretty interesting, you know, especially for Furious' sake. We usually see a lot of teams out of LATAM coming out of the Brazilian region, but not really outside of that. So it's going to be really interesting to see kind of how these players have developed, being from a different part of the continent. And it's going to be, a pretty fun affair. Like you were saying, up against MIBR, it's definitely going to be one where it's going to be kind of a test to see what they're capable of. So I'm excited for this.
Very curious to see if there's any regional playstyle differences, too, between what we tend to get out of the hopefully I'm pronouncing this correctly, the Sudamericao circuit that they tend to run over there for all of the non-Brazilian countries inside of the South American region there. So I'm curious to see if we still get that kind of crazy, in-your-face, very aggressive playstyle that we know to come from LATAM, or if we're going to get something a little bit more reserved or maybe a little different. That we don't know, as we haven't been able to spectate Furious Gaming just as of yet, but obviously we know quite a bit about MIBR and the type of performance they bring to the table. So once again, just like our last series, we are going to expect them to kind of be the front runner heading into this one, but as we just saw with our European matchup, we could very much be surprised by some of the results we'll get. Thankfully, you guys don't have to wait very long. We're jumping in to our first map now. We actually did not get the map, so this is going to be a little bit of a surprise for us as well as we jump into it here and see where exactly this goes. We'll make sure to get you guys the other 2 maps before this game ends, so you can know where this series is potentially going to be heading over the next few hours.
Looks like we're going to be hitting the mystery box and seeing what we potentially have. Obviously, it's a 9-map roulette, so, I mean, it could really be anything. When we think about the LATAM region, what do you think is a staple? I'm saying that we probably have a bank in there somewhere. Maybe Border made it through. Most definitely in Oregon. I'm feeling an Oregon in there for sure.
So it looks like we got the picks here, just trying to decipher them really quickly. I know our first map is going to be Chalet. We'll be heading back to that one. Okay. That's the pick from MIBR, so that'll be what we dive into here in just a few moments. Following that up, we are going to be going to Cafe for the second map that was picked by Furious Gaming. And then finally, we'll be left with Villa as our deciders. I think it's actually, as far as like Latin American maps are concerned, maybe with Cafe being the exception, I'm pretty sure I might be wrong there too. I think we ended up in a spot that's pretty familiar for most viewers of that region.
Yes, I do believe so. Actually, I think Cafe might be the most played over this last
yeah, that's what I was saying.
Inside of LATAM. I will double check that as we get into this, just for conversation's sake, because it's always fun having these little conversations about what goes on a region-to-region basis. So let's check real quick. I'm already over on the website, and the most played map is it is Oregon. It's actually 4th. Cafe was 4th most played at 3 plays. It was tied with Border.
Okay, so not a whole lot of Cafe play coming in there, so I might have been right about that point. But we know Villa has generally been a mainstay map inside of Latin America. Even if you go back a few years, they were like the first region that I noticed, at least, that started experimenting with the first floor holds, when it previously was kind of just like you'd only play into the upstairs sites and then maybe you'd extend out the kitchen. They were the first region that was like, nah, we'll play living room as well. Like they would just extend out into that one. So that one's one I think the whole region is very well and familiar with. Chalet, I haven't paid too much close attention to how often that map's been popping up inside of the region, so that one as well, I'll have to wait and see. But as you just mentioned there, for Cafe, that's another one that kind of sits middle of the road, so not so much inter-regional play happening there. We'll have to wait and see who best stat one out when that comes up, I believe, is our second map. Indeed, yes, that will be the case.
Yeah. Chalet has actually only had 1 play inside of the previous stage for LATAM, so or at least for the Copa Elite. So it's pretty interesting what we could potentially see here across these maps, especially when we have maps like Oregon and Clubhouse that both had 7 plays, Bank having 5. Cafe actually having 3 like we were talking about before. You said the other one was Border as well, right?
For our third map, or our third map's Villa on this
Yes.
one. There should be
Villa,
Chalet,
apologies.
Cafe, and Villa are the 3 maps we have here. No,
Yeah,
you're
so
good.
Villa's actually 2. Villa's actually 2 plays. So the other one's Theme at 1, and then Villa's at 2 plays. Still defender-sided. Chalet's actually defender-sided for the 1 play that I had as well. So, I mean, we could have some really interesting things coming through here. You know, Copa Elite's usually a pretty good indicator of how the maps are playing in the region, as, you know, is the regular stages. So it's always those big tournaments that everyone likes to pull out all the stops and see what they can potentially do. But, I mean, I think we're just moments away here from getting into the first map. So, as for Furious, how are you feeling about MIBR, especially not having seen them at the recent major?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of been the curse of a lot of high-placing teams I've noticed at previous majors, is there tends to be a bit of a fall-off. We obviously saw that even with, like, TSM, obviously being the most extreme example of that inside of North America, but it seems like it's managed to hit MIBR a little bit as well. So I'm curious to see the type of performance they're going to be able to bring to bear here today, and especially considering, once again, that Furious Gaming is not necessarily a team that they would contend up against fairly often, at least in the most recent Copa Elite. I don't believe MIBR managed to qualify for that, as they were, like, 6th inside of the Brazilian regional tournament, so they didn't even manage to make it that far. Furious did. They actually managed to place inside of that event, but did not manage to go much further. I think second to last is where they ended up inside of the Elite Six event, so didn't manage to make much of an impact there, but they finally have a chance to do so here today, as we're finally going live, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies once more for the delay of game, but we are into it now here on Chalet between MIBR and Furious Gaming. Furious Gaming has the attacking starts. They'll get our 2 center bands. MIBR on defense. We'll get the 2 outer ones, including this one coming up right now.
All right. Well, what are we getting rid of initially? It's going to be the Nomads, so looking for some aggressive plays from the defensive side for sure. MIBR trying to make sure that there is no potential to knock them down if they attempt to run outside or try and go for a deep rotation. Also, Flores going to be removed from the offensive side, leaving open the entirety of the hard breach game, including Thatcher.
It is going to leave quite a few options available, but in terms of utility clear and kind of attacker security, things are going to look a little bit more drastic, especially with the Nomad band coming in. Either way, Defender band's getting started now, and it's going to be Furious Gaming with the first choice here. Not too surprising, as we're going to end up knocking Wamai out. Still a pretty common pick here when you just don't want to deal with as much utility mitigation on the attacking side. So Wamai lines pretty well with that, as he's generally got the most freedom to place those on a round-to-round basis. Jaeger as well as Aruni are going to be a little bit more limited, so generally tend to leave those up and knock the Wamai out. Valkyrie as well, still the tippity top of our Defender band pool here. She tends to generally be at the very top of that quite often, so no surprise to find her banned out in this map as well. Just another map where she also has quite a bit of general strength, just due to the prop clutter and the amount of places she has to hide her cameras.
Well, you know what that means, though. We've allowed the beast back out and onto the battlefield here for the second time today, but the first time inside of this series. We have Azami available to the defense. She won't be used inside of the first round, so she'll stay dormant. We've already seen her on Cafe being utilized by none other than Spoit for a pretty strong setup inside of Christmas on their bar defense. I'm excited to see if we get to see any more Azami gameplay here today. So this is kind of a first look, as well as I don't know if you saw it on Twitter either, but some of the Rogue members are also talking about this is our first day of boot camp with this roster. So congratulations to them on the start of that. And it seems like it's starting off to a pretty solid start, you know, so it almost feels like we got to see their opener there on Border as a team together trying to figure things out up against a pretty strong roster. But now that we move on to Furious versus MIBR, Furious now out and about and using a pretty straightforward operator lineup. It's, you know exactly what they want. They're looking for the info across the board with some solid soft destruction, but the line to lock things down so these gunfights can tend to go more their way. But that requires a little bit of extra team effort to make sure that things are synchronized.
BLK starting to move himself forward as he takes ego balcony control at the very beginning of this round. Just a setup right now, so not going to see him trying to move further forward, such as into office or through this actual hop for quite some time. It is important to note, though, that MIBR have not gone for the typical hold-off here at Library that we see teams generally trending towards, where they try to reinforce that single-pane window out onto the balcony and put a deployable shield and some other utility there. That's been abandoned entirely by MIBR, so that's letting Furious Gaming pretty much waltz right in here in these opening opening moments, already giving them about half the control they need to funnel their way down, but obviously a bit more control still needs to be gained away from that. MIBR is looking to find their aggression in other parts of the map. BLK going to be able to take down Lucan as he's found out hiding near the piano room, knocking him out and giving Furious a clean opening kill that doesn't look like it's going to get traded anytime soon.
Difficult position now for MIBR, given their positioning. BLK continue to hold things down upstairs with Furious. Not too much to do with the current moment, except try and manage these angles and get rid of these far-reaching pieces of utility, like this Banshee here inside of Fireplace. Gitao will continue to move on down here. Unable to find too much around the main lobby, just pre-fires into the back end of Dining. Looking for that player inside of Kitchen, but MIBR not giving it any looks just yet. Don't have anything to really be able to peer through this smoke. Potential bulletproof, but that's about it. Actually going to end up getting a body, as it'll be Raps that is able to catch one off guard over on the blue side. That'll knock us down to the last minute. You can see how Furious is trying to stay set up here, potentially start working this plant in towards the garage.
Already just waiting for a repeat from Blue Hall here, but I'm pretty sure not going to get it. MIBR have no reason to thrust that player into the open, given the low time scenario and how Furious have very minimal map control. A smart player on MIBR will read the scenario and know that they do not need to get aggressive from this position. Wet's doing the same exact thing from outside of the snowmobile garage breach, looking for a path in as well. And VJ now doing the same exact thing. That player from MIBR, a little bit deeper, Raps, I believe, has been flushed away from that. And Dirty still not able to pick up the kill. So Furious Gaming really struggling to get that opener. Possibly a little bit of luck as we see Falls' HP start to bleed out a little bit there, but still alive at this point. But regardless, Wets gets himself into a position to start for a plant. Filippo's going to get caught transitioning down from the first floor balcony also. Plant will be confirmed. So the slow and steady play from Furious not only works out, but it dominates against this also very passive hold coming in from MIBR. And as such, Furious will take control of the opening round.
There's a lot of negotiating there from both teams, and I think Furious just obviously came out on top of it. It was very well done from them, especially just from the jump. They are able to get one over on MIBR. They kind of fire back over towards blue side, but then Furious are able to take their time and decide what they want to do with their execution. And there's just a lot of that back and forth that we see around the garage area, and eventually Furious just overwhelm MIBR, kind of catching them off guard in a lot of different instances, especially with the plays that went on around blue. And that just makes it toward the plants very straightforward. All of MIBR has to try and recoup and, come for the fight, try and stop that plant from going down, because if it does, it's more than likely the round, and they're just going to lose it out to losing their lives instead. And now MIBR, they're going to retry the basement here, feeling as though there's a lot left in the tank in this position, and I can't necessarily blame them. Over the last year, a lot of people starting to figure out how this Chalet basement defense works. Initially, the worst site, and I mean the worst site on the whole map, is now one of the most defendable ones.
MIBR also coming fairly close to being able to fend off that assault from Furious Gaming. Just those 1 or 2 opening kills going into Furious's favor, unfortunately led to a domino effect where MIBR just was not able to stay in their positions. They did do a great job up until that point of around 20 to 30 seconds, though, bleeding out the time and generally denying most, if not all, presence from Furious, while also still being able to move their own roster around. So just some slight adjustments, a few gunfights going a different direction, hopefully for them. And they will be in much better straits to try and reclaim this one and immediately tie us up at 1-1. With that said, Furious are going to bring a little bit of a different look this time, as we can see, of course, the Candelas coming out for Pachito, as well as the Nook showing up for VJ here. A few things will be different, and that could trip up MIBR in the mid-round. We'll have to pay attention to that and see if it's going to end up happening, of course. And indeed it will, as VJ walks directly into Filippo's position.
Asking you shall receive, John. Oh my goodness. Well, Wets and Dirty as well.
Another one as well.
Yeah, I mean, it just keeps on coming. They don't know where he's coming from. Constantly able to continually proc his primary ability. Really difficult for them to try and keep a beat on him. Reduct even trying to reconvene with these cameras and see exactly what's going on inside of the west main area. Raps is actually going to move his way on over towards bottom blue as well, and Falls has fallen back towards site. Looks like everything has kind of calmed down for the moment, as MIBR have already bled off a lot of bodies, a lot of utility that could have helped them as well, but fortunately enough for Filippox, he will have his Oil canisters still stuck around the site, and those can delay for quite some time. And that could be the play coming up quite soon as it gets knocked down to a 2v5.
Cheeto keeping things strong here for Furious as MIBR attempts to get a little bit more straightforward with their defensive play, aggressive as well, as we're going to see Pachito finally fall victim to this bit of aggression. Rap's going to try to get the confirmation onto that player as well, but no, the Adrenal Surge comes out just a little bit too quickly, and I also think that Toxic Bay either fell short or just didn't plume out the Pachito's position for some reason. So VJ picks up the next frag, leaving Raps all on his lonesome. Raps will get at least one kill to say goodbye for this round. But taking it further than this, that's going to be tough indeed. Still manages to nearly make it work, though, against VJ as he tries to cut his legs off. Doesn't end up working out, though. We see Furious Gaming take control of a second one for themselves.
I love the effort. He at least tagged him. And, you know, sometimes that's what matters most. You just got to put in that work, and he tried to. He at least trying to recoup the round, but not available for MIBR there. It's going to be a kitchen dining room defense after that one. Is I really don't think that the basement defenses are going to be all that successful on this defensive side. It just doesn't seem like they have an answer to the way that Furious are breaking down the map and the way that they're able to really work the pick game initially as well. MIBR, it feels like they're playing quite loose, and it's just allowing a lot of these single-digit kills to go off in different parts of the map. And it's making it really easy for Furious past that because the round's practically already won. You just don't have to mess it up. That's really it. It's like if you play the game well, then you're more than likely not going to lose the round in a 5 versus 3. And so far, so good.
So with Furious having great control, specifically over the early round, and being able to chain that together for the most part. Bit of a bumpy recovery inside of the first round that we saw played out, but as we just saw there in round number 2, things are looking a lot more cleaner for them, especially with MIBR trying to directly contest against the setup from Furious Gaming. Obviously did not work for them, so I would expect a bit of a switch up. Obviously we're already getting one in terms of the site choice from MIBR, but now we need to see if the play style is going to shift at all, or if they continue to move into that kind of a loose hold that you were talking about previously here, which is allowing for Furious Gaming to at least get things started on both of these rounds pretty handily due to the lack of resistance that's showing up from MIBR at the moment.
And now for Furious, continuation of their opening game plan. And as you were talking about, they have been dominant over the initial parts, and it looks like they're going to try to continue to do so. More castle barricades upstairs will be able to stem the tide of Furious Gaming, as they won't have access to the piano angle like they so wanted. I have to end up adjusting over towards Solarium and trying to go for a little bit of a different look. BOK will swing right inside of Solarium. He'll be smoked off immediately, but the extra health allows him to actually keep all of his HP bar. So he'll swing back onto the reinforcement. Dirty still trying to manage the window, but the Nitro Cell will knock him off as Raps will actually take down BOK. That's Finka out the window, and no longer having access to those Adrenal Surges could be damning.
Big loss indeed for the early play on Furious. Certainly will wound the aggressive confidence of our attackers a little bit for the reason Stokes was mentioning. Removal of those Adrenal Surges. No longer do you have that free revive or even the free kind of re-juice up back to high HP. But regardless, for Furious, they still come close to lining up a trade here. Fall's brought down to just a tiny sliver of HP. Thankfully, the other Kona stations spread out as we've seen her brought in. But it's not going to work too well for Tao, as we do see Filippo getting a dirty peek out to take care of him and now secure a second kill for MIBR as we're continuing to see them boost up their own HP, mainly Raps right now getting the juice up from it. Falls, unfortunately, it does not appear he's in a position where he'd be able to get to one of those Kona stations and recover himself. So he's going to continue to be in a bit of a rough patch as a result of that. But for the rest of this team, great control being exercised, especially still over the second floor. This is the big issue now for Furious. They do not have the appropriate clear done. They don't really have the players or the utility to properly get it done with the time they have left. They're going to have to try and go for a bit of a scrap execute here, and more than likely, it'll fall directly into the hands of MIBR.
They're taking their time with these last 30 seconds. There's really not much they can do. Just try and find anybody willing to give them a peek, but don't think that's going to be a pretty hot commodity in these last dying moments. So much of a man advantage built up for MIBR, and this is a professional roster. They're not just going to throw it away. Dirty, he clambers up the stairwell, falls a flame one, a gunfight back and forth, but Dirty's got so many bullets, he can just spam the angle. He'll be able to take down one, but Luca, that allows him to rotate back up. What? Gives him the business initially, but he's taken down by Falls yet again. damning man with his SMG-11. He's able to claim quite a few lives inside of that one.
Very well done indeed, coming out from the MIBR folks as they finally reach some solidity for themselves to lock in round number 1, but will they be able to keep it there is the big question, and I would generally trend towards a yes. It's a pretty definitive hold coming in from MIBR there. Most importantly, just denying the early upstairs clear as well, so Furious Gaming, unlike the previous 2 rounds, never really being given any serious ground to work with there, just stuck trying to get past step 1 for the large majority of that timer, and never really are truly able to accomplish it. So MIBR has very, very safe control over winning that round for pretty much the entire time. Now, have to wait and see, though, what Furious are going to look to try and do to change up their own fate. We do already see an interesting operator pick coming out from VJ there, the Glaz showing up, but it is going to get switched away, as we've just seen with the re-pick over to something more traditional here. It looks like a Buck will be brought instead.
Well, looks like we're going to be having some fun on MIBR's side, at least, and a lot of different variations here. Not only do we have the Azami along for the ride, but also the Oryx, and these mean quite a bit to what could potentially happen here. I mean, I also believe that Luka could potentially just one-shot those with his dash as well, so there could be some interesting mechanics to go back and forth with those two. I mean, I don't know. That's the thing. We're out here in open water now, Blue. I mean, anything's, a potential. So either way, though, for Furious, as you said, the Buck coming into play. The Skeleton Key plays pretty handedly into Chalet. There's a lot of different angles that you can adapt with the Skeleton Key, especially over towards the northern side. But obviously, sadly, this is going to be over towards the southern side, as we are inside of the games and bar site. So now, for MIBR, and specifically for Reduct, it's an early advantage, as they'll be able to take down VJ.
We have the Azami play in here as well for Reduct, of course, creating some more expansive angles for our defenders to be able to hopefully utilize here and shut down some of the aggressive play from Furious. Obviously working out quite well there to net them that opening kill against VJ, but need to carry it forward a little bit more than this, and gonna have a problem doing so as we see Pachito nearly sneaking his way up for free through the Solarium stairs. A shot goes out against him, though, but he's still able to maintain his position, and as Raps is thrust a little bit further back towards Piano, that opens up the window quite literally for Dirty to get a kill for himself. However, he's not in a safe position either. The cross comes out, so does the run out from Reduct there. That'll shut down Dirty, and Filippo chains together one more on top of that. Pachito running into some problems here, too, as he's not brought down low, but is able to make that kill work as he goes in for one final spray. That finishes off Filippo, brings the numbers down into a more palatable scenario. A 2v3 set before Furious, but they have control to start pushing themselves over towards Bar. The issue is they still need to clear out these 2 additional players upstairs and make the transition down to the first floor. And as you can see with them clearing on offense, they have not appropriately droned this out, so they don't have great intel about where these 2 upstairs holds are going to be coming from.
Well, smoke down for Wets to be able to try and break off these angles from Library, but that doesn't stop bullets. So as he moves through here, audio will be quite important. You can see them moving quietly, all except for Ekatown hopping over the glass here. But an easy shot for Wets as he potentially has 2. Luke hopefully won't re-challenge, as he will indeed hop over, trying to stave off elimination as it's knocked down to a 2 versus 2, and one that they can quite potentially win, as Fall's smoke grenades are going to play into this very, very well. Everyone very low on the offensive side, and this is going to make it to where his smokes can legitimately hold them out of sight. Falls doesn't need that, though, as he'll just quickly dispatch both of them. He just walks upstairs. That's all that's needed. Who needs anything else when you can simply kill them?
It's always the least expected play there. A quick little ascent up the stairs. And unfortunately, with Furious not having Overwatch on their flank, they'll get found out. They'll get shut down, and MIBR will claim a second consecutive round for themselves here, tying it up at 2-2, and also now being able to return to the basement hold where they struggled in the past here. We saw Furious able to take both of those openers for themselves, despite the retry from MIBR. So a little bold here heading back to this. We'll see if it potentially yields more results for Furious Gaming on what would be a 3rd successful attack for them, or if MIBR can finally break the curse and guarantee a 3-3 halftime with this site being locked in.
Well, there's a lot of history already with this one, as you were just notating. I don't know how this one goes, but it looks to be the extension. That's all I know, I can tell you that. It's going to be the Vigil, the Mute, and the Mozzie all upstairs here. See how what they want to try and do with map control with this. It looks like Lucan is at least going to start on the north side. I don't believe he'll be sticking around this area. They're more than likely going to try and play over top of the site or try and fall back over towards that library side because blue is a very safe place. Try and get back towards site. Oh, the big thing is here, though, is that really the only safe person past standing on top of a mute jammer is going to be the Vigil in a lot of these different scenarios that DJ is going to throw at him with the EE1D here. It's just about him maintaining his life this time around as to hopefully assist them in getting this next one over inside of round 5. Going to be the library balcony that they're worried about initially as they'll drone out lower sides here inside of Bar Gaming, but obviously the site's going to be all the way downstairs, but they really need to stick to their guns inside of this info game with the positioning of Reduct upstairs.
BLK still working on drone duty here from the Ego balcony. MIBR, 2 of them, in fact, continue to roam around and maintain presence upstairs here. This is the change-up from previous rounds that we didn't really see on those first 2 attempts, and I think MIBR are hoping to utilize here to slow down Furious's Gaming's clear enough to allow them to finally take control over this site, or at least just trip up the execute enough to where the rest of their teammates can scrap it together in those final 20 to 30 seconds. Either way, it seems to be working here in the opening minute and a half or so of the round. Pachito has himself lined up against a rotate position, but they've really been unable to wrangle anyone from MIBR into it just as of yet. They've got this initial opening control by the front living room area, and of course now spotted out that Mozzie being played by Reduct inside of the bar, but in terms of actually knocking him out or flushing him downstairs, that is still yet to come to bear here. Thankfully, Reduct does have an easy rotate, but that's also the rotate that Furious had opened up from up on top, so Reduct would need to be very careful trying to head back to that if that's going to be his intended position. And here we go. Yep, walks right into it. Line and sinker. It is all too easy for Pachito to pick up that opener.
Pachito with a nice play on the buck and hopefully continues on there because they're going to need him here inside of this last minute. It's building up to a boiling point at the moment. MIBR still with a lot of strong positions around the map, though, but they need to have influence. It seems as though the call is to run back to site, though, as they immediately hop 2 here at 50 seconds. Dirty, trying to work kind of a dirty angle here on the stairwell, so he'll hop 2 with the hologram, try and find out some information. A quick impact will take care of that. Is he just going to drop in the staircase? He's looking for it, and he will. Won't be able to find anything just yet, but has a cross for blue here. This is going to be a big interaction. I do believe that this is going to be Raps right around the corner. This could be the smokes that could be holding things off. Going to continue to hold on to the stairwell, and he's going to continue to dedicate him to this area because they won't be able to push him out of main as long as MIBR holds the snowmobile garage. Sun's now starting to come down. It's going to be a double stack over inside of this area. Perhaps now strong positioning, but this lean, they could see his hip potentially. He's going to let one through. Oh, and he lets it sing, and it sings for 2, potentially 3, but it smells the land. Pekatau off of this plant, but he's able to claim it all after Filippo hops in. MIBR, what a play, especially inside of blue from the smoke.
Well, it's a bit scrappy like we said it potentially could be, but Raps and the rest of MIBR to get the job done, finally locking in this basement site after 2 previous attempts. The third one is finally successful, and they will lock in a guaranteed 3-3 on top of that as well, with an attempt to try and push it a little bit further as they go into their final site defense of kitchen and dining. For Furious, of course, that is going to be obviously a round they would have very much liked to win given the 2 entries they found, but once again, the time crunch in those dying moments, they were not able to get a drone down through blue to find out Raps' positions, and even so, still would have been a bit of a dodgy fight to take because of how close range he was fighting it for. So nicely played by him and the rest of MIBR to bring it down to the wire, and despite the 3v5, still end up winning things out there. It's up to Furious now to change up their own fate and finally get some success going on these upstairs clears.
Has some interesting looks coming in from Furious Gaming now as well. VG on the glass, as well as a few other odds and ends. Going to be keeping the buck here too. Dirty, we're playing the Zofia. We're dropping the Yana though, so won't have nearly as much info game to play off of, but we'll definitely have the potential to get rid of a lot of different things that could be really important to MIBR's overall setup. First things first, the hard breach is going to be extremely straightforward. Actually, it could be a little bit more complicated now that I'm looking at this, simply because they've only brought Wets and he's playing Habana. And with Habana, she actually has the longest fuse timer out of all of the hard breaches. So with Falls on Kaid, he actually has a really strong potential to potentially trick out this wall and get rid of a lot of the hard breach here.
Rita trying to trip things up on the Zami again. Attention to see how Furious will actually run themselves into that. Thankfully, for the most part at the moment, able to avoid it. As you can see, Reduct actually tripped up just on roaming duties more than anything here, trying to fend off any early clear that might sneak its way in through the trench door. But as you guys can see, it's a pretty minimal amount of action going on over here. Just one player kind of close by. He's going to see if he can sneak this Claymore off. I think he's just a little too short in the angle to be able to shoot it from behind the door. What if try and run out and do that? So not going to happen, as that's not really possible here. We'll have to back up from that, regroup with the rest of the team upstairs more than likely. So thankfully, we're not going to see any aggression come from Furious in this part of the map. So a few more important things to focus on, and that's all going to be upstairs pretty soon here, specifically around Solarium and Piano area. Furious are going to go for a crunch relatively soon, as they need to start setting up to descend into kitchen.
EMP hard breach down, but do we have the answer? It'll be the score spread here as Wetz continues to apply where needed. Need to pop these off as he will now. Russell actually ended up taking a peek from somewhere as well. Lots of damage dealt to him, and Filippo now taking a little bit of heat as well. But luckily enough, they do have Thunderbird in play. Frag grenade out. This could be pretty hot, but nope, won't end up working out. Ice cold as Luke will swing in on the window. He'll take out BLK. This is the answer they need coming in the last minute.
Flash out from Wetz. Going to try to swing around the corner, get himself to the inside, but it's a bit of a self-flash. He has to awkwardly back away from that one. 45 seconds left. Actually, a lot of time to correct for that. So the entry gaff there, not too big of a deal. Because another important player to pay attention to is he's already made his entry against Filippo, knocking him out as well. Doesn't expect the swing to come from inside a bathroom door, though. Lucan will get the exchange off of that, bringing us down to a 4v3. Lucan as well will catch a distracted Wetz, preoccupied fighting another member of MIBR. So he goes down too. It's up to VJ, still ascending from down below, and Dirty playing from another position here. VJ will be completely lost as he reaches the first floor, finally getting up from the basement, and will be shut out by Reduct, just leaving Dirty in a 1v4. And man, Dirty doesn't even fully peek the window before Reduct shuts him down, plays it off the audio cue, and sends him singing. Ends up packing as MIBR is able to put one more round together and lead 4-2 at the end of the half.
A dominant defensive side from MIBR, and they have just gotten the keys to the Lamborghini in the garage. It's the offensive side with no holds barred on what hard breach you would like to bring on a map that allows you to dice it up quite handedly. And that's what we're going to see here from MIBR, is they're bringing quite the lineup. It looks very similar to what we were seeing from Furious. We're going to have the Buck back in play for Lucan, more of that skeleton key action as well. So Filippo on the Yana, and the most important thing being, as you all know at home, the LMGs for Redux and Raps, as those two will more than likely be the bread and butter duo to really start getting into some action up against this Furious defense.
Bringing the zombie into play as well. Pachito, this is going to be some creative library setup we'll start to see deployed here towards, more than likely, as she's brought into play, you guys can expect to see this type of setup come in very often as well anytime we end up on a Chalet, so expect to see a lot more of what we're getting out of Pachito right now in the future from some pro teams as well, just maybe not with the same lineup of the actual barricades. Regardless, though, got MIBR out on the table. They're going to be reaching towards that relatively soon to try and knock those out, keep themselves active holding hard. So a few of them approach front doors or ego balcony positions. So it's looking like MIBR are they're clear from here as well as the Solarium side.
Yes, indeed, my friend. The drone's spinning up on this side as well, trying to discover anyone hiding away in any crook or cranny, but speaking of which, BLK is down inside of the kitchen, so not going to do much discovery on this top floor with these drones. EJ will actually work his way over into, I believe, Trench. No, he is indeed inside of Wine still working for Trench, though, as it was a little bit closer than I initially thought. Oh, some big missed shots. That's actually going to be the clone there, or just gets rid of it, in fact. Little double up of the bodies there. Always hard to tell whenever you see that kind of thing. But either way, VJ will at least be able to get rid of his initial utility. That cooldown will have to wait for a little while until he's able to use that again to try and clear out the area.
Lucan starts us off well once again for MIBR, though, clearing out BLK at the beginning of the round here. Rest of Furious, VJ Wets, Dirty, and Pachito still going to be pulling back their positions, unfortunately losing a lot of the extensions they've built up for themselves, leaving them with a bit of an awkward play. You can still see them stretched out quite a bit over towards the dining room side, but in terms of interior site pressure, for the most part, that has been dealt with. Few players still maintaining upstairs presence as well, and you can see just how much of a bunker Azami can build for herself. This generally being a fairly exposed position when, of course, not playing from the other side. You can see how that's changed up quite a bit now with Cheeto building himself a whole maze of obstacles for MIBR to have to try and shoot around and take him out, and it's only growing as the round gets longer here. Another part of it cut off as he now blocks the access from Ego window here as he flicks onto that drone as well, but still remaining very much ready for any presence. We might start to see MIBR swing towards him, and also getting some additional support from another member of the team rotating a blue also.
Who would know that a game with practically infinite angles would be really crazy with somebody that can potentially make a bunch of new ones? Oh, these plays are insane. He's able to rotate back deeper into library. And in fact, one of the kunai saving him there is that one inside the library stops some bullets, and he in fact has another one, so he can create yet another angle up here if he needs to. He's just going to play out the time, though. 20 seconds remaining. They have to clear him. They don't exactly know where he is. The hatch is open. They're working their way to the back, and they should swing this out, but he's still going to win the fight anyways. Luke it down, and the Azami play, it's too strong. Oh my! It's going to be a big kill from the hatch, as well as an SMG-11 to take out the last lone member of MIBR.
Furious Gaming getting themselves back in control of things very quickly at the half switch. Only one round away from tying us up now, but MIBR as well. Quick to adjust to the strategies we saw from Furious Gaming on the previous half. Did get that one reattempt into basement play, but we're able to avoid that issue, as well as just navigate around it by heading to other sites as well throughout the rest of the half. So I would expect something fairly similar to show up. They obviously just don't have the same amount of control over which site they work their way into. We'll have to go with the flow in terms of wherever Furious want to take things out in different harbors. It is going to be very much the same opening defense spot to deal with, though, as we'll be still in the first floor hole just over on the other side, defending Trophy and Statuary this time. Or are there not even Trophy anymore? I'm thinking of Villa for some reason here. It's getting kind of kitchen. Sorry. Furious will be defending into on this round to try and get themselves that full-on tie point of what would be 4-4.
No, don't worry, because at one moment in time, there was indeed a bomb inside of Trophy. And it was
that's true. It was not a Trophy kitchen, is what I should have said.
Yeah, I was there, and let me tell you, it wasn't fun. Especially as the person that had to play inside of that place. Like, you want to talk about, like, think of the worst place to potentially play the video game of Rainbow Six Siege at the current moment. I always like to think of rafters inside of Clubhouse, because it's like, that is one of those moments where you're inside the Hell in a Cell. You know what I mean? Like, it's not going to be a good time when you lock into that position. That's kind of the vibes that this gives me. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. So things continuing to look promising inside of these first few seconds for MIBR.
Oh,
they try to rebound themselves quite quickly here. I see that drone working in, immediately getting stolen away. There was an explosion out there too, so a good chance that we maybe saw that get knocked away, but at the same time, this drone sitting up on top, I think they're trying to knock it. It might have been the one that got stolen. I think they're trying to knock it down again, but I don't know if they can do that. I think they're just trying to ping it out for someone to shoot it or throw a nade at it now, so that it doesn't become reverse intel, since I don't think you can actually shoot it directly from the inside there, and obviously they just don't have access, so this is now very awkward for MIBR.
That was potentially the best spot that BOK could have put one of his pests, as it was a nice little bounce. They bounced it off the like 2x6 up there, and it falls back onto the other board across. And it's just a really strong position for any drone, and super unfortunate that they were able to steal it away in that exact circumstance. And Furious are going to make good on their promise of this early game mitigation of the intel game. Luca will go down. Raps will be discovered now from one of the Prismas. Nobody's going to swing onto his location, though. He hops in instead after Reduct takes him down. He's found so much position here inside of Piano. He's being shot from the rear, I do believe. No, it's from inside of Office. He pre-fires and be able to take down Tower, Pichito inside of that area. Falls, though. We'll be able to claim yet another one. Down into the 2 versus 2 here with a minute remaining after that bloodlust back and forth. Just so many bodies falling across the map.
Wets and Dirty versus Reduct and Falls is what this comes down to. Furious on the defensive edge here, and as well with a great utility start, being able to knock out that drone and somewhat steal it for themselves. Assuming it's been shot out by now, if not, would be very useful for the Furious players, as they'd be able to spot the position of Falls right now. So more than likely, no longer the case. Still on his lonesome here. Reduct on drone instead, trying to figure out the best position to insert himself. It's like it is going to be on this repel play, so he'll swing in, take that for himself, try to pre-fire in case someone's to the other end, and there it is, but thankfully the bullets from that player are not going to secure themselves too well into Reduct. Alive, avoid the potentially fruitless 1v2 that would have forced Falls to fight into that one, and now Falls actually with an open plan opportunity. Furiously just now realizing it's going down. That will get secured. Shouldn't be any way to interrupt that, and there we go. Not only that, but hot pings from the Fed players. Drones now going out here. This is going to be a very winnable 2v2 for MIBR. Falls already with the first kill and the second one. Dirty and Wet, way too passive in terms of this site play from the 2v2. They let MIBR waltz in, set up their drones, and have a perfect post plant to win that out.
Round 8 off the board now as MIBR will claim it off of that pretty spicy 2 versus 2. Kitchen Dining now on the docket for Furious Gaming as they can't close out up against MIBR. They just get too strong of a position inside of that situation, and it just cannot go their way. Now, being said, Furious will try and attempt the site yet again. They're headed back towards Kitchen, but feel as though they can do a little more. BJ will be bringing the castle this time around. Hopefully, they can potentially do some more with this top hold, as they had an initially strong foothold on what was going on up there, but MIBR was just able to take too much of control over that area, making it way too hard for Furious at the end of the day.
So MIBR are going to be able to inch themselves that much closer to victory here. 2 rounds to go, and they'll be able to pocket our first map here on Chalet. Only 1 more to go to move forward further into the bracket tomorrow. For Furious, though, plenty of opportunities to rebound, not just inside of this map, but later on in the series as well. This is just map 1 of our play. Still will be plenty of chances for these guys to be seen a bit deeper into the map pool here. But nice drone intel coming out already for Filippo to play off of. Should have been able to spot a player behind that castle barricade. We'll be setting up now, just waiting for the timing to be right on this entry, and there we go. Has been popped open. Like I said, they had the intel about where one player was positioned at previously. Filippo, this is going to be very dangerous if the flank is in check. Walks right up. The Legion has no idea. Dirty goes down, and already that library position has been compromised a little over 30 seconds into the round. Beautifully cleared out by MIBR. Oh, unfortunate, though, as Pachito sneaks back up through the blue stairs and steals that kill right back.
Pachito with the play needed. Necessary moment there as they're able to refrag and take out Filippo. VJ will also begin the long rotation through the basement to start getting back towards site. Falls in a position is drone in a very similar circumstance to what they had the last time, and try and get another one up there, but it's going to get eaten up from the pest yet again. Except I do believe that this one went onto the proper side, so good enough for them in this situation. Also continue to try and reposition these to better situation where he can potentially find more information, but knows he has to go one step further as Luke is starting to try and get the bathroom position locked down.
Luke hunting for an opener here to properly utilize against the Furious hold, but not going to be able to find it so easily. Raps will guarantee a bit of safety, but he needs to guarantee his own safety, and they're just not going to be able to do it. Pachito continues to work his way through the labyrinth of MIBR's attack, and he's not the only one. BLK with a good response showing up here as well. Luke finally turns it around, but only for a split second, as Pachito is constantly being a thorn at MIBR's side here, not letting them get away with a single kill, quite literally leaving Falls on his lonesome now in the 1v3. Falls as well, already popping out the EE1D. A little bit of intel being sent out to play off of that, trying to get some of this utility out so he can at least move from his current position and reattempt the entry somewhere else. But even here, inside of the trophy look down, he's going to get nearly taken down by the impact. More bullets thrown out against him have brought him to just about 5 HP. Just cannot sustain here. Wets takes him down. That is indeed going to be Furious Gaming, keeping themselves in the fight with a confident round of their own. With how that started also looked like it was going to go handily in the MIBR's favor, but after that first entry, things went wild with Pachito constantly trading it back.
Now, Furious Gaming still with some potential here, but how much left do they have in the tank for map 1? This could be a grueling series depending on how Furious are able to work their way through the rest of Chalet on this defensive end. They can at least try and guarantee overtime, but it'll take 2 rounds, and also they got to stop MIBR from getting there first. Also open the door to potentially them winning, but it'd be a pretty long run. But we saw what MIBR was able to produce on their defensive side. It was 4 straight rounds practically, as Furious was not able to get too much done on their defensive side, but now, or rather their offensive side, but now their defensive side looking a lot stronger, especially with Cheeto at the helm.
Continue to see Pachito set himself up for success, this time on the Azami. This setup unfortunately dealt with quite handily the last time it was attempted. MIBR didn't really have much of an issue working their way past this, but let me see if the second attempt will yield better results here, as MIBR in control of things. The stakes are up a little bit for Furious Gaming, so they might be feeling the pressure and may push something great out of Pachito here in the dying moments of the first map. Either way, very close between both of these teams. No clear winner emerging from our first map just yet. That's a good thing, as we want to make sure you guys have the most entertaining games at home. Reduct will be first up to bat here on the 10th round, looking to set himself up. Just the outside utility, of course, with those claymores to prevent any crazy aggression that would come in from the Furious Gaming side. They haven't been going that extent yet where they feel like they need to necessarily jump out to make their impact known, but certainly is a possibility if there's going to be a window left open. We saw a member of MIBR flirting with it at least once in the previous half with a potential trench door run out, but never came to fruition ultimately. Dirty, in the meanwhile, is going to get this fight versus the player hiding in Ego Corner. Not going to be able to bring it to any sort of complete resolution, however, as that player backs away to the corner, and unfortunately, Reduct from the outside bathroom window is also going to be able to catch him, taking out most of the HP from this player, and in fact, knocking them down. Opens up for the rest of the team to now push in from Ego, and Reduct doesn't feel too comfortable here, so he's just going to back out and reattempt his entry at a later point.
Was at least able to get some damage off onto VJ. So this has put MIBR in quite the strong position. 1 minute and 30 remaining. Still plenty of drones to discover whatever they need to across the board, including this position from Pachito inside of Library. But they won't discover it fast enough. And now Falls has been able to take down at least one. And you can just see how well these kunai have played into this situation. Just look at the different positions that they're allowed to hold now, all because of these concrete discs that she has inside of her kit. Now, the minute remaining, MIBR doesn't seem like they want to get too active, trying to see if they can discover anything else on this top floor. So Filippo's going to reposition towards the library balcony to try and collect the case. But as for Pachito, he will be taken down. Lucan finally able to claim his life, but it seems like there's some influence from down low from Furious. It could be problematic. They've somehow negotiated this into a 3 versus 3, and now Filippo more than likely get some extra information with his hologram as he'll hop down into gaming.
Reduct continuing the rotation game here as MIBR tries to clear out as much as possible to open up as big of an execution path as they can actually muster themselves towards. Not going to be able to find any easy way to get themselves in a position to work it, however, as Furious are remaining very sneaky with the way they're playing out their positions downstairs on the first floor here. Finally, one of them will be found out by Filippo. Reduct as well gets the direct top down against BLK. And that leaves VJ, who is now awkwardly on the other side. The whole situation is flip-flopped, and it's going to be VJ coming from up on top. Lucan more than likely hearing the stomping away, though, gets in position right by the hatch and immediately denies the redrop into the site, giving the round over to MIBR.
Fantastic round from MIBR, decisive near the tail end and picking Furious Gaming apart inside of that 3 versus 3. Way too difficult for them to try and recoup. And now MIBR onto match point, looking to take Chalet away from Furious Gaming. They're feeling as though Bar Gaming is still the play, though. And I don't know if I necessarily agree. They did get it down to the 3 versus 3, but MIBR had such a strong position, and that came from a lot of earlier things that we saw from them, especially with the way that we saw Reduct enter the building.
So MIBR seemingly on a hot streak. It's going to put Furious Gaming up against the wall here. One that they won't have much time to get out from. MIBR just needs that one more additional round, and they will lock in our first map on Chalet. Meanwhile, for Furious, it's 2 to go still for them, and that's only going to trigger OT. It would be our first overtime for the day, but need to get them there first. And no surprises are going to show up inside of the operating department. That was a very closely fought round, so for the most part, Furious are going to bring out the same exact thing for the retry here on what could very well be our final round of play on the 11th. Still, meanwhile, on the other side for MIBR, it's very much the same. No huge changes showing up in their own operating department. Not that they'd really need to here. Things working out well for them on the previous round. Just need to make sure that these clears are coming in consistently, as that's been the contention point so far between both of these teams, is how kind of the opening minute or so tends to go.
Well, taking their time yet again here, aren't they? As Reduct will hop back on cameras. Nobody really making a forward move as of yet. Filippo will move in as well. Petito will be the first one to actually make a forward move. We saw a run out like this earlier on, but he's caught them off guard. Not a single one of the MIBR members are actually worried about the run out. They're all on cameras. They're worried about some other angle across the map, and he's able to get rid of Reduct right off rip.
So hope stays alive here for Furious. Well, MIBR not going to be giving up just yet, obviously. Lukid looking to sneak himself around over towards the bar area, but needs to be careful approaching the dining room just due to these holes that have been popped open, the potential peeks that could come from the inside of bar, not to mention what's wrapped around the 90 position as well here. Bit of a tough ask for him to try and make this push on his own, so Raps as well going to try to add some additional intel to this play. You still, of course, have Pachito positioning himself upstairs and just kind of being in the way of any potential entries here into the main lobby as well. Filippo maybe coming up to assist with that, as he's actually just going to find a raw entry opportunity. The problem is it's at cost here. VJ, Wets, and Pachito all getting kills, leaving Filippo on his own, only to fall victim to Pachito completing his wrap downstairs. MIBR, unable to deal with the extended position, try to brute force it and pay the price as they walk right in to the very much ready defensive setup that was placed in play by Furious.
Well, Furious Gaming one step closer to delivering on Chalet and pushing this game into overtime that was already guaranteed by MIBR. Kitchen dining room defense now for FG is Petito and the rest of the gang, but more or less Petito having a heck of a game at the current moment. 18, 6, and 4 as they are trying to simply overwhelm MIBR with anything they can potentially throw at them, including runouts from Fireplace Hall to try and get initial kills. And it's seemingly working, but now they're able to attempt to force us into overtime. It seems as though they want to try and deliver here on the kitchen defense. So we'll be holding things down inside of Library yet again, as we've seen him do a million times before, with this exact same character, Azami, which, I mean, we've already seen the defense get quite a bit of traction out of this operator, as it's been having quite a big influence over the timing that we've seen on clearing out a lot of these far-reaching positions.
Rap's already dealing with some pressure being thrown at him from the inside of Trophy, I do believe, as well here. Nearly brought down to a little under half HP. Thankfully, it's the Finca, and thankfully the Finca doesn't die, so she's going to be able to adrenal surge her way back up. Still forces one of those out a bit earlier, and obviously to little to no effect to the other 4 members of the team. It's only going to be Raps that benefits from that health boost right now, so probably going to end up pocketing the second and third ones for later usage when we see some of these other players take a few skirmishes. Either way, the drone clearing process is beginning here for MIBR. We can already see them opening up possibilities back down on the first floor to begin taking some map control for themselves. Still a lot to go before we see them venture towards the areas like where Pachito is currently holding, and you can see how he's kind of reinforced this now by popping in extra expandable cover. We're going to see a second one go down as the first one blown out by, I believe, one of the attackers going 6s. Raps as well, able to get the first kill fully completed here now that he finds out the position of VJ and Pachito. A little bit exposed here too, constantly trying to re-bolster the defenses on that window, but just constantly having it thrust away is leaving him in a fairly unsecure position. BLK similarly about to get flushed out of his current hole due to a flash thrown directly into him.
Well, now with MIBR, a man advantage. and still some very solid drone economy. It should be easy pickings for them for their next few moves, unless Pachito has something to say about it. Butch drone still in for Reduct as he's trying to work around Library Hall at the current moment. Filippo doesn't know exactly what his next move will be either. Might just try and break out a kunai circle here, making things a little bit easier for them when it comes to this. Luke will actually be able to claim one as he'll move right into Westman, and he's already got B-site control. They're walking in. He's planting. I don't think the verticality covers this either, as Pechito will have to try and hop two. He'll actually get 2 kills upstairs. Knock this down into a 3 versus 3. Post plan is dirty. They're making this look solid, John. Only 40 seconds remain, but Furious Gaming have somehow come out on top in the man advantage.
Yeah, MIBR, though, definitely winning in the positional game as long as they're able to avoid the pitfalls of all these top-downs. Furious trying to play into it here, so close to finding out Filippo, but instead it's going to be the reverse as Pachito now falls. It's just the low HP players remaining. Dirty can take a single bullet. BLK maybe can take 2 or 3 here. Lucan, when he's challenged with one of them, doesn't want to take it. Backs away from this one, lines up the finishing bullet against Dirty, just leaving BLK in the fight, and he won't stay in it for too long either. It's MIBR to lock it down on the final round of regulation as they take control of the first map of the series. 7-5 is the final score.
Very, very well done, especially with how they were able to kind of control Pechito. You know, that was a really, really big key to that. He was popping off for a majority of that game, and it just makes things really difficult, excuse me, when you have somebody that's winning gunfights like that in such a dominant fashion.
Absolutely the case. Either way, though, it set us up for a riveting map 2. We know that map 1 was indeed close, and I believe that's going to be the same throughout the rest of the series. So stick with us. We'll be back in just a few minutes to see if Furious Gaming can rebound at all, or if they're in for a run for the lower bracket if we see MIBR get the successful 2-0. Second map is coming up in just a few minutes, folks, as we go to a quick break. We're back once again, ladies and gentlemen, getting ready to head into our second map of our Latin American matchup for today here on the Bravo stream. MIBR taking initial control of things on Chalet, but obviously having to work for it quite a bit, going the full distance in regulation against their opponent, Furious Gaming, ending it on 7-5. And now we get ready to jump into our second map, which is going to be over on Cafe as well. This is a map that, out of the three we have, we've seen the most play inside of the Latin American region recently, so we'd expect these teams to be fairly comfortable in that respect. And we just saw on Chalet as well, quite a bit of adventuring needing to be done on the strategy side for both of our teams, but ultimately MIBR, I think, getting a grasp for things towards the end of it. So now how will Cafe shake up? That is the big question that we look towards here. We get ready to jump into it. Isn't that right, Stokes?
Absolutely. There's going to be a lot of differentiating factors going from Chalet to a map like Cafe, and we kind of had the same thing inside of our first, best of three of the day between Victus and Rogue, with Cafe being the butt end of the series, and new experience what the big difference is between like a map like Chalet or Border and Cafe. And there's still some very solid aggressive play, but there's a lot of utility play that goes into it. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how these two fare up against each other in a situation like this.
Absolutely the case. Just waiting on a few of our players to get themselves readied up, and then we should be good to go for our second map here. Very curious to see who ends up topping it out, given the way that we just saw our first map finish out and play out as well. Much more of a team affair, I think you could say, when we're looking at the Furious Gaming roster compared to what we had from some of our other matches as well. So very much seeing the whole roster get their opportunity to show up at impact. I think the highlight, obviously, was Pachito and the performance we were getting from him, both on the Azami on the defense and some of that entry power coming out from him as well. But the Azami play specifically outside of Library there was definitely the highlight, I think, on this team throughout the course of that matchup. So curious to see if he's going to build up anything like that inside of our second map. But either way, we're getting into it now. It's Cafe Dostoyevsky in our second map of our second matchup of the day.
Yeah, it more or less feels like, Petito was the main drive for all of the cogs on his team inside of that one. They were definitely doing their part, and it was definitely a team effort, but he was the engine that was driving that team at the moment. And we'll have to see if they can possibly translate that over to Cafe. MIBR will be on the docket next for their ban after taking out Flores from Furious Gaming. No one really wanting the Flores in today, and you can really see why. I mean, the Rotero drones, if anything, have even gotten stronger with Azami now being open, just because of how they deal with things that require explosive utility. So being able to drive one of those explosive drones in and get one of those quite easily could open up an angle that you don't necessarily want for your overall strategy.
So the ban's already coming in. We got some interesting ones there, with Capitao being knocked out most notably. So indeed, those bolts going to be removed from play. Definitely one that we don't see happening too often, but does make an appearance from time to time, especially inside of the Latin American region as well. They tend to get a little bit more use out of it compared to some of our other regions. Going to follow through with the same second defender ban, or rather, I should say first defender ban, second overall ban from MIBR here, as Wamai once again is knocked out from play. And I would imagine, oh no, we're actually going to vary it a little bit here. Makes sense from Furious Gaming. It's kind of surprising because they were the ones getting the most use out of it, but Azami being banned out makes perfect sense considering how powerful she was, even for Furious Gaming. I saw that last map.
Yeah, so a lot of strong utility taken off the board on both sides here. This is going to open up the door to a lot of different things. A lot of throwables are going to be able to get in now. Jaeger's going to be of the utmost importance on defense, unless you can bring something like a Rooney that could assist you with some of the windows and doors that could potentially be a threat. But past that, I mean, it's going to be mostly down to the gunplay and really based off positioning, because you can just see how MIBR have stacked these grenades. And past that, you also have to remember that Thatcher is for more than just breaching walls. He turns off everyone's abilities that are electronic. And that's a really big thing to think about when it comes to rounds like this, because he can just EMP out any of these gates, or in further rounds, any of the ADSs that could be set up around the map, and just have a frag grenade get past everything and blow up somebody in a very important position. So we'll have to see how it works out. We're already going to have an adjustment here for the hard breach, and you can't exactly blame them. Habana not going to play the best into this position. Ace definitely a more sound pick.
So we'll see him swapped in for Falls, and that'll even out the hard breach utility for our attackers here. Gonna be some time before we get to the actual fighting between these two teams, as MIBR have a lot of additional utility to clear out and a lot of additional assurances to make in their drone game before they can feel confident to start taking control over towards Cigar and some of the other areas on this map. For Furious Gaming, though, they pretty much are just sitting back and relaxing since we're on a second floor hold, and they have all of that vertical freedom to rotate across the map here. Take what they will while they wait for MIBR's initial clear to work its way through. A Nitro being deployed quite early here as they attempt to timing shot it to knock out the first players to move in to knock that open. Just actually speeds up the process for MIBR a little bit as no one falls victim to it. There is an additional pest that's going to get spotted here at the bottom of the red hatch, so they'll avoid throwing additional drones into that. Will promptly shoot it out when they feel ready to move in. Speaking of which, Filippo getting himself into one of those positions to do so now, back over here on the far side of the cocktail position, playing with Hell's entry a little bit too, so we'll wait and see what he's going to do, and apparently not that much, because Pachito is able to hear things from down below. There is a sort of trade that happens as Furious Gaming as one of their players disconnect, but we will be continuing play, so that is going to stick at a 4v4.
Unfortunately, or rather fortunately enough for Furious, they'll actually go one step further with their picks, as MIBR will practically just gift over one of their bodies. Luca running into a lot of problems now on the main stairwell, but Rats will at least be able to pick up Dirty peeking inside of White. And now, with that being said, MIBR will drop into the building. Luca, the only one with active drones out. VJ trying to go for an active move into Freezer. Have a reconnection as well, so we won't have to rehost in between rounds, fortunately enough. And now, minute remaining, MIBR trying to battle forward. This is exactly when these Goyo canisters come to fruition. So nice in these kind of situations to try and delay time, especially on the top floor. You can see how VJ can continue to try and hold down this entire area and prevent as much time as possible.
Ball's trying to line up a safer path forward into Freezer, so can finally get past this remaining defensive setup. is still going to have to deal with VJ sitting on the other end of it, as we now see the Goyo canister being blown up here that Dirty had placed earlier on in the round. 35 seconds remains. That is enough time for MIBR to appropriately clear out all of this, but they're going to have to watch out for moves like this from VJ. Sneaking right up, evening out the player count yet again, and Luca too slow to try to immediately exchange it. Just dumps the flash to make sure there's not going to be a repeat, and thankfully for his sake, there won't. Now let's down to the 2v2. It's looking like the remaining Furious members just falling into sight play and trying to build off of that. Raps has already worked his way in, takes that library control, but Wet sits on the other side, ready to deny the plant opportunity should it sneak in. They're just going to have to be ready to counter this out, and oh, it'll do it itself here. The Goyo canister blowing up, burning Raps out of position, but Lucan, he's holding on, gets one with the skeleton key as Wets tries to swing past him to knock out the last player alive. Now it's gone into a dead heat, a 1v1, and this Goyo canister comes back to haunt the members of Furious just a little bit, as they're not able to immediately get themselves the counter defuse. VJ only has about 15 seconds of extra play here, baits out the opening shot, Smo, and that'll be enough to be able to trip out Lucan, get the clutch going in the 1v1, and with about 8 seconds remaining, get this counter defuse as well. Furious Gaming takes control of the opening round.
So very well done from Furious here, especially for VJ's sake, as he's able to keep the play alive, not only on the top floor, knocking the case out of Ace's hands, but also able to get the play done at the end of the day, making the rotation out of reading and taking down the last member of MIBR. Now for MIBR, after that valiant effort, they have to try and reattempt here, and it's going to be onto the top floor site of Bar Cocktail. This is looking like a pretty solid setup that they're bringing along for the ride. They'll have the Warden here especially, so looking to try and counter out a lot of the potential utility MIBR could be tossing at them, such as stunts.
So for Furious, things have started out well once again, but can they keep it that way? As obviously they'll be restricting themselves a little bit more on this round by going up into a third floor hold, limits their defensive options a little bit, especially once MIBR is able to take the initial control over towards Cigar, but still possibility for play to show up here also simplifies the process for MIBR a little bit in terms of the checklist they need to work their way down. Everything's just a little bit more decisive on this round. This will be played almost entirely into the third floor. No more room to extend out and play into our second just as much. Let's see how MIBR fare against it. They're going to keep their roster relatively the same as they'd originally selected, just switching the Sledge into it for Luca there. Everything else stays in check, including our usual expected picks of Finka, as well as the Yana being played by Filippo for intel.
Well, with that being said, Luca will start making his way to the roof to get these hatches. That's always going to be the starter for Cafe, no matter which way you slice it, unless you're going for something pretty drastic. We usually see this as the default, and it'll be Luca, obviously. Pop these open. Pass ads onto the info game, as I was just talking about. It's a fairly straightforward affair when it comes to this operator line of the defensive end. Looking like you really know what they want as well. It's really coming down to trying to hold down a lot of these angles that they could possibly be influenced early on, and then try and fall back to a lot of these mirror positions and hold down with some of their denial while still being able to challenge with that Warden. So see if they can potentially break up the site here, trying to work things around inside of Christmas. This is a go-to strategy we've seen time and time again with the Castle Barricade, Laser Gate setup here, making it hard to try and clear that out. So it's going to require 2 pieces of utility in order to get that one thing destroyed. And the other thing is that the Laser Gate is able to be reset, so it has the potential to pull out even more if Dirty is able to get that done.
A little over half the round to go here for MIBR, and still a slow build-up that they're working towards here. As you can see, finally starting to take some serious control with Raps swinging into Cigar, at least the Cigar shop itself. Won't be alone either. 2 additional members of the team will be grouping up with them as they try to build up the confidence to get their aggression moving into the actual Cigar room, and then take some of that white control away from Furious. Also, you can see additional repel play coming up from Filippo on the other side. They may be attempting to deal with the cocktail hold first, but that may not pay out too well anymore, considering VJ, I believe, successfully manages to hop out, pick up a kill on his own. Wets still responding from the inside. He manages to down 2 different players. In fact, I think he's actually taken out 1 and knocked 2 into a down state. Raps is included in that, so they should be able to adrenal surge up both him and Lucan. That assumes the cooldown comes up quickly enough, and that's what Falls will be waiting for right now, just making sure he holds these guys back long enough, and there it is. Both revived from the grave, and all the impact made from Wets, for the most part, is unfortunately deleted.
What was essentially a 1 versus 3, now a 3v3, all from the tap of a button. That's been the meta here for a while in Rainbow Six Siege, LMG included at no extra charge. And yes, indeed, it does come with 100 rounds. Raps now trying to bear down on the freezer position. Lukin, though, he's better at it. The LMG will sing. Lukin moves in behind the mirror, but Dirty wins it out. A hip fire shot in behind, and it'll actually work out for Raps as he continues to just let the LMG sing, never ceasing fire, and eventually the Jaeger will fall.
Beautifully done here as we continue to see great action come in from both of these teams. MIBR able to take control of it for themselves and now lead us up into a tie position at 1-1 here. They having to work a bit to get past that, but after they managed to get the Adrenal Surge play back in and bring themselves up to a nice 3vx, it was a little bit more straightforward for them from that point. Obviously a bit of a tense point prior to that, but establishing that staging ground is oftentimes the toughest part for attacking teams to work past, and seems like it was definitely so for MIBR in that previous game. Now, for Furious, of course, they're still looking for ways to maintain their pole position inside of this map and keep themselves in upper bracket contention as well by still keeping themselves in the series. They'll do so on the first floor, which means we're going to see a couple operator switches as well, a bit more utility mitigation, still keeping Pachito on the Goyo, however, as he will end up re-picking into that during our pick phase previously. So still want that delay capability as we head towards another fairly open site downstairs on the first floor.
Yes, indeed, my friend. We'll see what Furious are possibly able to muster here. Going for a couple of different strategies across the board. Interesting position there for the Goyo canister on sync. Not necessarily a place you see plants happen all too often, and also quite the strong drone position as well. There's another one that is used quite often over inside the booze area. You can hop up on the little lamp on the wall and then get up on top of it. But that's another way in order to slide one of those in there. If you can potentially get it up on kind of the brackets at the top of like the lobby area, you can potentially get it up and onto that wreath there as well. As it's a solid little thing. So EMP out now after they're going to give a drone to the Siege Gods here for the laser gate. And they'll be able to get a smoke in here as well. Nobody will be able to potentially abuse that around this round, so I don't have too much to worry about in that regard. And also drones, they're fireproof, so I don't have to worry about that either. Able to get rid of the Goyo canister, at least inside the door, and start getting some information as to what Furious's game plan is.
Already a minute gone from play. We are still looking for solid positioning to try and flush some of these interior kitchen players out and open up a path forward for the execute. Rita hanging out against the small bakery window, also looking for this first strike they can make, and they've nearly got an opportunity for themselves. I believe Wet's currently playing inside of small bake. Him or VJ looking to get in the way of this, but as you guys can now see for yourselves, MIBR has been able to insert themselves towards the inside of it, and Dirty as well being found out. Followed up by BLK a few moments later. We'll see VJ, though, come out from his cover position, and it was him playing from small bake, by the way, just to get confirmation on that. But only is able to trade out one of the losses this team has suffered. It's down to Dirty, as well as BLK, who have been knocked out here. Only Raps from the other side. Furious going to be a little bit worse for wear here after that skirmish. Definitely seems like BJ still wanting to contend a bit aggressively, but they can't really afford to anymore. Now they can, with Wets having the fadeaway position from up on top. He takes down Reduct and quickly fades himself into the background by dropping down from the jump-up spot.
Always a strong position here in behind Sync. One of the strongest positions that they found inside of Kitchen throughout the times here. That deployable shield there makes it super difficult for that angle. Your body's practically protected up until that last moment where you have to take that gunfight. A lot of the times you end up losing things out, and now MIBR are worse for wear, and they don't exactly know what their next move is going to be. A good clear there from Luke to make sure nobody's playing tight right on the door. Doesn't look like it's necessarily that deep of an angle, but trust me, it is indeed, as somebody who's been punished by that one before. Balls continue to move through coat check, but it's actually Lukin to hit his mark first as he'll take down Wets, who's going for a wide swing over inside of Whiskey. VJ now, as well as head to toe upstairs, trying to work their way back down towards site. They've given up too much. Balls have to try and find the plant. They're going to be planting back on the bunker side. VJ will fall in, and he just immediately dies. Pechito, he's got way too much to do, and Lukin has a strong position. He'll sprint to the angle, and he's immediately decimated by the LMGE.
panic there in the final seconds from Furious gets the better of them, unfortunately, and MIBR staying cool, calm, and more importantly, composed inside of their 0-second plant is able to isolate out those 2 additional members of Furious, knocking them down and securing a bit of a lead here for MIBR as they go up 2-1. Obviously, a bit of a delicate one and an opportunity for Furious to immediately rebound into it as they go back into the reading room hold, which we've already seen them try to lead into a success towards earlier on in this map. For Furious, though, it's going to be that same composition to delay from it, with Mozzie also being added into it, I do believe, for BLK to try to limit some of the intel, as we saw MIBR struggling with that a little bit when they tried to work themselves into this position on the last attempt here, trying to figure out where those last 2 players were in the 2v2 and kind of had run out of drone economy to do it. So having the Mozzie in play for BLK is only going to make that situation worse, should they be able to press it yet again.
Absolutely. And the other thing past that is that BLK has not had the best series so far. His first map, I believe he was 3-10, 3-11, and now he's starting off 0-2. So just not the greatest day for him at the current moment. So hopefully he can try and get things going here for himself. But past that, rest of Furious, they've been firing on all cylinders, playing extremely well thus far up against MIBR. But MIBR have been good for at least 2. Round 4, this is going to be the big decider on how this goes. Do we stick to the teeter-totter, or does MIBR start to pull ahead here and guarantee a tied half here for their offense?
Let's get a bit of a slow start for both of our teams here. Reduct and the rest of MIBR trying to figure out exactly what tricks are hidden inside of this setup from Furious, and if any key pieces of utility are hidden down below, they need to isolate before they begin to start clearing themselves forward. Reduct as well, you can see here, is going to have a bit of a trouble getting his drone down below as there is a pest blocking access from the other side. Did get a glimpse, and even I saw it too, so I know he caught it. There have a player sitting around the corner, so he's going to go on a bit of a pre-fire angle to watch out and see if that player rotates out, but instead it's VJ wildly jumping. I don't even know where he tried to jump out from. Maybe this window upstairs. Yeah, that looks like it. Either way, though, it is actually going to lead into Furious having a bit of a fightable position, but it's one that gets traded out, as we can see this flurry of kills expiring. MIBR getting the tail end of it there to even things back out into a 3v3 after Furious, for a moment, had a bit of an edge building up for themselves.
At least they got time on their hands. That's the big thing right now. This is a pretty palatable round for them, as the ticket wall will be blown open. Some drones inside of Christmas and see exactly what's going on. They still have to be worried about these pests around the area as well. They'll have to worry about potential area denial over around White Stairs here. But past that, MIBR with that top control will continue to abuse this and look down through this verticality and attempt to find any of these Furious members momentarily. But fortunately enough for them, quite a few safe positions to be played right now, especially for Pechito playing over inside of Dark. We swing about, but looks like the drone will be able to find him out. He'll fall back through the rotation here, as they'll likely trying to create some new angles. Dirty now being hounded upon from the top floors. So much more soft destruction being brought with the secondary breaching charges from Reduct. And that sledgehammer of Luca getting so much done. A wild nitro cell will go off as well. They can't get a single thing, not even some damage, as this timer continues to dwindle.
Hopped in for MIBR as they take a bit of staging ground control for themselves up on the 3rd floor, but as you said, time going to become a serious issue here for the MIBR roster as they still need to transition down, and only just now has Luke begun that process. Smoke in his way as well, does find the safe corner in the default spot, and even better, Filippo gets an opening kill against Wets, causing the remaining members of Furious to shake in their boots a little bit, and it's just Rita cleaning up shop for those final 2. Beautifully done from him as they attempt to get aggressive, but as you can see, it not only stops a potential flank kill, but then just opens up room for the final one to show up as well. Beautifully managed by MIBR, and they're now in a dominating leading position here at 3-1 over Furious.
That's the kind of lead you want on the offensive side of Cafe. This is building up to be a fantastic map for them that they could possibly steal away early. Unless Furious's bar gaming hold, or rather bar cocktail hold, has something to say about it. We've already casted Chalet so much today, you know. But past that, so MIBR are going to be sticking to what they know best. They're going to be bringing the ace back into the lineup as well, with Redux sticking to the IQ and Filippo still on the Yana. But for Furious, I'm going to see the Castle Barricades actually come out here to try and break up some of these angles. We're not going to have the Azami, or actually, sorry, the Azami's been panned out. I completely forgot about that there for a split second. But well, either way, we won't have the Azami in play, but we will have the Castle Barricades and a few odds and ends that could complicate a few of these angles, at least for a clearing's sake when it comes to this utility usage. What's going to end up destroying some of the bar as well with the Super Shorty, just to make it easier to see the default plant from Freezer, and that'll be just enough time for MIBR to get out the gates.
So indeed, they'll be let out of those gates and look for early clear opportunities against the Furious roster. Furious, of course, not going to be too keen on these early aggressive swings here. Haven't been working out too much for them inside of our second map of Cafe. They've been mainly hit or miss, and even when they've found success, it's usually been traded by MIBR. So I'm not surprised that Furious are going to start to take a bit more of a passive stance and save their more wild plays for kind of mid/late round positions. We see with a few of their jump outs, specifically against the extended third floor holds, is where we normally see Furious try to deploy those from. However, this round, probably not going to see too much of that. They need to keep this third floor hold contained, it would seem. And as well, got a few members from MIBR establishing overwatch on both the white window hop out as well as the repelled one sitting on top of the held door. So no real room to try and make that work. They can directly contest against those windows, as you're currently seeing for BLK try to play both on the inside of the library as well as watching out for any swings that might go towards dining room 2. He wants to stop a flanked white control from being successful, but we are going to start to see members move in, just not in the area you'd expect. They'll go upstairs onto the third floor instead, where VJ's already been able to fend off 1 and 2, both the entering members from MIBR dead on the floor with no room for a refrag.
And continues on, but this time MIBR is on the warpath, as they'll be able to claim BLK yet again. MIBR with an opportunity here, but still have to break down a lot of these different facets. Doesn't look like they want to deal with Christmas, so they'll leave that castle barricade for now. Falls on the back end, though. We'll be playing for the cocktail side windows. We could see a potential swing here. He's going to blow this side and try and pull vision for Filippo to get this kill, and it's going to work out for him as he's going to walk all the way up white. And wow, what a round from MIBR. It's a 3 versus 4, but it's an MIBR round.
It's these panic scenarios that constantly seem to be getting the better, unfortunately, of Furious Gaming. MIBR, the experience they have really showing up in all these late round executes here. They're not panicking, they're not messing up, and as well, they're making sure they follow through against the more chaotic swings we're getting out of Furious. Make sure they shut them down at nearly every single opportunity. Excellent stuff from MIBR, and they are continuing to take more and more control over this matchup at a 4-1 current lead, looking to extend it up to 5-1 at the end of this half if they can get past one more third floor hold, which is coming in now from the Furious roster.
And this is really looking like a 5-1 here from MIBR. They seem bulletproof. I mean, that's obviously losing a few bodies, but I mean, when it comes down to the strategy, it's just so sound at the current moment. A really big problem for Furious to deal with, and well, at least for their sake. Well, actually, I take everything back because I just looked back over to the left, and they've made adjustments again here, Blue. And they did it again. I thought we were going to be getting the Blackbeard there for a second. I also thought we were going to be getting some switch up from Falls yet again back over to the Ace, but this time it's actually going to be the Buck getting switched over to Lukid, Reduct picking up the Twitch, and Falls, well, he's got the Lion.
So with that roster finally settled on here for MIBR, obviously one that they probably actively evolved into as that drone phase went on for themselves when they discovered more and more about it. Pretty frag heavy at the end of the day, and we're going to see that come into full fruition here with Raps just going straight up for the entry in through coat check doorway here. Begins the process of clearing it out too, as they know there's at least one member of Furious extended out down here. I just don't think they know exactly where that player is. It's Pachito, obviously, and now they know exactly where he is. He's been spotted out, but did they catch this entry in through the front door? Certainly not, as Raps easily swings out and takes out Pachito, giving MIBR a clean opening kill.
Well, MIBR, they've been in this position before. They know exactly what to do with it. They've got the reins and the potential to take the round if played out properly. EE1D for use, and now Furious Gaming trying to see if they can potentially find someone lacking a lot of these different positions. Filippo, if he was here moments ago, had the potential to be a frag or get the frag. Speaking of frags, we'll have one come in, and VJ, he'll be claimed by it. The kill from him. Now Filippo, he pushes it one step further for MIBR. Not only do they have the position necessary, but oh my god, Furious, they fought back. They found what was necessary. It's 2 quick kills. MIBR, they've gone searching too far, and they'll immediately be shut down by Furious. We'll be able to down Dirty at least, so they'll reconcile in a certain fashion, but this is completely doable by the defense.
Absolutely the case here, especially coming down to that 1-minute marker and the fact that MIBR still need to take a lot of control. They bypass the usual access methods, and they're going to continue to do so. Redux showing up like a bat out of heck, moving himself in through the hatches, not only finding that pickup, but Filippo impacting against BLK. Dirty nearly caught from the outside window, and he will indeed still be caught from it on the repeat. Filippo finishing things up nice and quick here and locking in your ultimate advantage for MIBR at halftime of 5-1.
This is looking so very solid for them moving into this defensive half. Now, the big thing is that the offense had a lot of options as to what they wanted to use for their offensive lineup. But I think the big thing to notate is that they didn't use a lot of those options. It was a fairly straightforward affair with things that usually end up making it through the ban phase on Cafe, and they looked so dynamic with that operator lineup. We'll have to see if Furious Gaming can potentially match that energy, but as of right now, MIBR are coasting into round 7.
Continuing to look more and more confident here as they've gotten onto a map that they certainly seem to favor. Furious Gaming, maybe not so much here with only 1 round to claim on their defensive half. They have so much work to do to catch up here. It might just be too much to ask for. We'll have to hold our breath and see if they can swing it back. We've got a lot of defensive gameplay to go here. And MIBR have a defensive curve to figure out for themselves. They're also going to start on the second floor hold here, not going directly into that bar play. We sometimes see teams drifting towards the over there where we see them try to fend off the initial player from Furious. We're also going to see them bring a fairly similar lineup to what we had for MIBR. The Finger coming into play, the Nomad here as well for West, trying to fend off some of that stair play or other important rotation points to block it off and not have so much of a need for outright flank watch as a result of that.
Yes, indeed. And now for VJ, he'll be opening up mining window. Only has 1 person to worry about in the area, but they shouldn't be immediately hopping in here. It'd be a pretty risky play without outside influence. So, speaking of which, drones will start to roll in now. Try and discover a few of these positions. As for MIBR, it's a pretty stretched defense. They're looking skyward here inside of the, oh my, third floor. MIBR, they have taken full control of this round, but fortunately enough for Furious, they've at least been able to trade some damage back. MIBR have lost 2 bodies and 2 important ones at that, but the other thing is that they still have site presence. And Furious Gaming now have to try and figure out this puzzle with 2 members and not a lot of intelligence.
Dirty and Pachito here working against some of the best that LATAM has to offer. Filippo has been downed here, and obviously no way to immediately revive him since MIBR are on the defensive side, but you can make up for it in kills and reps, and Reduc will do just that, shutting down both of the attackers before they can even get close to the site, ending over the second to last round that MIBR need to secure their series and secure their tournament position for the day. Still plenty of games to go, of course, as we need to see them move further into the bracket, but for today, this team will be done and dusted if they can lock in just 1 more round. And for Furious Gaming, an unfortunate reality now in front of them as they need 5 in a row, and that just gets us to overtime. We'll need the 2 additional beyond that as well.
Yes, indeed. MIBR now have 4 opportunities, more than an entire site rotation's worth of rounds in order to win out Cafe and knock Furious into the lower bracket. This is not looking too hot for the Furious fans at home, but for MIBR fans, I think everybody's cooling. I think they're pretty chill at the current moment, as MIBR have taken full control of the map of Cafe. It seems to be their home at the current moment, as Furious cannot dislodge them across the board. And I think that's why we're starting to get some influence here inside of this operator lineup. Even dropping the Finka, we don't see that too often, but it might be to work in this Monty to try and assist them with getting a foothold on this map.
So Furious Gaming bringing out the shield to try and make up the difference for themselves. We'll see if it works, obviously, as they've only got the one chance to try and do it. Not only that, but the Thorn utility from Reduct does have a chance to get in the way of this pretty heftily if they can predict VJ's route, so it may not necessarily be their salvation, given what MIBR has thrown back at it on the other side. Not only that, too, but the Echo coming into play for Falls. So it seems like MIBR read that this was potentially going to happen. Might have set up a great set of utility to get directly into the way of this. Furious will still take a slow approach. And overall, the setup that we're seeing from MIBR just tends to work pretty well for kitchen setups. The Echo coming into it just happens to be, I think, a bit of a coincidental circumstance here that it also works pretty well to counter the shield players. So we'll see if they're able to get in the way of that, and more importantly, get one of those yokais in position to set VJ up to die here.
Well, clear of the laser gate for BLK, but for some reason, that is somehow traded out for Wets. The hard breach now dead and no longer having easy access to the site. It's going to have to be down to the funnel. They've at least been able to get the single panel open here for Small Bake as Falls continues to manage Bakery back and forth. Has some drones to worry about. He'll be able to reset the laser gate as well. This is an overly complicated situation now for Furious. But Dirty, he'll at least be able to make good on his roam clear. He'll take down Reduct around the red stairwell, but they still have so much delay. We'll be able to at least push in and find some extra space here inside of Bakery as the hologram will find out a singular member of the defense, but they won't be able to capitalize on that situation. It'll be Raps instead to take out Dirty as VJ, he needs some assistance on getting inside, and they're going to need an ambulance instead. As VJ gets taken down, Filippo for 2. It's all down to Petito to try and stave off the lower bracket as the smoke goes on the prowl outside on Blacktop. You can tell how confident MIBR are in this situation. No longer having an EMP, he'll have to try and just hop in through the laser gate and take the damage. And that's really going to be all she wrote. If he can't do anything about this situation, a pistol out, a hip fire, and it's going to be Lucid to deliver on that end as well. GG's in the chat as MIBR will take it home.
So it's a valiant attempt from Furious Gaming, but not enough to get them over the hill and into a winning position of this series. A 2-0 instead will be claimed for MIBR, meaning they are moving further forward in this upper bracket position. As for their opponents, of course, in Furious Gaming, not out of the tournament just yet, still at the very beginning of it, of course. They're going to head down to the lower bracket, where we'll be able to see them play a little bit later on in it. For the two of us, that'll do it for right now, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go to a bit more of an extended break, because we got to get ready for another region switch-up. We've got our NA game to finish things off, so stick with us. When we come back, we'll have that match ready to rock and roll for you guys at home. Hello there once again, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Gamers Without Borders qualification event. We're live here on the Bravo stream, getting ready to head into our final matchup of the day as we shift over towards North America to get ready for our last game. It's going to be the Gaimin Gladiators going up against the Leftovers. And we should be just a few seconds away from getting started with this matchup. We're coming to you guys a little bit delayed. I think we were waiting on one of the teams to jump in, but we have found them. And now it is going to be time to get ready to head into it. Quite a few well-known names inside of the North American scene, if you are familiar with this. Just going down the rosters real quick. For the Gaimin Gladiators, there's going to be Jolton, Arrow, Quartz, Prod, as well as Barring. At least that's what Liquipedia is telling us. We'll get a better idea of that when we jump into game. Then meanwhile, on the Leftover side of things, they're going to be fielding Adapt, Maxley, Dexter, Filthy, and Butters. Those last two names, I think quite a few people should know who they are. So this is actually going to be quite a familiar affair for those of you who follow like the Tier 2, Tier 3 level of North America. Should be quite a few names you recognize, I think, out of that pool. I know Stokes for sure will recognize a few of them. So I'll shut up now and let him talk a little bit about both of these teams.
I mean, absolutely. I think it's going to be quite the affair. I mean, quite a few of these, players for both of these teams, longtime competitive players of Rainbow Six Siege, battling it out inside of the T2, some of them even the T1 scene, and now coming here for the GWB to see if they can win, a large prize pool for the charity of their choice. John, it's going to be quite the fun matchup. We haven't got to see some of these players play in quite some time, at least for you and I's sake. But it seems like that's going to change here today, so I'm excited to get into it.
We do have the picks up as well between both of our teams, so it looks like the Leftovers ended up getting the initial map pick. They're going to take things to a third cafe, which we'll have for today. So we'll be starting off there. Moving on from that one, we'll be going over towards Bank as the secondary pick from the Gladiators, and then finally we'll end up again on Chalet. Quite a bit of those two maps here today. So Chalet will be where our third map needs to battle itself out if these two teams end up going the full distance. Also important to remind you guys as well, we have our other matchup going on for North America over on the main stream, and that is going to be between Parabellum as well as Space Station. So make sure you guys head over there if you're looking to check that one out. But it is time to get into our game, so let's head into it. Once again, the Gaimin Gladiators up against the Leftovers. So let's head into the bands and see who's going to get knocked out for this cafe play.
Well, as you said, we've already had quite a bit of cafe play today, so we'll see if this sticks to what we've seen, and it will indeed. Flores will be removed yet again, such an important and influential operator when it comes to a map like this, and I'll have to see what other pieces of utility are being removed by the offense. It's actually going to be Thatcher this time around. We actually ended up having Thatcher make it through our last ban phase here on cafe, so back to the old guard here. Away of the band face, and as we'll shift gears and go over to the defensive side. It's going to be Valkyrie removed first, and then what are the Leftovers going to be feeling for their defensive band?
Be finding out in just a second, as obviously we only got one more remaining, and it's going to stay pretty much in line with what we've been seeing. Zero surprises here, as Mira is going to be the last defender to be knocked out. Flores, another one we've been seeing quite a bit of, just because he can access parts of the map that other similar operators that take out utility would not normally be able to with his drones, so still quite a bit too useful for quite a few of our players there, meaning that he's going to be knocked out, and then Thatcher, pretty self-explanatory. He's once again too universally useful, so we'll see him get removed. Got some interesting picks already inside of the first round. The most notable one there on to Quartz, although this has become less and less surprising as Blitz has started to become more and more of a valid pick as we're starting to get deeper into his kind of meta evolvation, or however you want to try and describe it there. I had to come up with my own word for it.
Yeah, I think you do have to come up with your own word to describe Blitz as a character inside of this game, because it just doesn't make a lot of sense at a lot of different corners. And honestly, I think that's why we see the switch up here with Gaimin Gladiators. We've really seen a resurgence inside of the Blitz play when it comes to a lot of the close quarters fights that we see across a lot of the maps. The thing that always comes to mind for a lot of people is the Oregon defense on basement, where people will hold things down inside of elbow, and usually a Blitz rush can handle that situation quite handedly. But in a map like Cafe, there's a lot of longer angles. I mean, really the only thing you have any influence over is if like Leftovers wanted to do something like holding down Cigar. But that'd probably be ill-advised if they have any, early recognition of the situation at all. But fortunately enough for Gaimin Gladiators, they're not going to pick up any shield at all. In fact, they're going to stick to their guns for this opening round and just see how aggressive they can potentially get with these two LMGs.
Yeah, Quartz had flirted with a couple different operators in the repick there. I know we saw a Thermite potentially being postured for at one point there too, but he ended up obviously landing on the Zofia, for those who did manage to catch that. So quite a bit of an amorphous lineup here, but still ends up with an appropriate amount of utility, especially in the hard breach department. They'll still have Rudy over here on... Excuse me. You're still going to have Rudy playing into that as well. So he is going to be able to bring that Hibana in and potentially add some hard breach to the table for him and the rest of the Gaimin Gladiators. Regardless, though, team is going to start to work their way forward, try to pop open this hatch, which they've already accomplished in doing, and now look for safe harbor to get themselves down below and towards the inside. Leftovers are not going to have any immediate counteraction to this showing up. Are going to keep the 2 players in the back of either, of course, the bathroom position and as well as Freezer, but in terms of swings coming back out, that would be over in the pixel corner where we usually expect our more aggressive players to be positioned in. Dexter currently taking up that spot for the Leftovers, so we'll see him potentially swing it out from that spot as we're just waiting for the Gladiators to make their first move now, which I think we're not too far off from here with the flash dumps currently working their way into Cigar.
Well, lots of different angles to adopt here for Leftovers as well, as they'll be able to take down Arrow, the Nomad now gone, continually trying to fight the Christmas Repel, as well as just the Christmas presence that's now coming in via ticket. Dexter is going to have some extra discs to be able to add, but it doesn't matter if he takes down Jolt, and he'll be traded out, but he already got 2. Going to put Leftovers ahead on the man count, and still with a lot to do. They'll have to burn out the gate for Cigar, giving them access to Christmas. The Skyros will come in, but so will the smoke grenade, forcing Rudy back deeper into Cigar to gift over yet another stun to the laser gate gods. Quartz now with Barring on the roof. They need to find some strong positioning to try and support their teammate in the building at the current moment. That's why we're going to see the rotation here from Quartz. More than likely going towards Heaven Window. See if he can possibly have any influence over the players that are potentially going to try and hold things down on this end. It looks like we could potentially also have a white rotate soon, but as soon as I say that, we're swinging into the building.
Rudy already with the first pickup here, but Adapt is not even noticed in this central cabinet here. Barring has to turn back around and quickly course correct for the Gladiators. Thankfully, he does. Evens it back up into a 2v2. Swings working themselves up white. One player is going to be allowed across the divide and into Freezer. The second one with a potential to pinch out Barring as well, but Maxley will finish the job all on his lonesome, just leaving Rudy in the post plant. Also pinched out here inside of the 1v2. Needs to try and get a little bit more mobile just because the position will be quite obvious from the case play. Is able to correct, though, and take out Butters when he tries to go for the first pickup on the kill here. Rudy will have about half HP to deal with Maxley, and he as well now a little bit lost, trying to figure out if Rudy would have played aggressively, swinging in, and indeed he will, but Maxley catches it, has just enough time for the counter to fuse as well, as the Leftovers will be taking control of the first round.
Incredible reaction time there from Maxley at the tail end of that round to secure the 1v1 and the case. Very sound overall defensive strategy coming out of them as well. Punishing Gaimin Gladiators very early on, especially on their Christmas take. They had to try and reconcile somehow, and it seems to be a very hot-to-trot effort into Cocktail. That leaves Adapt in a little bit of a situation. He's able to at least get one before he's taken down, but that's going to give the plant on over to the Gladiators. But luckily enough, Maxley good for the clutch situation that it was really needed for. It seemed like for a split second there, Rudy was going for the quad as he'd already picked up 3, but shut down on his hot streak, giving Leftovers the round.
Not going to happen, though, so the Leftovers end up with control over this opening round and extend beyond that into a first floor hold. A couple operator changes going to show up on the Gladiator side of things as a direct result of that. Interesting switch up from Quartz as let's get flirts with an interesting pick in the Ash there, but doesn't look like he's sticking with it, as Zofia has been re-swapped out for him yet again. Slight change up for Rudy as well, just changing the hard breach operator specifically. They're kind of going all over the place with it, so I'll hold my breath for a few seconds, but looks like it resumes on a normal path. Then finally, Jolton brings a secondary hard breach into this if they should need it. While Barring brings the usual mainstay of Finka and Arrow as well, add a Nomad in to bring a little bit of flank watch once they start taking some interior control.
Towards some bakery presence at this point for Leftovers. Gaimin Gladiators sticking to their guns outside. You can see Barring on quite the angle here. If anybody steps through the doors of VIP, they are immediately going to be bodied by this LMG. This is not a spot that you see picked up very often, but you can definitely tell they've put some forethought into this position, or at least tried this out in something like ranked and just realized how nasty this spot can be in certain situations. And we'll see him more than likely play this out for the rest of the time. But for the remaining members of the Gaming Gladiators, they're moving in towards Bakery. There's going to be some discs around the space, so these Selma charges not necessarily going to work out at the current moment. They'll lose a couple of those, as Max will now have to deal with some problems of his own. He'll deal with that pretty handily with an impact grenade.
Maxley continuing to position himself behind the Bakery counter, waits out for the next aggressive swing on the Gladiators. Not going to see it anytime soon, though, as they as well still try to play into their drone presence pretty heavily, as far as I can tell here. So we'll continue to wait out for that opportunity to find impact. Adept also helping out from the inside of Prep Kitchen, of course, in the attempt that we see, or in case we see an attempt to move in towards Small Bake and put that pressure against Maxley from that direction. Dexter will fend off the first bit of it, though, finding Jolton instead. That deals with the Maverick play from the other side of this. Max still just continuing to hold this, waiting for his chance to strike, and may very well get that chance in a second here. Once again, the Gladiators in position to strike forward, but not really going to feel the confidence to do so here as they try to wait it out, and instead going to be Barring that finds the trade against Dexter here. A little bit of presence swung out against Adapt as well, and that's going to send him deeper into Prep Kitchen as now they finally have to give up this spot. But Maxley will continue to find success as he fends off Quartz as the first player that attempts to take Bakery control will go down. There's an immediate exchange, however, from the Gladiators' side. Barring getting one with his nades to keep the numbers even at 3 apiece.
Well, speaking of Barring, he'll go down and immediately Adrenal Surge himself back up. Rudy will claim yet another life. Leftovers now down to Adapt. Has the isolated fight inside a Bakery, but early shots will give away his position. Has to back off towards K1. Those ones working his way in through Whiskey as well, but this is harsh positioning for him. Way too many angles to manage. And Rudy sneaks up on him. Out from inside of Whiskey with the 2 times. He will walk back into the angle. He will go down. That's the first round for the offense here for Gaming Gladiators.
So the Gaming Gladiators are going to trade things back quite quickly, ending up at a 1-1 scoreline as they're able to take that control for themselves. Leftovers felt it was close enough, and I would generally tend to agree, so they're going to retry this site, see if they can maybe leverage their early round aggression a little bit better here and be able to reduce the numbers a bit more cleanly this time. Able to trade it out in that previous round, so still keeping it quite close, but not able to bring it down to a point where they could just fall back into the site and play it cautiously. Was fighting it to the bitter end that entire time, so going to see if they can make things favor themselves this time instead of their opponents in the Gladiators. More than likely going to see the same operator lineup come in for the Gladiators. I say that, but there's actually quite a few changes in the lineup right now, so I'm curious to see if those are going to get reverted. For Rudy, it looks like it will. For the rest of the team, we'll have to wait and see, as Jolton may want a little bit more of a comfortable pick here. He's had a rough go of it the first 2 rounds. The Twitch may help to get him on the scoreboard finally.
Well, with that being said, Leftovers now facing down the barrel of potentially losing the lead already, as they'd only gathered it inside of round 1. Gaimin Gladiators now stomping the yard here and seeing if they can potentially claim their second round. Some solid adjustments across the board, as it's going to be a kitchen offense instead. So the Sledge is going to play pretty handily into this with the X-Kairos as well for the hatches and some of the other hard-to-reach areas if they so choose. Past that, though, with Quartz as well as Jolton along for the ride with that soft breach, this should be fairly straightforward for them on the mid-level. As soon as they're able to get control of mining and train, we'll begin breaking up all the flooring and making a lot of the area inside of Kitchen pretty difficult to play.
Gladiators working their way up onto the roof, take that initial control for themselves, and obviously are going to begin the process of slowly working their way down. Meanwhile, we're on the Leftovers side of things. Not a whole lot actually building up for these guys inside of the first minute of play, simply because, once again, trying to play this mainly from a horizontal perspective since it's their first floor hold once again. Gladiators will have a very easy time droning this out and finding it pretty much empty for the open for the taking. So with that, the Leftovers are going to continue to kind of just wait. Not have a whole lot to do downstairs except for gathering intel about where this potential clear is going to come from. And they'll know pretty quickly as soon as the Gladiators start to move forward and clear out the majority of this second floor. What they'll have to watch out for is it'll all be on the vertical plane instead of the horizontal one they tried to play into here.
Well, now with the Gaimin Gladiators descending off of the roof, Arrow's going to be setting things up around red. Has the air jab down, so no rotations can come in from that side, and now the soft breach will begin. Just like we talked about before, this is going to make it difficult to play around kitchen as well as some of the spaces inside of bunker. You can also get freezer access if you would so choose. We already have some gunfights going back and forth, but it's mostly Quartz just murdering Maxley instead. Not really a gunfight when it comes to that position, as Quartz has such an off angle, it's way too difficult for them to try and get any bullet to slip through those cracks there. Jolton, though, will be able to claim yet another one as Adapt will go down, and Leftovers now looking to try and reclaim a couple bodies here going into this last minute.
Butters as well, still primed and ready to fend off the first swings from the Gladiators should they try to commit to this white drop. At the same time, 35 seconds left. There's not a whole lot of time for the Gladiators to potentially change up their own fate, and especially their strategy. Butters with some unfortunate timing there. They could have had a scope in onto one of the players from the Gladiators crossing up on top. Just wasn't lined up for it in time, so a missed one at that. The Leftovers as well, still denying presence from the inside of Freezer here, as you're going to see those Toxic Babes continue to plume out from inside of it. Filthy able to drop the first arrow with a quick move inside of Whiskey to trade it, but nearly gets caught from the other side by Small Bake as well. You can see that bulletproof revealing its position constantly. Butters, once again, the timing just not favoring him here, worried about a potential swing from Whiskey. Instead, it's going to come from inside of Freezer. At the end of those exchanges, looking like our attackers end up coming out on top of it, so they will take the edge and the lead along with it.
Yes, indeed. And now Gaimin Gladiators, after claiming that lead for the very first time, will have to try and reconvene, see exactly what they want to get done next with this map. It's been some beautiful clears thus far, really punishing Leftovers for a lot of the mispositioning that we've been seeing, especially with the way that they were able to play with the verticality inside of that last round, forcing Leftovers' hand and potentially forcing them to make some of the moves that we saw, like the next kill coming through for Adapt passing away to Jolton there at the very tail end of that initial engagement. But either way, that's what you see that big lead come from the offense, and just making it way too difficult for Leftovers to really try and do anything with the round past that moment. So with that being said, we're headed up towards Bar and Cocktail to see what Leftovers potentially do here. It's going to be quite a bit of mitigation, as they'll be bringing not only Wamai and the Rooney, but the Jaeger and a couple of other odds and ends. Just Smoke as a rudimentary solid pick, able to make rotations and everything else in between. It also has a Smoke utility to be able to delay, as well as Maxley on what seems to be a very solid pick for quite a few fraggers nowadays with the Alibi.
Got the Gladiators on the field here, already working themselves through and getting themselves in a position for initial clear. We can see one specifically getting ready to potentially hop in towards Bakery and make a move forward from this spot. It's Quartz. Is he manning that position here, as we'll see him be the first to swing in. The rest of the Leftovers still positioned all across the building here, looking to waste the time away elsewhere. So not going to see any immediate reaction or any immediate fights come out for the Quartz or anyone else on the assault just yet, but we'll be building towards that here, as we can see, actually, Jolton gonna get himself juiced back up. Butters with the bit of delay here as he hops himself out to make sure he confirms the kill. And Quartz, good thing he made this entry earlier on to get himself into Big Bakeries. He's able to quickly rotate himself up the stairs, and yes, even though his teammate goes down, he's able to make sure that Butters doesn't get away with it, trades him back out, locks this player count in down to a 4v4.
Repositioning of Quartz now out towards Blacktop. He'll punch open the mining window, but dusts off to another locations with the rest of his squad. They have another player downstairs inside of VIP that's barring at the current moment. Going to likely droning some things out across the map. He'll begin hopping too now as well. Arrow, more than likely inside of the same boat, as he'll probably begin repelling here on the west side. And he will, in fact. They're looking to abuse this cocktail area as they have Quartz underneath. They'll be able to try and dislodge any player that attempts to play this space, even though, as of right now, I think the Leftovers have already identified that this is indeed a cocktail take. As you can see, quite a few of the members have already shifted away from this side of the building.
Already trying to line up some free fire here into the site. They can edge out a member or two of the Leftovers roster. Dapt has gone down. I believe not necessarily from Arrow's free fire, but another member, I think, potentially lining that up, dropping him. Dexter's taken some heat, too, as he's gone down to sub 50, barring in his attempt to swing himself up through red, and will succeed in reaching the top, but now needs to make his impact known here. And thankfully, that won't be too hard to accomplish. The majority of the leftovers either down or close to it already, but Maxley seems ready for at least one challenge to be thrown against him. He moves up, is able to catch Barring Filthy with the second one. The leftover is actually staying in this fight. As we see their first trade come back against them, Barring able to line up one of his nades and line up into a 2v2 late game situation here. And that's actually forced the Gladiators out of this fight entirely here with their red stairs play attempt failing. Rudy moving forward, trying to get this player inside of Cigar, and actually Rudy just gonna storm directly through the laser gates. That opens up an opportunity for Arrow to finish him off, as yes, Rudy will still be lost from it, putting us down to a 1v1, and we can see here Maxley just barely dodging those shots at the end of the round. Came down to quite literally the last few seconds of it, as our defending player is able to escape it and win it out on the timer.
Arrow immediately just calls cap on the 60 HP. He doesn't believe him. Honestly, I think it was around like 40, to be fair. But either way, it was definitely another bullet that he was going to need to tag him with, especially through the side of Hut. So super unfortunate for Arrow there that he wasn't able to catch him, as he was just sprinting over into Cigar to try and find him. And as everybody knows, you have to go through that animation when you stop sprinting before you're able to fire. So fortunate enough for Arrow, not able to win it out in that situation, and that leads us into round 5. You're at a 2-2 scoreline.
So things continue to look very close, as neither team able to stretch out, ascertain a massive advantage here in the first 2/3 of our opening half. Obviously still a bit of a ways to go here, so we'll see if the leftovers can continue to adjust and find some solidity, or if we're gonna be on for a real seesaw ride to go back and forth throughout the majority of not only this game, but the other maps in play as well here. We've had some close series today, and this one is more than likely going to be no exception to that, as the Gladiators look to set their right foot forward here, already being spawned out on the map. Let's see how they approach the clear. Is more than likely this is going to be a top-down play again from these players to try and get themselves in to that second floor control.
Well, some cool little tidbits being brought in by the Gladiators, obviously, with Barring on the Nook. He'll begin pushing in right into Bakery. We've already seen this kind of play before. As long as he doesn't sprint here, he should not be discovered. He's made it on through. No sprinting, no nothing at all, really, to give up his location. As long as he doesn't do that, he won't be seen by that camera. I should make it all the way up red. And a little hole here that he's going to have to worry about, but Butters with a great sense, identifying that somebody's more than likely around the red area, and he's just going to face check it outright, and he'll win the fight, catching Barring completely off guard. The leftovers now at the lead.
Leftovers indeed in control here, looking to try and exercise that even further here, pulling back on the large majority of their aggressive tendencies. One player is still going to remain extended out, I believe, on each floor. You can see that red rotate working its way up right now. And at least one more continues to have that extended control over towards the cocktail bar. But as you're going to see, Quartz try to sneak past all that, tries to directly insert himself into the fray. That will not work. It'll be caught quite quickly, in fact, due to the Banshees in position, so he'll have to move out of that one. Dexter as well continues to pick up kills for the leftovers, as he now finds Jolton eliminating him. Maxley continues to whittle down the remaining attacker presence across the map right now. Quartz and Rudy now the only two remaining, and as you can see, plenty of tricks left up the sleeves of the leftovers here, as they have some regression they've yet to even throw out yet. Quartz is now the only player remaining. Every other single attacking route, not including this hell one, has failed. So Quartz will have to somehow try and make this one work with the minute he has remaining on the clock here. Trying to spray in, looking for anyone that he could possibly get a duel against and win it, but only able to find that once against Filthy. Immediately exchange afterwards. The round, of course, falls into the hands of our defenders.
Fantastic round there from Butters, shutting down so many different entry points of the Gaimin Gladiators, claiming 3 bodies that time around. But I mean, we really have to just give him the gold star on the board in the classroom. when it comes to that initial play that we saw. The Nook trying to make her way up red and then immediately taken down just off game sense, really, from that moment, unless they initially got some information of him just moving inside of that door and were able to make, good on that and just realize that that play was going on. But either way, I mean, it was just such a strong effort there from Butters to shut down a lot of what was going on for the Gaming Gladiators.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
And so we will take another peep at things as the Gladiators look to course correct one final time against a first floor assault this time around. The Leftovers, of course, still bringing that huge spread of utility mitigation primarily, but for the Leftovers, let's be a little bit careful about the way they approach things here. A few of their players being caught out away from the site inside of the early round left opportunities open for the Gaming Gladiators to kind of trade their way to a win ultimately. The last time we went onto this site, and I'm sure they will be looking to repeat the same thing if they can get it, potentially with a bit more of a cleaner result too, seeing as they struggled with taking out some of those extended players. But when they finally were able to do so, the defense was spread a little bit too far thin, and they just did not have the numbers to prepare themselves for the eventual rush of the remaining players on the Gladiators, and as such, the Leftovers took control, or lost control, of this previous defense. Looking to change it up this time and lock in what would be a 4-2 half if they can accomplish it, but if the Gaming Gladiators repeat their success, we're headed for an even scoreline, 3-all.
We'll see if they'll be able to accomplish that as they clamber up the side of the building to the west, looking to get rid of these hatches that we know is the call sign to the start of a good cafe round. Everything getting popped open here. Barring will begin sputtering at the wall just to see if he can potentially catch somebody off guard inside of Christmas. Always a good angle to spam when you are on the roof. Can catch people off guard by ticket and a couple of the other far-reaching areas around stage. Either way, though, Ports will be on the drone game here, trying to clear things out inside of Reedy. Not too much going on this mid-floor for the Leftovers. They're mostly keeping this one pretty close to the chest, is what we can see at a minimum. Is a pretty clear third and second floor. All except for a potential body that could be moving up the white stairs at this moment. Barring also coming down, some shots back and forth, the smoke out. Barring's going to hop over and run back through the smoke just to dock himself back up with the adrenal surge. And that'll at least be able to give Gaming Gladiators the initial foothold that they want so badly over the second floor. Start to be able to abuse these sledgehammers as well as this skeleton key on Jolt.
Warren continued to look for opportunities to impact down below through the freezer stairs access. He'll reach the bottom of white there, but won't have the confidence to go fully forward just yet, as obviously the Christmas extension is still going to be alive, along with two other members of the Leftovers continuing to show off their own presence closer over towards the front door area. Huxley as well still has full presence on the inside of Bakery and can continue to deny any attempt from the Gaming Gladiators to flush him out, especially as you can see here on the inside of areas like Prep Kitchen, where now the Leftovers have kind of abandoned their positioning. This is how the Gaming Gladiators were able to work their way into the site, though, was by opening up all these top-down angles and then kind of flushing their way in, while the Leftovers didn't have a lot of ways to directly stop that type of play. And we've got a similar situation kind of built up here, as you're going to see the Gaming Gladiators work their way down that hatch now. The extension into Christmas could cause some pretty big issues, though, as you're going to be seeing over in the corner, mainly because, yep, this cutoff is clean for Filthy, and on top of that, you've got the Toxic Babe to mitigate additional drops. They have made their way down. Case control has not been retained just as of yet, but that's going to be corrected soon enough. Now the chance is there for the Gaming Gladiators to work their way forward, with two members inserted to the inside of Freezer, and more importantly, Arrow going for the plant, barring Force back, but on the refrag, he moves in, takes down Butters. Dexter and Maxley, though, able to frag out two more for the defensive end of things. The plant does go down, but it's only Barring and the player that planted it still alive, and now just Barring on the outside. He's been able to hold his ground here over by the White Stairs door. Still has to contend with moving himself forward to stop this counter defuse, and will not be able to do that. Filthy finally ends his reign, so the Leftovers get themselves one more round to close out the half.
It's a 4-2 half for the Leftovers as they'll take over on the offensive side, obviously meaning that the defense is now in GG's hands, even though Leftovers is the one a little bit closer to that. So Bar Cocktail will be the first defense after a very successful defense from the Leftovers. They allowed the plant to go down, but it's one of those moments where it's like, yeah, but at what cost, right? So many bodies going down from GG, and really only having the LMG to fight back over inside of white. And it just simply didn't work for them. I mean, we saw Barring constantly trying to take the fight with the VIP players, as well as trying to deal with the player inside of Whiskey. And he's successful in one of those ends. But when you have to get everything down into a 1 versus 3, I mean, it's just a very, very unfortunate circumstance. They just were a little bit too far off the reservation from each other and just couldn't try and help out any of their teammates inside of that situation that could have potentially have made things easier.
So, moving back into our second half, the Gaimin Gladiators have fallen behind, but they're not done just yet, especially on the defensive side of Cafe here. There plenty of opportunities for them to look for a rebound, look for an opportunity to swing back into this game still and remain competitive. But the Leftovers only a simple 3 rounds away from shutting it down. The Gladiators will have to be careful about where they try to rotate towards if things don't go well on these first few sites. If they try to rotate too much, could just leave themselves without any home to fight for. And obviously, one full rotation against them leaves the Leftovers with 7 rounds. So to make sure they start things off consistently and solidly so they do not let the Leftovers run away with the current scoreboard. You move up these hatches first for the Leftovers, as quite a few of them are going to immediately ascend over towards the roof and look to move them in a good position to start getting some access to areas like Cigar. But it will be a slow build up here, as we've come to expect in these third floor holds.
Well, speaking of these third floor holds, how is Leftovers going to begin breaking this down? They've already gotten some solid drone insight as to what this opener is looking like from GG. The other Twitch drone from Maxley will be zapped down, but by the defense. Another drone, not the other Twitch drone, will be in. This is another thing about Twitch. She actually has an extra drone because she gets one inside of prep phase. So she technically has 3 drones, which is a pretty solid thing to have for your kit inside of Rainbow Six, with just how much those things are worth. So still has an opportunity to use that Twitch drone to get rid of some other utility later on if necessary. Past that, though, for the Leftovers' sake, not too much going on at the current moment. Still so much roof presence going into this minute 30 marker, but that will change as soon as Ticket Wall is exploded.
Butters already with a prime position to cut off the new balcony positions, as well as most of the interior. Nicely played there, as that shot's going to land directly on top of Jolton. Beautifully done. I was going to say, be a little bit limited on seeing inside of Cocktail, but apparently not. Lines up a singer of a headshot like that. A good start here, but now the rest of the team needs to move in and get themselves ready to try and purge forward a bit here. Butters will have to come in and help out with that as well. Chuck another nade to clear out the Pixel player. So as you can see, well, yes, Butters is making huge stride forwards on the Cocktail side of things. Inside of Cigar, not much is moving at all right now, so they may have to fight with whatever they've claimed outside here. Butters knows he'll have free reign to move throughout this balcony. Maxley as well, able to make quick work of Barring, so things are quickly falling to pieces for the Gaimin Gladiators. That's until, of course, Arrow and Rudy can get themselves into this fight. They find both Dexter and finally stop the reign of Butters, too, who had been a serious player, putting a lot of problems into their Cocktail hold. Filthy, though, exposes Rudy as he steps out just a bit too far from his freezer position and is able to take him down from the rooftop, leaving just Arrow in the fight, where Filthy will also be able to manage him and shut this round down, putting our attackers just 2 more away from closing out the first map.
What a solid round from the Leftovers on offense, breaking that site down, especially from what we saw inside of the initial part of that round. It took them a while to get things warmed up, but once they did, I mean, especially for Butters, he opened up so much space for the Leftovers to come in and take control. There was really nothing that the Gaimin Gladiators could do, even with the big pickups that they got near the tail end of the round. I mean, the man advantage was already so in favor of the Leftovers that it was practically impossible to try and fight back unless there was some lucky star looking over them or something along those lines. But past that, though, Gaimin Gladiators now with an opportunity to try and hold Leftovers off of map point here on the kitchen service defense.
So things looking a bit bleak here now for our friends on the Gaimin Gladiators. I believe we are going to be in a bit of a pause here for just a second. So attack pause coming in indeed for players on the Gaimin Gladiators potentially, but it's already going to close out. We're going to get ourselves back in game here and see. All right, give us a moment, folks. It looks like we just had a little bit of delay was what was going on there, starting the round. So it was a bit of server lag. Apologies. Thought we were in attack pause, but Apparently not the case. As we get ourselves into round number 8, looks like it's rocking and rolling now. Leftovers, like I was saying in the post round there, just 2 more away from closing it down versus the Gaimin Gladiators, at least on this first map. Still have to look into our second one, however, to see how these teams try and evolve, and if things go the way of the Leftovers, how the Gaimin Gladiators will work their way back into this matchup. For the Gladiators, however, currently looking at a zombie pickup finally showing up for them, and it's on Jolton too. Jolton continuing to struggle in this matchup, by the way, currently at 1-7. So we'll see if the Azami will potentially change that up, as I believe it's going to be used to play to the inside of Crispus with the way that those knives are currently going down. Normally this is going to be one taken up by a smoke, but could also be played just as well here with the ability to add that additional cover by Jolton.
Well, that really didn't work out, I think, how he exactly wanted it to, but it is what it is. He'll break out the window there and potentially get some information or something along those lines, but it's practically going to be the same thing as having the other... oh, that's rough, Jolton. I don't know what really to help you there with, Bud, but that's unfortunate. Butters will catch him on the held door here with a quick drone in via pillar, and this is the harsh reality of playing this front room here inside of Cafe. If you try and go for like the dark window or something like that, or like just that underneath area from new balcony, it's always going to be really, really punishing. Past that, really the only knife that he got down was this one on the red window, and like we were talking about before, this is pretty easy to manage. It's just going to be a simple punch from the outside, or they can get rid of it on the inside, but they don't necessarily have to either. It's not really of the utmost importance when it comes to the bottom sight, having access to that window. So now, really, the Leftovers have just gotten rid of one of the most important operators, more than likely, to how the earlier parts of this round was going to go, and now this is looking to be a lot easier on their conscience. Especially after that.
Butters starting things out well here for the Leftovers as well by eliminating barring. Things continuing to look good here for them, as once more taking a solid stance, especially on this attacking side as well. Much more one-sided here as Butters just sends Rudy soaring, a beautifully placed nade from the outside. No mitigation catching that either, so either a very well-placed nade or just poor utility usage coming out from the Gladiators. There's no ADS available to eat that one up. Court's finally responding with one of his own. A second being found too. A bit too much focus for Butters on arrows, so he's not able to save Dexter here. But now the swing from the inside, which is going to be corrected by Maxley. Things looking close for a second there, but our attackers able to ultimately get control at the end of the day and take their second to last round.
Leftovers now simply running away with Cafe. A 6-2 scoreline. It looks so very close at first, but now, since they've gotten on the offensive side, it has been utter dominance no matter what the Gaimin Gladiators throw at them. Early aggression, a new operator, it doesn't matter. All of these have went the way of Leftovers, and now they're looking to seal the deal here on a kitchen service, kitchen cooking defense, but I don't know if that is going to be able to slow down Butters in the slightest. He has had the sauce when it has came to the opening moment so far here on Cafe. He's more than likely looking to take it one step further.
We'll see if he and the rest of the squad can accomplish that. As like you said, just that one extra round is all they really need to work towards here. Have this first map locked in. Other maps still in the future, folks. It is going to be a best of 3 these teams will play into, of course. While we've got Cafe for our first map, Bank is on the docket for map number 2, a map that provides a little bit more freedom to our roaming players for the defensive side inside of like the early to mid round, but overall when it comes to mid and late round style play, will actually play out quite similarly to how Cafe does. So you're going to see a lot of the same, and that might be trouble for the Gaimin Gladiators if they don't have a new plan of action when it comes to our second map on Bank. Either way, though, they still have an opportunity to recover here on Cafe. It's bleak, but it is indeed there, but they'll need to get 4 rounds in a row here to have a chance at it and trigger overtime, a task that quite a few of our other teams have failed to do today. So let's see if the Gladiators can change up their own fate and keep themselves in the fight.
Well, it's going to have to be pretty hard fought. I mean, the Leftovers have been taking it to them on every single look. Gaimin Gladiators trying a lot of different things, but none of them really working out in their favor. Time and time again, losing gunfights, and haven't been able to get over that. Jolton especially, and pretty hot water at the current moment. 1-8, not able to improve upon his scoreline just yet, but he's still staying active, still ready for whatever is ahead of him. Potentially able to try and help them over this next round and help them to try and get into overtime. Butter's already with some damage, but nothing really to call home about, especially when it comes to Finka. She'll more than likely just heal herself back on up with the adrenal surges, and that's exactly what we're going to see as Butter is just a few moments away from being back at max HP.
He's still looking for his first target from the top-down POV, but not going to be presented with one so easily. Just gives the all-clear signal of what more than likely should be an open room for his squad mates, and will descend directly into it. Once again, the Gaimin Gladiators don't want much to do with this early clear. Not going to try and contest again heavily, keeping an eye on the stair in the event they get an opportunity to pick off a header too early on here. But that as well has evaded the Gladiators for the most part. Was having quite cautious with the way they approach this first minute of play. As we enter the final minute, though, our second, they do need to start prepping themselves for battling it out against the players down below, and Filthy is nearly thrust into one of those fights as he reveals one of the players below him and gets a few shots sent his way to Jolt.
Well, frag grenade out for Butters as it won't be able to tag up much inside of sight. This timer beginning to dwindle as well, but still a decent amount of time in siege time as you tend to see people plant down to that 0-0 marker. Another frag grenade out, but won't catch anything. Maxley now adjusting to the bottom of white to try and assist with the play. About to have his hologram back up as well, but he's got some frag grenades of his own. One out and won't be able to catch much as might be able to just catch the deployable shield in the hallway if there even was one. I didn't even catch that, in fact. Another one out now to try and get rid of it at the current moment, and it will. There's still a player inside of VIP to worry about. A stun grenade could potentially help this out with Dexter, but no, Dexter's going to go down to Rudy, who was the player inside of VIP. The case now out of the hands of the offense. Gaimin Gladiators, they're going to run away with the round. It's a flawless round for them with their backs against the wall. They'll be able to at least claim one before Cafe goes by the wayside.
I feel like there was a calm at one point there after that last round from the Gaimin Gladiators. It was just like, all right, guys, no swinging until 20 seconds. Like, that's the rule. Because that's basically, for the most part, how the Gladiators were able to waste so much time off the clock. Just played it way more passive than they did the round before that there. Not taking all the early duels that they were more prone to taking in areas like Coat Check and Whiskey. And because of that, Leftovers were kind of expecting to get it. So they just sat back and wasted like 30 seconds of their own time. Finally, when they were ready to move in, that's when the Gladiators got aggressive. That's when they started fighting back after they picked up a kill or two from their default position, because they had absolute right to at that point. So much better pace there from the Gladiators and much better usage of the time clock, especially when it came down to the final like 30-40 seconds there.
So for the Gaimin Gladiators, still requiring 3 rounds, count them, 3 rounds in order to make it to overtime. And it all starts here in this bar defense. It's going to have to be a perfect site rotation. If they win this, they'll be heading towards the mid floor. That's why they got the decision between mining as well as Fireplace Hall, or Fireplace Hall as well as Reading. But this really depends on what the team wants at the current moment, but they have to get past this initial defense first. And they're not only doing that, but they were initially thinking about bringing something else inside of that place there for Rudy, but they'll give the smoke on over to Rudy, and Quartz will instead grab the Malusi inside of the pregame. So I'll have that along for the ride. This top floor defense looks to have quite a bit of denial, but it's mostly down to the Electro Claws of Arrow to really try and hold back Leftovers for an extended period of time.
You got Maxley and the rest of the Leftovers already reaching that rooftop point, so we'll start to see them descend into areas like Cigar pretty soon, more than likely. So get themselves ready for that. Wasn't able to find their ultimate victory on the first floor assault. They'll have to try and do it upstairs instead here. Should be able to field it just as well, but need to still find themselves a way to insert into the building, which can oftentimes be one of the more difficult parts of approaching this site, is finding that initial staging ground. As we saw for these players, however, at least with Butters at the beginning of this half, they're able to make quite a few kills happen in a bit of an unexpected position, and that too gives this team an opener to work their way forward. So they need to call on him yet again to get that done. And at the moment, all of their drone press is just being denied outright here. I've seen like 3 different drones now get shot out the second they've been deployed. It's going to start to become a bit problematic here for the Leftovers. They've now lost, as of a few seconds ago, over half their count. Dexter, though, is getting a little bit impatient, possibly, lining up the Gara hook for a play. Someone else will be sitting at the other end of it, so he needs to be ready to take a fight pretty much immediately. Thankfully, the changes to this operator do make that somewhat possible now. As he goes in, takes the fight, and wins it. However, trades will start coming in from the other side. Jolton and Quartz exchange that right back to keep us in an even 3v3. Butters, though, able to make his way forward from New Balcony again. They have the majority of control there. But Dexter struggling to move himself forward from the defender balcony positioning here. He's going to take quite a bit of heat from White Hallway, and so far has been unable to volley that back against his opponents.
Dab with a solid reposition here with Dexter swinging in towards Freezer. It's all down to Jolton now, playing in towards stock Leftovers. They've finally done it. It gets down to the 3 versus 3, but it's gotten too complex. Jolton tries to swing the close angle. It'll be taken down by the player inside of Cocktail. Leftovers taking Cafe and pushing us on to map 2.
And the Leftovers, a solid win at that of 7-3. A little bit bumpy inside of the opening half when they were on defense, but as soon as they took over the attacking side, they took over, quite literally, the attacking side. They're only losing, I think, 1 round inside of it. So, ladies and gentlemen, that sets us up for map number 2. Stick with us. We're going to go to a quick break, give the players a chance to rejuvenate themselves, and when we return, we'll be getting ourselves ready for the second and possibly final matchup here on the stream today. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the Gamers Without Borders qualification event. We are nearly at the end of day number 1 here, showcasing one matchup from each of the region's tournaments that we have going on right now. That's going to continue not only throughout tomorrow, but the rest of the weekend as well, as we try to figure out who our top teams in each region are going to be as they try to move on towards our main event. We've got a whole load of prizing to be given out, mainly in charitable donations for this event, but as well, the teams that make it to our main event will have that opportunity to fight for an even bigger prize pool in direct contributions to the players. So very exciting stuff. Definitely want to be trying to make it through, but we are going live with the second map. So let's get into it. Once again, it's the Leftovers versus the Gaimin Gladiators. The Gladiators are on thin ice after dropping our first map over on Cafe Dostoevsky. Now we get ready to move on to Bank, where they could potentially be knocked down into the lower bracket if they don't recover.
Well, with that being said, Bank now up onto the docket. Abana will be removed. The Hatch Queen playing too strongly into this map. And what will be our secondary offensive ban? Osa, also a fantastic pick here, as she tends to have a lot of really strong setup around not only some of the top floor windows when it comes to that north side, but also around the server when it comes to attacking CCTV downstairs. Kaid also falling into a very similar vein when it comes to very strong setup. Even though the EMPs are still out, they don't want to have to be bringing Kaid along for the ride on either end and have to worry about having that Thatcher in order to get those hatches open. So instead, they'll get rid of him. And last but surely not least, it is going to be none other than Mira as our last ban here on Bank.
So some good stuff indeed coming in. Not anything hugely surprising. The Osa is one that we could definitely see as a standout, but it's definitely not unexpected given the type of play potential she's opened up, especially for basement attacks here on this map. You could say the same about second floor clears as well. She can be quite useful for that, so it makes perfect sense. One of our teams wanting to knock her out from play. We've got a very interesting lineup of operators for the Gaimin Gladiators here to start things out. We've got a Zero soft lock, a Nook coming in there as well. I think we saw another one for a second, but that was picked away. Quartz, I think, is just messing with us for the most part here. So we'll get a better idea of that once we get through the repick phase as well. What's going to stick and what's going to potentially get swapped out here.
All right. Well, now into Bank here for the very first time. Leftovers, considering a couple of different things, but finally resting on the Mozzie here for their defensive setup. No Oryx along for the ride, so won't have the Hatch play, unfortunately enough. But for Gaimin Gladiators, having quite a few different looks. Initially thinking about some more execute utility, but instead go for the Nook along with the Nook to be clear. Finka always going to be a solid choice. Orin just feel like he can get more done on the Nook in this position. Rudy also bringing the Thermite as well, which is a solid option. Potentially Jolton also having secondary hard breach here as well, and he will in fact. So have plenty of hard breach to go across the board to be able to get rid of hatches or anything that they so choose.
Is going to be the first player we'll take a look at here as these rounds get started. We'll see how he proceeds forward, as mainly he's going to be on intel duty, clearing out the lobby first off while the rest of the team works at getting access to square for themselves. Build up from that point and work themselves forward to clear out the rest of this map, and things are actually going to start a lot better this time for the Gaimin Gladiators. Maxley, I think, potentially tries to run or jump out, peeks into the stock window is what it looks like ended up happening. Will end up getting himself caught from there, so he'll be the first to fall. That is going to be as well the Vigil utility now removed. No longer can he trip up these drones and constantly cause delay in the roam clear for the Gladiators, which will be actually a pretty good thing in the long run here, because they did struggle with that from time to time on our previous map.
Well, phone call out here from the Doge, but won't be able to get too much done past the initial frag onto Maxley. But obviously, that's going to be good enough. All up until Adapt fires back, though. Down Barring, and oh no! Dexter's going to slip through the cracks. They don't find him. He's inside of open area. He's going to get a magazine put back inside of that Roni. He's lethal now. Those stuns out as well to try and help. swing in from the EBR. Dexter flirting with death at this moment. Oh my, Jolton. Oh, stand still, everyone. Dexter, he's on a roll. Somebody's got to stop this man. He's good for 3, possibly 4 if they want to go for it. And Dexter, oh my God. What a way to open it up on Bank.
Dexter in his laboratory here in open area, shutting it all down, taking on absolutely no challengers in that position over by Office. So he's going to be able to pretty much single-handedly shut this attempt at attacking down from the Gladiators and leave the Leftovers once again in controlling position. Already up 1-0, obviously, from the previous matchup, and now up 1-0 in the match score as well. Gladiators not going to reattempt that site. They switch right away from it. Or, excuse me, the Leftovers obviously not going to be able to attempt that site as they win it. So they'll be switching upstairs into their 2F hold for this upcoming round.
That was a gross round there from Dexter, especially with the little amount of error that is allowed with that Roni. You have a very small mag capacity. A lot of those fights are dealt with inside of the entirety of said mag capacity, and Dexter is able to get 4 kills inside of open area, all off the back of some effort from downstairs from Adapt. That duo right there getting away with so much inside of that situation, especially for Dexter's sake, obviously. But, I mean, for the remainder of it, Gaimin Gladiators getting picked to pieces, simply cannot win out the fight, and no one swinging in time to really catch Dexter off guard. He was ready for every single engagement thrown at him.
So with the Leftovers still in dominating position, at least when it comes to the ability to gunfight here, that's going to open up some problems for the Gladiators in terms of how they try to get past that. The slow, straightforward clear in the last round is what we see attempted to minimal results, mainly due to what Dexter was able to accomplish. Curious to see if they're going to try something different here at all, or if they'll just wipe off the last round as circumstance of, hey, Dexter had a good round. Let's get, kind of just clear that from our minds and move forward, as I think they'll more than likely fall into that pattern of thought. Either way, though, already seeing them out on the board. We'll see how well they're able to clear out this defensive position, as there is going to be, I believe I see the silhouette correctly, the one player over by stock. If not, they're extended a little bit closer to the hallway inside of elevator here. Either way, Barring, as we go back to him, manages to spot out one of the yokai drones on the roof. That'll remove a pretty important piece of utility from Filthy's arsenal. Still has a second one pocketed, of course, and more than likely keeping it that way, waiting until later on in the round to be able to throw it out, or just has it hanging out on the ceiling a bit closer to the site to obviously be used in the event we go to a null timer where that denial can win the round.
Well, with that being said, Gladiators looking to try and work their way off of this north side of the building. They have Jolton actually waltzing inside instead of using the Gara hook on anything. Could potentially go for a hatch or something of that sort, though later on we'll just have to see. Does have some bodies around this area, though, as I believe we just saw Leftovers. Remember, yes, indeed, over to his right-hand side, there'll be a player inside of Tellers. He's been hot-marked by a drone actually inside of that area. So now, Barring moving forward, almost has the flag as Dexter, then a very low HP. Barring trying to capitalize on the situation now, doesn't stop the pressure, and they'll finally be able to take him down, but they were decisive in that moment, and that's what made it to where Dexter wasn't able to do too much, even though he was given a second life there for just a split second.
So a bit of a slower start this time for the Leftovers, but at the same time, the slowness with which the Gladiators have found their opening kill is going to leave them with a bit of a lack for time right now. Butters, he's been caught out, though. Doesn't even realize the player's swinging up main stairs, or rather swinging up square stairs against him. Barring is going to be able to knock out Butters, and Barring will get another reboost as well here. Bring himself back up to a decent point. What's that? Presence detector hidden. Is able to juice himself forward a bit as we bring this down. Only one member remaining for the Leftovers after the rest of this execute works its way through. Adapt is the last player standing, although he's able to get away with one more pickup. There is an immediate exchange that sends him down. So the Gladiators come back with a bang in the second round here and are able to trade it out at a 1-1 scoreline.
Much more solid round there from the Gaimin Gladiators, not falling over themselves like we saw in the previous round, and able to pick off quite a few staples of the leftover defense, especially downstairs. We also saw Butters getting quite aggressive towards top square, but clearly ill-advised, as he thought he was all in his lonesome out there, but just simply didn't have the audio cue for the member running up square stairs because of that hell presence sensor on Nook. Makes it really hard to hear her moving around like that, and completely catches Butters off guard in that situation. Going to lead to a now newfound round here for Gaimin Gladiators. even though our last round, it looked like they could have potentially have gotten something past what happened with the whole the Dexter fiasco around the desks inside of open area. But that being said, now Gaimin Gladiators will be back out in the field momentarily here, and also looking to shift some gears. Not really thinking about bringing the Nook. Looks like Barin will immediately go back towards the Finca, and Jolton will be picking up the buck.
So with both of our teams now spawned out, leftovers looking to course correct themselves after what occurred on the previous hold there. Back out into a first floor open area hold. This is the very same room, of course. We're back on round number 1. I mean, Dexter going absolutely crazy. So if he's able to thrive inside of his element yet again, things will probably work out well for him. But obviously, so much will change its state of play between now and then, just in the fact that we are actively focusing on that site rather than it being a bit of a kind of side room here to be fought over. Make it a little bit harder for Dexter to be able to make that same type of impact. And the Gaimin Gladiators, obviously, they need to kind of work up the courage to get themselves down there in the first place, which includes a pretty big sweep of the second floor hold. When we can see Arrow and Barring already working on doing there, as Arrow will be clearing things out from the lobby perspective. Barring, wasting no time, is already in through stock and getting ready to set himself up angle-wise to challenge some of these upstairs holds.
A lot of soft destruction going down, but not too much action past that. Oh, what a read from Maxley, though, is... I mean, it just seems to be game sense at that point, not a hopping or anything. An ill-advised step out of ATMs, and you're dead in the water, at least for Arrow's sake. Another potential frag, but it's actually coming towards him instead. Into the E2 area right past Beepers, is he'll almost get naded out and taken out right under a default cam. Barring now has a camera back inside of the area here for E2, but luckily enough for Maxley, he'll be able to find it and take it down. Now him for an adapt will be able to hold on to the space for hopefully an extended period of time and trying to lay out more of this clock from Gaimin Gladiators.
Continuing to wait for opportunity to strike, but of course wants to make sure he has team support to do so, which he will now get from Jolton. There's the juice up coming in from the Finca. Barring, of course, will be first to make his way down from it. Does need to have Overwatch for the basement rotate as well in the event the leftovers had any tricks hidden down here. And there is one player, 2 players it looks like, in fact, judging from the silhouettes real quickly, that are potentially going to try and rotate their way either up into this site once the take attempt is started, or just kind of try to contribute from down below. It's what little effect I can have here. Courts walking in, should have been able to take out at least one member of the defense. And it looks like he did down Filthy, but is not going to be able to fully confirm it. That will fall to Barring instead after he goes over towards Beepers. A 1-for-1 change from that at the end of the day. Exchange, excuse me. Butters is going to be able to push it one step further for our defenders, and Dexter is only one check mark away. Now that Barring is the last player standing, Dexter will knock that one down too. Our defenders with the lead still at 2-1. So far, though, neither team able to get a consistent streak going. It's just been a seesaw back and forth for 3 rounds here so far.
Both of these teams with some solid looks across the map so far, though. Leftovers have been pretty active on this defense, and both of the successful defensive rounds that they've had have stemmed from that activeness. Looks like they'll more than likely roll on down to Locker CCTV. We'll see if we have the extended hold here again with Dexter back on the Mozzie. So maybe a recreation, maybe an Act 2 in effect here in a couple of moments, John. But round 4, this is really going to be, the backbreaker for how this is going to go. If Gaimin Gladiators is able to pick this up, then we have a pretty solid way, even, if Leftovers does end up setting this forward too. Gaimin Gladiators still are going to have a lot of opportunities to try and recreate that on their defensive half. So this is kind of that in-between moment as to see who is really going to pull ahead.
So we continue to wait out and see what the Gladiators will bring to bear on this one. Already hiding a few sneaky choices in the operator department, as it's actually going to be a pretty big change up overall to their lineup here. Hard Breach style has switched. This is now going to be a Thermite instead of the Ace. The Nook is back for Barring as well. The Dokkaebi has been swapped in for Arrow. So a lot of changes coming in here. A lot of very similar theming, but the operators themselves obviously going to be quite different, and that might trip up a few of our members of the Leftovers here when they come to face off against it. Either way, it's a very roam-heavy lineup from the Leftovers, so would be surprised if we end up with a heavy extension, or rather not a heavy extension from the basement. These guys definitely have mobility, more importantly, the kind of pre-placed utility to allow themselves to play so freely and not suffer the consequences too heftily if they were to die early in the round.
Of course, here on the north window, sledging these open and starting to adapt some new angles around the top area. As an extended one out towards the top of Marble, he'll see Maxley almost killing him. In fact, he slivers worth of HP separates him from the great beyond, and as in the current moment, doesn't look too hot for the leftovers. Dexter, though, in the exact same position that we had seen him in previously, half HP and ready for war. Barring will now start working his way in towards E2. Dexter's going to re-barricade Copier here, as he'll have to back off towards stock, or rather, open area here momentarily. Ports, though, as with the rest of the team, still have this top floor hold working out for them, so they can potentially start to abuse a lot of the verticality inside of this area and could find themselves a Dexter on a pretty off angle that would end up being quite difficult for him to fight with his given HP.
8 prime for Barring, going to try to take out the player on stairs. I think they read into it, though. Maxley will be very low. I don't think directly from that nade. Going to be from another battle there. But either way, Barring feels his goal is accomplished. The nade has flushed out any presence that was previously here on the staircase. And now he's going to move in and try to group up quickly with a teammate. But Barring, or rather Dexter, I should say, ready for the challenge against Barring. Takes him down. Quartz exchanges that back. Dexter still in a pretty rough position here now at low HP and stuck in the corner by Open. A random bullet, it would appear at least, ends up coming through and knocking him down. And Jolton will be able to finish it off just a few seconds later. Between that exchange and the low HP from Maxley, things are going to look very delicate on the late round hold here from the leftovers, now that the Gladiators are finally ready to make that transition down to the basement.
Fortunately enough, though, this isn't looking too bad for the leftovers, depending on how this hold can continue to go. Butters, as well as Filthy, both with some very strong positioning that could influence these last couple of moments. Some big shots here from Butters. Is he going to be able to down it? He will. Some shots in from the E hatch, though, as a Nitro Cell will go out. Guns will go into Red Hall as well. He'll re-swing and be able to at least down another. It's up to Max to try and stay alive, but Jolton has him as well, as they can't get it done off of the site presence. A fantastic round here from GG.
The Gaimin Gladiators indeed able to brute force their way forward, tying us up again. The scoreline for them versus the leftovers here, and really breaching past not only the very well-placed defense from Dexter, is able to go off and pick himself up another nice find there, but also kind of limit that potential before we even reach the basement phase of that attack, if you will. So the Gaimin Gladiators a much better job that time, and this does mean that if we see a reattempt in the basement at any point in the next 2 rounds for the leftovers, then hey, we're going to get one. They may need to adjust the strategy just a tad in terms of pulling back the open area presence a bit earlier on into the round here, as unfortunately overexposing themselves. While it did do a good job of draining down the timer, it didn't drain it down enough, and obviously still left them at a pretty hefty disadvantage when the Gladiators were finally ready to work their way into the bottom floor.
Well, now leftovers looking to attempt the bottom floor yet again, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be nearly as extended, at least at the first look, as we'd seen the last time. A lot of these hatches being reinforced, but also Dexter feeling as though maybe the Thunderbird will be able to assist the team, as they've had a lot of situations where they've won out some initial engagements up against GG, but they've been worse for wear coming out on the tail end, and it would have been a very, very nice for them to have a Kona station laying around where they could heal themselves back up. And fortunately enough, now there is a character in which provides that, so Dexter will be shifting on over to that instead. GG have already cleared out the initial parts of Bank here inside of lobby. They found one of the members, I believe that's Maxley, sprinting across into Teller's office, and that'll be a telltale sign that the main lobby area is more than likely clear.
First check mark achieved here for the Gladiators. They start to move in and take some real control away from the leftovers. In the meanwhile, the leftovers have not peeled back on their aggression at all. In fact, they're keeping it exactly the same, with Maxley able to find out Barring at the beginning of this round. It's a massively impactful player from the Gladiators, but they can work perfectly fine without him. So not going to be a do-or-die loss here happening inside of the first minute as well. Gladiators have plenty of time to take a step back and adjust, although it certainly hurt seeing no trade show up there. That does mean that at least one member, possibly a few more following that up from the leftovers, are going to be able to fall back and reattain their basement positions, meaning that the Gladiators overall won't have a chance to trade that out until they get into the site.
Oh, Arrow with a solid engagement, fortunately enough for both of the members. No bullets really connecting and dealing any damage. Chorus, though, will take some damage on the other end of the building as he will finally go down to Butters. Finally, some info out here from Arrow. So pre-fire, but he's missing his mark, trying to see if the potential member would just move and run into the bullets, but obviously not the case. Now it's all down to Rudy as the remaining members are all just getting gunned down, and Dexter will be able to trade it out. It just seems as though the leftovers are able to play it as more of a team effort, with these initial picks constantly going their way, and Gaimin Gladiators not able to try and make it back into the round in any successful way.
Yeah, the Gaimin Gladiators right there just kind of throwing themselves at it, it seemed, wanting to take that team fight versus the leftovers inside of open area, and unfortunately giving up far too much as a result of it. No control, no one able to call that off early enough, and as a result, as you said, just kind of trading it towards a win there, giving them what could become the lead at halftime, but they are going to need to prime together one more round to do so, a feat that neither them nor the Gaimin Gladiators have successfully been able to accomplish so far here. It's been back and forth the entire time and could very well end up that way at a 3-3 scoreline. Leftovers will return to open area for their final defense, as well the Gaimin Gladiators at least showing us the initially very similar lineup to what we've had in the past, and it's even going to stay that way too, despite the changes coming in right now. Arrow back over. It's going to add those Argus cameras into the utility lineup. We will get a sledge as well for Courts. Kind of a requirement here, just because we are going to be in open areas. So we'll see that change, and actually switching it around still. We'll see if Courts stays on that, because he's flipped over a few times, but more than likely, yeah, going to end up on the sledge. That's indeed what ends up being the case. They even have Jolton go to the buck for a nice backup here.
Yeah, there's a lot of different options you can choose for soft breach as long as you choose sledge. It's kind of like, have you ever heard of the phrase where it's you can choose any color as long as it's black? It's literally the same thing. It's like, if you're not bringing sledge, then I don't really know what you're doing, especially when it comes to verticality. One of the best in the business, especially when it comes to the top-down perspective, is he's able to break, and I'm not even joking here, 25 things with his sledgehammer until you are not allowed to use it anymore. Jolton only adds to that equation here with the skeleton key, but the beauty of that skeleton key is not only does he have to do it from the top-down perspective, but he can also go down-up, which is really the only thing that Buck is able to do over the other soft breaches. It's a really, really solid way of taking a lot of maps. It's something that we see quite often on a map like Cafe. Sometimes you can see it on Bank and other maps that do have some softer destruction between floors to try and influence some of the players inside of some of these harder to reach positions if one of the other floors is a little bit softer. So we'll have to see what they want to try and use this for. Jolton is going to have the secondary hard breach utility, as Quartz is going to get the first big pick onto Dexter. And that's really what you want to see out of Gladiators at the current moment, as these early round engagements have been so hard fought by both teams, but have also seemingly been the decider.
Dexter has been kind of the power player, too, that we've been looking for to take some of these early fights, and more importantly, win them. But he's not the only one that's successfully been able to accomplish it. Maxley has pulled it off a few times, and even Butters, as we saw previously, more so on the attacking side for our last map, but has also shown to be able to stand on his own, obviously, even outside of this game. Butters having quite a bit of history there. Maxley being found out by an Argus cam. I think they may have got a split second of vision on it there, so they may be aware of Max's position, and either way are probably going to assume that there is something closer to Tellers from how quickly it was shot out. Very well-timed shot there from Max, a little bit early on trying to catch the peak from Arrow. He is still going to try to move forward, but it's actually going to be barring from the backside of Tellers. It's able to catch him out. He goes down. Butters immediately exchanging it from his stairs position, and Adapt is still alive, so there's a chance to bring him back up. Butters, I think, just going for a quick check before he hard commits to the revive, and indeed will bring Adapt back from the grave. It needs to keep him alive is the problem, and this cross is where things get dangerous, especially because of the beepers next to it. Arrow can't necessarily lock in, and I'm not sure if that was an intentional drop, but if not, very unfortunate, as he could have very well had a kill against Butters, still keeping that top position.
Butters is still looking for it. He's just continually challenging here on Marble. And yes, the kills are definitely a necessity at this point. But at what cost? Adapt. He's able to get 3. Oh, no. He needed one more bullet on Quartz there at the tail end as well. It just looked over the HP bar. But it was so very close just before Jolton hops in with the skeleton key. And we'll tie things up here on Bank.
So, Bank will remain a mystery in terms of who our true leader is going to be. Neither team can take the edge away from it as of halftime here. The leftovers as well, now going to be thrusted onto the attacking side, but this is where things potentially do get a little bit more dangerous here, as this is the side where they really took over back on Cafe. And like I said before, the early round on this map, yeah, plays a bit differently, a lot more freedom to roam, but once our attacking team has that initial control and the capability to at least set themselves up for an execute, things play out very much the same way. So as long as the leftovers are able to get a handle on that early round, the Gaming Gladiators won't necessarily have a whole lot to fall back on to be able to win things inside of an extended site fight, other than the map geometry and how that will generally favor them now.
Well, Zofia and Ace being adapted into the lineup here for the leftovers. Gaming Gladiators as well, with 4 changes inside of the prep phase of their own, or rather the pick phase, as they will be changing up the lineup entirely, thinking that, well, maybe we should try something a little bit different up against the leftovers, and it'll more than likely go off without a hitch if it is at least looking like what it's looking like. We have some pretty cool tidbits here. Not only the castle barricades, obviously, around the area to make it a little bit more complex to get through this mid-floor, but also the Tachanka that not only applies a lot of soft destruction for the defense, but also has so many fire grenades to be able to prevent plant.
Leftovers and the rest of the Gladiators here continue to passively face off against each other. No one wanting to swing directly into contest just yet. The leftovers as well, starting to take those little bits of control away from our defenders here as they inch their way into areas like lobby and upstairs square, getting themselves ready to clear out this extended game, which is going to be quite complicated from the Gladiators. In fact, not only do we have first floor presence, as you were seeing from the leftovers in the previous half, but even the second floor, they've seen a player or two from the Gladiators take up the mantle here. They're going to be looking to delay to the most extreme extent. I do believe the second floor player has been flushed down onto our first floor, but we'll get better confirmation of that in a moment, and it does appear as though that is certainly the case. Arrow and Jolt, along with Quartz, all now taking control of just the first floor, giving Rudy and I believe one more to fend things off our basement position. Leftovers have them all in a box. Now they're going to find a way to execute them before they find a way to scurry out and back to the relative safety of the site, all while keeping a good eye on the clock as well.
Nothing just yet, minus Adapt now hopping inside. He'll be able to claim the first kill on to Jolton. Quartz, though, will quickly fire back. It's the Thermite of all characters to try and make the aggressive play, and he's traded out at a minimum. But now with very minimal time, and as you said, clock management going to be quite important coming into this. Leftovers have to be decisive about their next move, but the problem is now they're starting to bleed bodies. Dexter's going to go down as well, and Quartz will bring it one step further. Filthy will also falter. Butters and Maxley, the only 2 remaining here with a minute left. They have to worry about some presence at the bottom of square at the current moment, as well as Butters is trying to manage his own problems, so both of them and their own disjointed issues. Butters will be able to eventually work over towards Archives, but so many angles to try and work with inside of the open area space as well, and that's not even past what they see here for the kitchen wall. Still can't try and push themselves forward either. Quartz holding things down, but he'll finally get gunned down from Butters, who has a 6th sense for his location.
3 still remain at full HP as well for the Gaming Gladiators here, so Butters as well as Max have to be so careful about the way they proceed. You're only just now seeing that. I believe it's going to be, indeed, canister from the other side begin to burn out from Rudy. Max realizes that it is indeed coming from the Tachanka, so he forces the issue, gets himself to the inside, at least starts the plant process. Butters will do the same thing. He's going to get found out by the crosses from Rudy, though. Too far exposed. They'll continue to volley in shots as Max has the lineup to take out Rudy, but is unable to land it. He is knocked out far too quickly, and the retake is immediately maintained by the Gladiators. They're going to be able to win out this first round and bring themselves back into it now as they take the lead away 4-3.
It was a bang-up job there from the Gaming Gladiators as that defense went off without a hitch, past the plant that was allowed from Maxley, but it was a valiant effort at the end of the day from him, not only being able to get the kills, but also being able to get the plant down, running through the fire and flames, as we love to say on the casting desk, in order to get that done. But doesn't even really matter at the end of the day, as Gaming Gladiators shut it down with an effort of their own. Leftovers just simply not able to hold a candle to their flame, and now 4-3 score line. Gaming Gladiators head towards open area. This site quite unique when it comes to Bank as well as quite a few other of the maps that we have available in Rainbow Six Siege competitive at the current moment, as it's one of the only sites where you can drop into the hatch or drop into the site rather, as well as drop out of it, which is a pretty interesting thing, as you can play the map in some pretty cool ways with the way that you can just play the map pressure by making your rotations or what have you. The big thing is that they're not going to have somebody like Oryx who's just going to jump immediately at hatches and can come in like small office or anything like that, so Leftovers won't have to worry about that too much at the end of the day. But past that, they will have to worry about Azami working her way in for Rudy.
Yep, Rudy is going to be bringing those into the fold here. You can already see blocking off the kind of hard point that we see, or what would have been the hard point for the Leftovers players to pre-fire into as they hop into break room. It's no longer going to be the case there, obviously. And a little bit of additional support being deployed towards the open area players here, too. Leftovers will have to be cognizant of that as they begin to take control of the map. Already seeing some upstairs square control fall under them, as the Gladiators do not have much resistance in this area of the map, not that we necessarily expect it. Instead, it's going to be the usual positions such as the inside of Janitor, the elevator, bank, even the stairs too, a bit more heavily contested by the Gladiators here as they try to fend off the pressure from the Leftovers.
Well, working in quickly now is the Leftovers. Drones out as well as breaching charges on wall. Ready for the next step of the mission is the offensive unit. As Dexter will be moving his way in through ATMs. Though someone's around elevator, a quick execution of arrows will hop immediately upstairs. Has some footprints into his left, but worried about the angle initially, and why wouldn't you be? You don't know who could be around this space and potentially try and take you down. Now it's going to be a tracking of the Vigil that they'll discover is indeed lower on the main stairwell here. I'll force barring back a little bit farther here inside of this situation. Dexter trying to work his way forward now, but it's actually Maxley take down Jolton as Leftovers are looking for the equalizer.
See if they can get it. A little over half the round to go, and they've already made great progress here with virtually 0 damage sustained by any of their players also. Barring position to try and go for an aggressive swing, although I don't believe he's got much sitting on the other side at this point here. We're going to see at least one member on rappel, but that's not really actionable for Barring at this point here. He has to go all the way up, get himself around the corner on the angle, and then maybe he can cut these players off. But no, Filthy and Adapt are far too ahead of this. They're going to be able to read directly into that. Barring will be found out. Quartz has a little bit of a better go of it, as he's got the additional support of being able to hide behind the kitchenette on the inside of office there. Rudy will be able to strike true as well. So this game and this round are not done just yet here. The Leftovers, well, yes, they had a great start. The follow-up to get themselves into the site is looking a little bit rough here. Now that both players on the Gaming Gladiators side have found kills, though, their positions are revealed. Leftovers members are going to be in a better position to try and respond to that, especially now that they're constantly going to be re-droning it and reconfirming that once again. Quartz finally comes out from behind the relative safety of the Azami barricade. Filthy will still take a lot of heat from that. Rudy tries support, but the cutoff is here. Maxley has arrived from the inside of Small, leaving just Quartz in the fight, and he can't sustain for that long either. One more kill falls into the favor of the Leftovers, and they pick up this round, tying us again at a 4-4 scoreline.
They do not want to let Bank slip through the cracks. They are fighting so hard to stay in contention, and they'll pick up that round as well. Great effort there from Leftovers, but now with that equalizer, we're back to a stalemate between these two. Staff room open area going to be selected yet again for GG. And I mean, I really don't know what the adaptation is going to look like here for them. I mean, the initial part of the round was so punishing for GG. Leftovers getting away with just a little bit too much there, making it quite hard for them to fight going into the later parts of the round. But for Leftovers, it seems as though, again, these opening engagements, if they're able to get them, the round is golden. It's a golden goose. But, you know, if these these opening engagements end up going the way of Gaming Gladiators. It's just not the same ordeal. This has been the biggest influence that we've really seen thus far on this map, is these first bloods in which team is able to decisively take them.
10 seconds to go.
So, for our Gaming Gladiators here, potentially faced with maybe losing the lead here yet again if they don't keep themselves on the seesaw. If they do, everything's A-okay. But like I said before, this is the half where leftovers really seem to have that extra brewing of confidence as well as just consistency to clear out some of these defensive holds. It's looking like, however, the extra real estate to roam around might have given the Gladiators that little bit of a boost they need to stay competitive inside of this half as well, so we could be in for a real marathon here to find a winner on bank. And that's before, of course, we get ready to go to our third map, should the Gladiators be able to win this and tie up the series at 1-1. Slow clear first off for the leftovers, even fully checking the ATM entryway here to make sure that no one from the Gladiators had snuck into it. He'll continue to do that throughout the rest of this lobby area. As the leftovers will use this as their kind of opening volley to get themselves in. They'll swing towards this, take control quite easily. He'll be able to work pretty much from anywhere on the map. Just a springboard position being set up here, and more than likely going to have to use this spot to clear out the upstairs hold, but they failed to pay attention to this small breach that's been made over on the staircase. In fact, 2 kills goes their way. The adrenal surge actually locks in the death of that one player too. He then stands up back into the POV of the breach and allows for that player to confirm it. So that's one of the few times the Finca utility there is actually going to end up being a bit of a bad thing, as the res comes in a bit too prematurely. That player was not at a dodge just yet for when they would stand up.
Yeah, very unfortunate circumstances, and you could say that again about the situation that Leftovers has been left in. Trying to see if potentially any of the GG members will just give up their lives to the LMG sitting inside of lobby, but obviously not the case. Filthy not having the hottest game thus far either, as he's going to begin working the top floor here with the sledgehammer. Butters will continue to hold down the main lobby with Adapt, and Butters, or rather Filthy, upstairs continually holding things down. Again, this is going to be an open area offense here, so a few different things that they need to be able to clear out and take care of before they move on downstairs. They're more than likely looking to arrive on the shores of the bottom of Square in order to get the kitchen wall open.
Continuing to see the round come down to its final minute of play. The Gaming Gladiators have fallen back. No real reason for them to keep their extensions alive, seeing it's gone down to a 5v3. It's time to fall back, let the remaining members of the leftovers flounder. They don't have a strong capability to get themselves towards the inside, even as you can see, we try to line up over here to the colors. There's still Tommy barricades sitting in the way. The first trade shows up from Butters, but they can be consistent now, or do the Gladiators immediately start to strike back? And this is found from the back of Blue Stairs, although not going to be left in play for all that long. Rudy will back away from it. A bit more actively against the breach. They try to stop and do not succeed in stopping the thermite from being opened. And with that opening, Adapt is able to find the equalizing kill. Filthy, though, exposed to Jolton. He's going to be able to strike not just once, but twice here. Finding another pickup. Rudy, I think, helping him out, actually making sure that he eliminates Adapt. And Butter is the last one standing as well. Follows the player behind the break room desk, moving around over to our defenders and allowing them to keep temporary control over the lead.
It's like we were talking about, John. These opening engagements have so much influence as to how these rounds have been going, and yet again, it will show its face. Gaming Gladiators taking their round after 2 huge picks inside of the opening minute that Leftovers could never reconcile with. It was just too hard of a situation for them, and obviously, I mean, there's really not much you really can do if Gaming Gladiators are just going to play, closer to sight and really play out for those trades, past just really bullying them in that situation, just be mechanically gifted, I guess, and try and get one over on them that way. But obviously, GG has some shooters of their own, as it's been working out pretty well, especially for Colt, who's currently, or Colts, rather Courts, who is currently 10-5.
A few final pieces of the setup coming in here for the Gladiators, as they are now upstairs in their second floor hold, been forced into it. I believe we've seen them have a gauntlet here, locking away 2 of the sites they would want to pick into. The Leftovers now forced to attack this one, but probably a little bit okay with that, given what it's going to limit in terms of the options the defenders have to get aggressive against this clear from the Leftovers. So for Max, the other members of the Leftovers, we got them spawned out and on the field. They're going to begin their punt, taking the initial control now, and the drones in through electrical. begin to investigate what the square hold looks like.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Well, Dexter potentially going for a quick play here into server. He'll drone out the stacks at the back end here. More to worry about, but it's on the other side of the map as Bahrain takes down Butters, and that's going to be the Finca gone so very early here. That's a pick at like 226. No longer having access to that LMG or those adrenal surges. Everyone's health will be here to stay now on the offensive side. Dexter seeing if he could potentially get a freebie to rotate in through small office, and well, there's a potential buyer here as well. And obviously not when it comes to the upstairs presence. It's going to be Arrow, who's currently around the area. Saw the hatch open up, and this could be the freebie I was looking for. And yes, indeed, it will be. Sprints back. And there's another hostile in the area. Still potentially worry about this. There's one upstairs as well. Just waiting for this hatch to be peaked. Dexter knows that somebody could potentially get antsy here as Jolton will continue to try and hold things down inside of Janitor.
Dexter trying to see if he can coax one of those players to re-peek the hatch again. Won't work, as that player is long gone now. So the leftovers still sit without a necessarily straightforward option to get themselves back in control of the player advantage. It leaves Jolton obviously very, very low at a sliver of HP, but the leftovers won't have intel necessarily on just how low he is, and Jolton's been safely tucked away, as you can see, in meeting rooms, so going to be really difficult to knock him out regardless. Adapt is tired of waiting, so he's going to position this thermite charge and begin to open up options to move on to the site and begin planting, of course, right after that. For Filthy and some of the other players, though, they still wait. They're sitting back to see if they can catch one of the members of the Gladiators moving out from position, but it's not looking like we're going to get that at this point here. Everybody else from the leftovers still sitting back. They're on drones still, or just waiting for a member of the Gladiators to be found. And we've already seen at least once from the previous map how this will not work for the leftovers here. The Gladiators, of course, playing into it quite passively now, are going to look to just run this clock down. I think the leftovers have finally realized it. They're going to begin to throw a bit of aggression at themselves.
Well, Rudy, a nice shot there into E3. It will at least mitigate some of the damage, stop the bleeding, but leftovers, they've been able to achieve a lot in this round. This plant now seemingly capable of going down, especially with Filthy on the long angle. Adapt will start the long process. The longest 7 seconds of his life is Filthy. Will be able to cover the site and make it so difficult for Gaimin Gladiators to win the round. Leftovers, this teeter-totter continues on as they'll lock us into 5-5.
That's why you see such a slow build-up there for the leftovers and in general for these types of attacks here. They don't necessarily want to move the players on rappel off those positions because it's some of the best ones you can have to try and set yourself up for punishing the movements that the defenders are eventually going to have to make. It just takes a while, it seems, for the leftovers to get their stairs players up on top and into a position where they can truly make impact there. So that was the cause of delay. That was leaving us with a bit of a tepid scenario there for the leftovers in terms of whether they were going to be able to successfully make their way into the site or not. But they get it done. They're able to clean things out. Now they lock us in, as you said, at another 5-5 scoreline. The teeter-totter goes on. For the Gaimin Gladiators, they're going to look to make the big difference out once again here with their basement defense. That would secure a 6 out of 7 rounds here. As we're seeing Rudy pretty quickly creatively reconstruct things here on these walls.
You know, when Tachanka got his change, the first thing I did is I started up a private lobby. I went into Villa, and I just started seeing how many rotations I could potentially make before I ran out of bullets. Do you want to know how many I made, John?
5 seconds left.
I made 20 rotations. That's how many rotations I made around the building before I ran out of bullets. This gun is literally insane. Look at how many bullets he still has and realize what he did downstairs. It is actually incredible what you're able to achieve with that LMG when it comes to soft destruction. And that was kind of the potential that I saw with it initially is like once, you know, high tier level players, professional level players, whatever you want to call them, get used to playing around that gun and what it's capable of on like for deconstruction and everything. You're going to see some crazy stuff like that where every single bullet just like chips out a piece of a wall. And by the end of it, they still have like 150 bullets left to play with. It's some truly incredible stuff. But past that, as we were talking about before, everything all tied up here. And Dexter, he's creeping in, but this time no Nook. Those ones around the bottom of square, but this could be the sneakiest of all kills, and it wouldn't even require the Hell Presence sensor. It'll be the secondary breaching charge to be able to get the castle barricade open here. LNG will be able to assist them as they continue to open up a lot of these walls. Adapt now has some wall destruction to do of his own for this single panel, as this looks to be the battleground for the moment in between these two.
All avenues have been opened up for the leftovers to continue their assault and at least attempt to bait out the utility. You're going to notice, of course, it's only Rudy's incendiaries that can fend this off from range here. Probably have a couple of nitros as well, and indeed we do. We'll get a better idea of who still has those in pocket in a moment. But trying to bait out the large majority of Tachanka's utility right now plays a little bit differently, as obviously there's a larger amount of it, but it doesn't last nearly as long either. So it's a more constant process of stepping forward, baiting the plant, stepping back when the incendiary comes down. So you'll see Adapt inch his way forward into his first plant position now, and he'll get towards it. The nitro's out, but it's going to be a little bit too late on the throw there, unfortunately. Our attacker sees that coming from a mile away and is able to get themselves out of it. Dexter as well, going 2 for 2 here on peaks from the back of the server wall. Quartz is able to trade that back, and so far, no trade against him just yet, but Butters has found additional pickup against Arrow, and with Barring now going down, there is no time left here. Quartz has to get aggressive, and he does get one more going for his troubles, but Dexter, solid as a rock behind that server bank, trades it right back into the control of our attackers here. It is going to be the leftovers, pushing the envelope up to 6 first, as they have one opportunity here to close it down in regulation and end the series along with it.
Such decisive gameplay out of leftovers, especially inside that last round. They know exactly what they want. They want the server plant, and they go for it immediately, setting things up not only inside of electrical room, but also have the angle worried, or at least being checked about at the top of square, just to make sure that nobody can rotate in late and try and take out anyone inside of server. Didn't require much ground, but it was a successful round either way for leftovers. And now having the potential to close out the entire series here within the next 5 minutes.
Indeed, going to look to do so. However, like we just mentioned, only the one opportunity to do it inside of regulation here. Will need to see them put in a bit more effort if the Gladiators are able to fend things off here in open area for yet another occurrence. Leftovers certainly have a task in front of them, as this is going to be the most open sites the Gladiators have to play into. No pun intended on that one. Just gives them a lot of freedom to rotate both upstairs and all across the first floor as well. So there is an endless number of ways that the leftovers can get tripped up upon their initial entry, leaving the Gladiators with the true right to figure out how the rest of this round is going to go, if they can swing it down to a 5v4 or something better than that here at the beginning of this round.
Looks like they want to try and open this up in a very similar circumstance to what we had seen previously. We'll have Dexter poised to try and work his way into lobby with the IMAX, or rather INOX. A little bit of a different take there. I don't know exactly how big that display is inside of his helmet, but probably not that big, I would assume. As he'll be more than likely looking for some info inside of the main lobby here momentarily. He'll at least get a read onto the position upstairs at the far end near square, but it's going to be Maxley to try and capitalize on this situation now. Some solid drones up and in around that area, but it'll be Quartz instead to take down one, and nobody, not a singular bullet, well, actually one, will be sent his way from ATMs. As leftovers now losing out on one of the most important pieces to their early round.
Arrow already going low. Filthy struggling similarly, however, as he tries to make an entry known from the backside of Teller's. Not going to be able to find it, but Filthy's life has been saved. However, it's all for naught, it seems, right now for the leftovers. They just cannot find a winning engagement. Max going down low as well. Butters brought down to a sliver of HP, unable to take out his opponent, and the same for his opponent, unable to find him here as well. Just no one going down, but a lot of damage being dished out by both sides.
I have no idea how either one of them made it through that. That railing is the MVP of that engagement, because both of them, or at least one of them, should have most definitely been dead. But now the leftovers, it's looking as though they're the ones to fall in this round. Gaimin Gladiators finally grasping a hold of themselves and trying to force us to overtime. Default cam will get rid of by Butters here inside of E2. Has to worry about somebody potentially swinging the door. Don't exactly know about his frag situation here, but Max will drop in. He knows where one is inside of open area, but now he's in hot water himself. We'll drop back down to the next hatch here. Nice shots here from Butters as he'll continue to try and maintain around E2, but he'll fall off as well. They're looking to make a solid rotation, but it seems as though Barring has got them completely off guard. Filthy now trying to push forward. He'll pre-fire into Copiers. They're coming for him, and they're coming for him in the moment. Courts with 2 big kills. The Barry 9 sings, and it'll find 2 bodies from the offense. We're going to overtime.
So overtime comes into play. It's our first one of the day here, actually, on the Bravo stream. So fun to finally get it. The tail end of our matchup here. Our potential for a third map, by the way, is still alive and well. If we end up seeing the Gladiators top things out here in overtime. They do, however, have the 2 attacking rounds, which does not favor them in terms of the way they've been playing so far for this series. But on this map, it's gone 3-3 on both ends, so could end up favoring either one of our teams realistically here. We have to watch the rounds to see how it all plays out, and thankfully you don't have to wait very long to get ourselves into the round. Here we go. Find out if indeed the leftovers can bounce back for themselves.
Well, leftovers now having what could possibly be the favorable side. Kind of hard to say at the current moment with what we've been experiencing between these 2 teams. But at least for their sake, a lot of the big plays coming on this side of the coin. So could have some very powerful rounds ahead of us that could push them over the edge, just make the situation a little bit too difficult for GG to be able to work their way through. Adapt will add some more mute jammers to this mid floor. As you can see, this is a strategy that's quite built up around getting rid of a lot of the info game coming in from Gaimin Gladiators, as they will now make it out and on to the field. Barring be onto the Nook here, try and sneak in and attempt to get some frags on some unsuspecting defensemen.
We have the initial clears coming out from the Gladiators. Does look like they want to play around to potentially get access to Garage early on here. As we can see a few drones sneaking down there. Not a huge emphasis on it, though. It's just going to be Barring, more than likely going for a solo play. And Dexter as well, trying to make a hop out for himself. Oh my goodness, how did he get away with that? Dexter hops out, I'm going to assume from square balcony, makes his run back down over like the banister, takes out a player,
still
and then
outside
falls
there,
back before that.
Oh,
We had another
Rudy,
one as
wait.
well. Rudy finally getting Max here as well. There's absolute chaos right now. Yeah.
Oh my god, I didn't even realize he killed 2 people. What was that's too much. That's way too much. You know, 1 was enough, I think. And honestly, 1 was too much, if I'm being real. But fortunately enough, Barring, he's been able to mitigate the damage. Make it a 3 versus 3 now. Barring, now with the position here inside of Garage, they'll have to be really aware as to what he can potentially get done here. He will continue to push this drone forward inside of Garage. Courts, though, now making his way inside, just giving Rudy some space to be able to get these hatches open. They still have a lot of time to try and break down this site, but what seemingly was a leftovers round initially has quickly became an equal playing field in between these 2 with some solid positioning by the offense. Oh, but Adapt!
Pick up the next one. Yep, here for the members of the leftovers. They bring it down to a 3v2. Barring still has his powerful position to play from, though, just at the entrance towards Garage. He's nearly cut off on it. He's got to be a little careful, but you can see the damage he's able to pull off as he nearly finds the trade against Adapt. Nade goes in. May very well find out one of the defender's positions, but no. A little bit too light, unfortunately, on the toss. The second one does yield some damage against Filthy, but nothing really to write home about. Just a bullet's worth. Pretty much to simplify things, is Barring now has run out of patience. He's going to have the confidence to move forward. Spots Butters inside of the gold bar's position too, and takes down Filthy. Barring with a huge play. He might not have won the round, but he could have very well set up Courts to clutch it, as he only needs 1 bullet in each of these players to win it. Not expecting any resistance on the cross here, and he's actually surprisingly allowed to go through with it. Here's the plant opportunity for him. He's got to watch out for Adept, though, playing in the back of the elevator banks. He apparently doesn't catch this swing out, and there we go. Leftovers are too scared of themselves to make the play happen. Courts is going to be allowed to go out. He knocks out the first player, missed the shots onto Adept, so has not been able to eliminate him just yet. But Adept as well, firing at the wind to try and bait something out of Courts. It will not happen. Courts shuts it down, and instead we are going to end up with a surprise victory coming in here to start out overtime.
GG with the clutch factor in overtime, and now onto the defensive side. Leftovers making a hot streak run there on their offensive side of, I get it, 2 rounds back. or rather back-to-back. But it's not that, I get it, it's not that long of a streak, but still, it's something to look at in comparison to what we had seen from Gaming Gladiators, going back and forth constantly on their offensive side. They're able to secure that round. So Leftovers with a big potential to pick up this one and force us to max OT here on Bank. But what we've seen from a couple of these defenses from Gaming Gladiators, it really just tends to be what these opening engagements are like. And if it starts to go down to that 5 versus 3 with the defense up, I'm really not trusting Leftovers in the current moment to win out that situation, but can always prove us wrong, as they do have the opportunity right now to try and force this into a max OT situation.
It's going to go back over into the open area hold 2, which is the site that the Gladiators have had a lot of success attempting to maintain here, mainly just because the Leftovers struggling to get a clean entry for themselves. And even when they do, normally someone from the Gladiators is able to play from an unexpected corner or just a weird position and catch too many members of the Leftovers off guard. The clears from them here have been sloppy and a lot of mistakes made, so as a result, it's looking good here for the Gladiators to get themselves the quick closeout inside of overtime. A 2-0 victory for them there, but only a 1-1 in the series, needing our third and final map to close it down. But at the same time, the Leftovers, with 2 of their own rounds, they can swing it back the other way and still end the series here and now. So we will see if they're going to be able to accomplish it, as Dexter starts us off here by moving into the front lobby office, starting to take some control there. Had a nicely pre-placed drone as well. Isn't going to spot out too much actionable intel just yet. That may change though as we get a little bit deeper into the round.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Well, you can clearly see Leftovers a little more concerned about the info game coming into this round, making sure to measure twice and cut once. Filthy with the potential to swing in for the top floor, but both of them just managing these northern windows for the time being. Not much presence here from the defense, all except for around Marble Staircase. Arrow, as well as one other member of GG, holding this down for a time. And some drones around the area and just drop off after being discovered by that drone and knowing that more than likely some presence will come in from the northern windows. Dexter now with a quick move upstairs. He'll have some pretty hot information here if he's able to get there in time. Should be looking for the yellow footprints, and he'll grab them. That would be better than the greens. Obviously, the red ones being the best, as you get multitude of pings off of those, but still some very solid information coming off of the yellow ping.
Kills for either team just yet, but we are coming down to the wire as we go past the halfway point of the round here. Leftovers being much more cautious than we've seen on previous engagements from this squad, and with good reason too, given that they're about to lose the map. Otter is ready to swing himself in towards Tellers here, clearing it out. Won't find any resistance from the Gladiators side, and that same will apply to Archives on the other end of this. Gladiators just continuing to play this in the same fashion that they have been doing, going back to regulation on this very same site. But despite that, Filthy opening up some top-down control. This is the method of attack we have not seen the Leftovers utilize too heavily as of yet. Here they've generally been going for horizontal attacks only, so considering that, there's going to be a little bit of an extra facet that Filthy will add to this recipe to hopefully allow them to get better access this time. But so far not yielding a whole lot, except for maybe shuffling a few of the defenders out of their original position. Nade dump quickly thrown in from Butters, but it's going to be Adapt that finds the opening pick against Barring. Been hunting him down for some time as well, so good to see they finally accomplished that. This breach is far too small, but Maxley works out here as a bit of a bait to allow for Butters to get another kill. He's going to be able to take down Arrow. Dexter knocked out a player as well, but here comes Jolton on the flank. This could be a thorn in the side of the plan as they try to go for it here, working himself back into the site, but no, Dexter's able to take down both of them, and the Leftovers hold on for one final round to still potentially end this 2-0.
Some big boy plays from the Leftovers. This will be kicked back over to the defensive side. It's an offensive-sided bank here in overtime. The teeter-totter continues on, but it seems like there's only one thing that is inevitable inside of these last 2 rounds. We'll see if that potentially works its way into this last round now, round 15 on the board. Haven't seen it in some time. You and I haven't seen it in a handful of weeks here, as the last time you and I were working was the Charlotte Majors, so always fun to have a max OT game, as these last rounds can always go off with a very explosive flourish. So for Dexter especially. He is hoping to end it all right now because what an effort him and especially Quartz from Gaming Gladiators have put in on this map. Is they both have 19 as well as 18 kills respectively.
Well, let's see if either one of them can lead their team to victory now. Dexter as well as Quartz on the other side have been going neck and neck at each other this entire game, and only one can come out on top. At the moment, the leftovers have the edge to end it here and now. For the Gladiators, it would simply reset our counter once again and send us over to a third and final map. So we'll see if they can finally push us to an endpoint, or if it will only extend things even further. Jolton and the rest of the Gladiators now out and spawn, so we'll see what type of early advances they will look to make against what is going to be actually a basement hold from the leftovers as well here. So falling back into that one after they fell short on the first attempt, they are re-attempting it yet again here. So that does give the Gladiators a little bit of hope, as they simply need to repeat their same successes and find, hopefully, that one single round that they need. The leftovers, though, are bringing a little bit of a different curve to this one. They're being much more out and about, specifically on the first floor, so going to be trying to get in the way of this opening clear attempt from the Gladiators. We can already see Jolton getting in position to try and catch a few of these guys as he manages to knock away the railing there for himself, just to make an easier transition down when the time comes for that.
Well, Jolton now will begin running things out on this top for himself around Marble. Adapt now trying to make the play up towards Spiral. Dexter, is it going to be another round like we saw earlier in Bank? Oh, Adapt. I don't believe he meant to shoot right there, but he might be okay in this situation. A player inside his stock, he's going to be so very close on this. He's got one, and they're already getting away with a little bit too much. Big fight here for Quartz as he's able to at least slow it down a little bit, but they still have to worry about this man advantage. Oh, but that's going to be
Barring
so easily handled with Barring coming in and taking this.
Barring's been such a problem here for the leftovers. So cool, calm, and collected inside of these more chaotic scenarios here. And always one of the ones to seemingly bring it back. Doesn't have the stats like we've been seeing from Quartz. Barring definitely one of the highlights for this team inside of not only this map, but this matchup. He's pulling off a lot of the same stuff in our previous map. Has left the leftovers a little bit worse for wear here, as they have really no choice but to fall back into the depths of their sight. But the Gaming Gladiators don't seem fully convinced that they've done so just yet, as you can see them being very cautious of things like blue stairs, watching for any re-aggression. They've been shaken a little bit here, and that's going to cost them time that they may not necessarily have. Okay for the time being, at a little under now 50 seconds to play out here. As long as they continue to move towards the site without any further delay, they should be good. But as you guys are seeing, the Toxic Babes only just now starting to flush their way in. We do also have the Kona stations for the 3 remaining defenders to use a bit deeper into the site here as well, so they can reboost themselves. First Toxic Babe is gone. Second one should be teed up here pretty quickly, but Barring doesn't want to let that happen. He pushes forward, manages to take down Butters. Maxley trades that back, though. A bit of a risk taken. However, it might work out for the Gladiators as Quartz has the shots from up on top, and he's going to be able to shut this down for the Gladiators and send us on to a third map.
Such a strong finish there from the Gaming Gladiators. What a valiant push through the smoke. Don't know if it was necessarily going to work out at first, but obviously that last second angle there from the red hatch able to make things work, as it's an even trade out inside of the situation initially, but obviously with the man advantage just playing way too handedly into GG's favor. Very well done from them. And now it's time for map 3.
Yep, ladies and gentlemen, not going to waste any time with it. We'll be heading to a quick break, and when we do come back, we've got our third and indeed final map of the day coming right at you. And for the last time today, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Gamers Without Borders. This is our qualification tournament. We're running 3 separate tournaments in 3 separate regions to find the best of the best from each region to see who is moving onwards to our main event where they can fight for real player cash prizing. As throughout this weekend, we still have $150,000, actually I think more than that, on the line per region in terms of charitable prizes that can be given out, of course, based on their selection. We've got the final map of the day incoming here in our North American matchup. So let's not waste any time as we're going to get ready to jump into it here and see who will top things out in this matchup, who will move on, and who unfortunately has to fight things out inside of the lower bracket. All that and more coming your way in just a few minutes here. I think we're just waiting for 1 or 2 players to get themselves readied up, and then we'll be good to go. Once again, the Leftovers versus the Gaimin Gladiators is going to be your matchup one final time.
Yeah, it's already been quite the interesting matchup, as well as we already saw what happened on Bank, as it was a pretty stark back and forth there for quite some time, but finally came down to some heroic efforts from GG and forcing their way into the basement site, getting that plant down. But enough said about that, folks. We've got Chalet, the last map of the day here for play day 1. Or Gamers Without Borders, and it's in between Leftovers and Gaimin Gladiators. Let's get down to this ban phase. Let's figure out what we have to deal with.
Haven't seen anything too crazy so far as we're going to be going into Chalet for our final engagement. Yet another Chalet map. We've caught a few of those today. And Flores will be the first operator to be banned out. He's kind of been the go-to operator to ban out inside of Chalet and a few other maps now just because of his capability to clear out utility. And these teams have been fond specifically of banning him out on the past 2 maps as well. So just kind of a repeat there. Thatcher, once again, still the top of the list for the most part when it comes to attacker bans. It might have fallen off a little bit just because he's been worked out of the meta so much. The teams don't necessarily need to ban him anymore because there's no guarantee the team's ever going to use him if he's left unbanned. So it's kind of a take it or leave it sort of choice nowadays, but generally speaking, he is still left out a lot of the time. Valkyrie, a bit more required still, but very much in the same position as Thatcher, just on the defensive side. And then finally, Mira as well. Another one of those kind of take him or leave him operators where generally they're either going to be banned out or played quite heavily, and this time she'll be banned out.
Yes, indeed. And that's going to set us up for a fairly straightforward affair here in between these two on Chalet. Flores and Thatcher are both making quite a bit of sense. It's going to leave the Maverick open for the hard breach, and I'll more than likely be working that in just to try and pick some things up around the site. But that just depends on what they see for denial. You got to remember attacker repick in as well, so they don't necessarily have to front load the hard breach like they would have to in previous years when it came to Siege, just to make sure that they had enough in order to achieve everything. You can kind of go for a more niche operator lineup on offense because of the influence you can have inside of the prep phase on that lineup now. So, Gaimin Gladiators, they'll begin this prep phase by trying to discover where the Leftovers currently are. And it's going to be the basement site. And this site having some recent adaptations that we've been seeing. We talked about them a little bit earlier on. A big one in like the last handful of months, probably like the last half year, is a lot of teams starting to break up the single panels inside of Wine into Snowmobile Garage, just because of the angles that you can get out towards Garage, especially with some of the shield play you can have around there. And I mean, even past that, with a zombie coming in now off of not only quarantine for competitive Siege, but off of quarantine for Gamers Without Borders, we are set to play with her downstairs as well, which could make even more of a plethora of issues for this offensive unit.
So we're going to continue to see how the Leftovers can utilize Azami and the rest of their kit here, mainly sending Butters off onto his own island with the Azami right now to fend off these early clears. That top-bottom breach actually might end up being heard by a few of the members of the Gaimin Gladiators since it's being prepped so late. We've got a few of them entering in through Trophy. So possibility for that to have been leaked over. But for now, it's not too much of a concern as Butters will change his position quite drastically anyway. For the rest of the Gaimin Gladiators, it's a slow push for them at the beginning of this round here, not immediately moving in and taking any serious control for themselves. And with good reason, too, because of the aggression that we are seeing spin out from the Leftovers camp thing. Nice shot even going to be given by Quartz. Now that Dexter lands it and indeed knocks out our first member of the Gaimin Gladiators, setting up our defenders quite well at the beginning of the opening round.
Jolton playing with fire here inside of blue, but looks like he wants to continue on. Almost like he wants to be burned or at least win out this fight. He'll eventually drop the angle here almost a little bit too close for comfort on that initial one, but knows that he has a mute jammer in the back area now, but he's going to take up a Prisma on his swing, just that natural fire catching him off guard. Just those pre-fires usually send while you're trying to get in towards side will punish him just a little bit. He sees the leg of what he thinks is a person, but obviously not. That being said, though, Gladiators down courts at the current moment, going to have as much of a entry capability as they once had. The trading game not going to work out the same way either. They're going to begin breaking things up over here on the trench side. Drones are out now. They got the hatch open inside of a kitchen as well. They can potentially drop drones down into. Butters will try and add to this as he'll simply throw out one of his kunai and try and make a play off of that, but nobody trying to pressure just yet. They've actually switched on over the snowmobile. We could see them potentially try and go for this wall soon enough, but they've added a couple of kunai to this as well, so we'll have to see how that will work out as finally Gaimin Gladiators able to procure a kill of their own.
Trades back quite late, but for the Gaimin Gladiators, this may very well work out. Problem is, they're not chaining anything together here currently. Butter is able to fend off the next attacker. We're going to see a few try to insert themselves into the back of Wine. We've got a breach for them to play through as well, so a two-tiered insertion to show up. Bit of a delay on that, though, and actually well-placed one, as Barring is able to line up a nade to eliminate Filthy as he tries to swing back in. Barring with one more before he finally is exchanged out by Butters. He also takes out the only other player on this back flank right now, and that's going to be Arrow. Rudy, last player alive here, snuck himself in from the trench hallway. He's going to be able to need to get this plant down and just won't be able to leverage it, unfortunately. It's close at the end of the day, but Max moves forward, shuts it down when he was so close to the plant, and that is going to give our first round over to the Leftovers.
A solid start here to our last map of the day for Leftovers, making good on their promise of basement, and now shifting on over to Bar Gaming, another site that finds quite a bit of success for the defense overall when it comes to Chalet, and hopefully it will gift Leftovers yet another round here. They're going to continue to pilot the Azami into round 2 here as well. Also, the offense, I believe, getting a Lion in here too. Yes, Arrow will be on that. So, more than likely, a lot of these EE1Ds will be utilized early to try and clear out a lot of these far-reaching areas that are required to play a site like this.
Going to be a bit of a different take just in terms of the way that the Leftovers need to approach it. They'll need to remain a bit more active, at least in their upstairs presence, to keep the same amount of control that they had in the previous round here. For the Gladiators, obviously going to have an easier time sussing out the positions of the members of the Leftovers, but that does not necessarily mean they're going to be able to eliminate them. As we've seen time and time again, this upstairs hold can be quite difficult to push your way past, and with the Azami barricades being added into it, see Dexter specifically just stacking 2 of them on top of each other right here to be able to block off that window pretty much entirely. Anybody that hops in there, first of all, more like is going to have their feet shot out, and if not, they're going to have to waste probably a good 10 to 15 seconds opening up that breach to be able to continue walking through it. So another good example of how a zombie can really mess with the layout of some of the maps.
Well, now here for GG, based off the position of the current moment, will at least be able to hold some things down on this upside down rappel. Nobody trying to take this gunfight back. Hearing that LMG sing, they know what's on the other end, and they know that it's more than likely death. Frag grenades as well here to try and influence something inside of the building. Frag grenade in, and a decent amount of damage dealt to Filthy as he'll run over the top of the makeshift landmine. Barring now, trying to work his way back towards the window. Has the drone into play, can try and assist himself with a little extra information, but where's the rest of his teammates at? Looks like they're trying to begin working their way through the building. Jolton, they're droning things out, especially around the main hallway here. Still some very solid positioning from Leftovers around blue, as well as inside of library, especially for Dexter, who's going to have some super great positions to play, just given the circumstances that he's now given himself with all of these different kunai positions. Stuns will rain in, another one, but there's not actually any potential to push this because they don't want to try and push through that smoke.
Dexter swinging in, taking a challenge, and it'll work out. A bit of a risk behind it as well, especially with Barring on the other end of that fight. nearly manages to lose it to him, but comes out on top instead and keeps the early advantage in the favor of the leftovers. Will he be able to keep it is now the question. Another member of the Gaming Gladiators, looks like Rudy, already in position to re-swing this, but Rudy may not have the confidence to go outright versus Dexter here. May try it from the other window instead, but you can see how Dexter will potentially get support if Rudy tries to go that route, as Butters is available over on blue stairs to swing in and help things out from the connector. Jolton has been able to isolate out Filthy. That removes the smoke from play as well, giving our attackers a little bit of extra time to play into this assault. As you're going to see, still with a large majority of the Gladiators working on getting themselves second floor access, the overall clear of the site is a bit far in the future at the moment here for our attacking roster. Dexter as well still has free reign to deny the lower window hop in also, so the Gladiators still with a very bleak path to move forward, and it's so bleak in fact that Butters feels the need to get aggressive, ultimately to his own defeat though. Had a hard ping. I saw the red out of the corner of my eye going on to courts for the stairs, but he paid no mind to it, tried to take out the player inside of the side entrance and goes down with nothing to show for it. Baxley, though, able to come in here and pick up not just one, but two frags. Don't even really need the rotation from Dexter, as Max has managed to handle this all on his lonesome. Arrow now the last player alive, and while the pre-fire is in the correct position, the timing is not so much. So our defenders come out on top for a second round.
Well, now for the leftovers, 2 rounds to their name, able to take it to Gaming Gladiators 2 times in a row, something that was so hard to come by on Bank, but now is seemingly easy for them, playing it out on the timer and not even really needing the additional effort from upstairs, but it was definitely helpful at the end of the day, just in case things did go not exactly according to plan. But for leftover sake, they have a Maxley, and he tends to hit his shots, as we just saw there inside of the bar gaming space. Time and time again, able to rip the heads off of these GG members and just make this man count such a difficult number for GG to try and fight back from. But now for leftovers, they're going to shift things on over to potentially their last site inside of their site rotations, which will be Kitchen. We'll see what they do after the site, especially after potentially after winning this next round.
Let's see if the leftovers can keep their streak consistent. This team overall probably not a little bit, there's probably not too jazzed, I should correct myself to say, with the way the last map panned out. There seemed like they once again kind of had control of things, only to lose it inside of overtime due to a play from an individual member on the Gaming Gladiators as well. They're feeling like that they could have potentially thrown that the other direction, so maybe taking this map a little bit more seriously in terms of their capability to outright shut it down here. Either way, we're seeing at the moment leftovers take the most consistent early game control that we've yet seen out of either of these teams in the series here. Normally these guys just going back and forth constantly until we hit a late game point. At the moment, it's been all leftovers here inside of the first 2 rounds. Curious to see if our third attack for the Gaming Gladiators will change that up at all, or if the leftovers will be able to run a full 3-site gauntlet for themselves here. You can already see Jolton and a few other members of the Gladiators trying to work their way into Solarium, but as you've probably noticed by this point, bit of utility from the leftovers, or a bit of a player count, I should say, on the other side of this looking to fend it off, but they will deal with that without too much of an issue. It's Dexter as well. This has been one of the main pressure point players that the leftovers have looked to make early impact, so him going down with nothing to show for and only a minute off the clock is not necessarily a good sign here for our defenders extending their hold throughout the rest of this round.
Well, Court's in a pretty tough position at the current moment. Lots of shots from a lot of different angles, but fortunately enough, he's seemingly making it work. Butters with a lot of damage dealt to him now. Obviously, the initial pick going their way as well. A great position to be in at the current moment. Frag grenade out, but I believe that Barring just now realized that it's actually been, I believe, sealed by a shield there, just to make things a little bit more complicated for them around that area. So now, a minute and 15 seconds remaining. Gaming Gladiators with plenty of time to be able to try and work out this situation, but are they aware of the presence still on this top floor?
Max constantly keeping an eye out for it. Filthy seems to have come in to help out as well. While he's taking down Jolton, and it seems excuse me, tongue-tied here. We're in like hour 9 of this. Rudy continuing to fire through, though, finds even more frags against the leftovers roster. Butters and Max now the only two remaining. Max still an unknown element though, so he's able to jump out and surprise for at least his first kill against Arrow. A lot more to go beyond this though, as Rudy already well on his way to getting the plant down onto the ground. Not going to be interrupted by this peek from Butters either. It is completed. And now Rudy will be free to jump out, not only for himself, but Barring also getting himself into the fray. He finds Butters truly leaving Max out on an island here in a 1v3. Unfortunately, not with a realistic amount of time to retake this site, and more than likely going to be looking at the first round going up on the board for the Gaimin Gladiators.
Well, not if Maxley has something to say about it, but as you said, it's a pretty tall task, and well, we see how decisive that was from GG, finally able to get their first round and for this score line up, not allowing the 3-0 split already. It'll be 2-1 with Gaimin Gladiators maintaining the ability to take a side advantage going into the half. Leftovers, though, are going to be shifting some things up. They're headed back downstairs after that last defense did not go their way. This wine cellar defense, though, most definitely did, as Gaimin Gladiators seemingly did not have an answer to a lot of the different angles that were being thrown at them.
So as we continue to progress, the Gaimin Gladiators once again in control of at least a first round for themselves. Will they be able to bring it back to a tie point? Or does Leftovers immediately retake their own control? This hold was close when we played it back on round number 1, coming down, I think, to a 1vx or a 2v1. Ultimately just barely favoring the Leftovers here, but primarily due to the slowness that we got out of the Gladiators themselves, a little bit too slow to line themselves up for the actual basement assault, leaving them with not enough time to properly flush out the 2 to 3 remaining members there for the Leftovers. And unfortunately, not a lot of real estate to work with either, as their entry attempts had for the most part been denied. They try to go for a late round switch up to work their way in from line side, including the side hallway over there by Trench too, and just kind of overcomplicated things. So we'll see if they can make it a bit more straightforward this time for themselves so they don't run into the same pitfalls.
Lots of bullets going off on the northern side there from Bahrain. Not able to find anything with them, though. Probably just some destruction to create some new angles on the top floor. Make it harder for the Leftovers to try and retake towards the northern side. Rudy's going to find some space at the bottom of Tellers, or bottom of Tellers, at the bottom of Trench here on Chalet to make sure that they can get down and get this hard breach in. Jolton will be able to claim Filthy. That was another player that we saw downstairs just for a moment, but now gone to the wayside. Have to worry about Maxley here inside of West Hall as well, but as for the rest of it, seemingly clear for the time being for GG.
Gladiators continuing to look for more advantages that they can attain here, as Maxley is getting spammed by Quartz's Twitch drone right now. Not sure what's going on with that. Just trying to annoy him back down to the basement, I guess. And the plan seemingly has worked here for the Gladiators, able to move their way forward and force Maxley away from that. Maxley falling back more so because of his overall low HP rather than the poking from the Twitch drone. So don't mince my words in the way that ended up breaking down here. Is once again still continuing to see the Gaimin Gladiators hold up after they found that opening kill for themselves. Quartz wanting to make absolutely certain that he doesn't have any flanks to worry about before he begins to entry himself in, as he is a little bit alone there. Barring pretty much in the same position, but Barring gonna get hard swung. The wrong read on it from both Max and Dexter, though, as Barring finds an easy double for himself, bringing the numbers of the Leftovers into an even more drastic scenario, which is Butters and Adapt alive down below.
Well, it'll have to be hard fought inside of the 2 versus 5 for Butters, as well as Adapt, all now on sky high, as well as some of these kunai to come in and try and assist with this. Adapt, you got to worry about these angles along with Butters, but he's already dead to the world as well. Butters now forced back towards the rotation, but Rudy's going to push it to the limit immediately inside of Wine's stock. Continues to swing on through and finds him stuck in the mud inside of the rotation due to the EE1D. Gaimin Gladiators with a quick 2 fired back at Leftovers.
So we stay locked. Neither team able to work themselves towards a definitive advantage here. So it's going to be back into the bar. as well as gaming room next up here for the leftovers, is we're going to see a couple change up the operator department. Mainly Filthy going over towards a Frost, an operator we're missing on the last defensive attempt to the site, but one that we've certainly seen in the past from quite a few other teams within North America and globally. We were actually talking about this earlier, about how we've started to see more and more Frost picks just spread to kind of niche sites where you have a lot of window play and a lot of potential for late round executes where attackers may mess up and decide not to check the flooring on their way in, despite the fact that they're aware of Frost is in play, and that can get you a free down or two, which can obviously be the thing that ends up tripping up your opponent's attack and give you a free round at the end of the day. So Filthy's going to take the gamble on that, and we will see those welcome mats be placed down promptly over the next few seconds here as the leftovers try to kind of get back control of things after getting themselves off to a good start, but now running into a bit of a wall here as of the past 2 rounds, giving Gaming Gladiators back their own position inside of this matchup.
Well, an even scoreline, dead heat in between these two as we enter round 5 now. It's going to be a bar gaming defense for the leftovers. The Gaming Gladiators doing their damnedest now to try and collect the lead for the very first time here on Chalet. Rudy will open things up here for Snowmobile and begin clearing things out on the bottom floor. A lot to do still here. His connector is clear, but has to look in towards the rest of the building as well. But seemingly only wanting the front end of this will clear out himself and then have some assistance from his teammate outside as the second drone will work its way in towards blue. As for the remainder of the Gaming Gladiators, though, more than likely working around the building up towards this library area, and that's exactly what Arrow is on as of the current moment. Still has those EE1Ds to try and assist and influence these early engagements. They're going to need some solid info from the drone game first in order to do so.
Minute gone from the round, and so far relative inaction from both teams as the Gladiators still look for their first entry point to really try and lock themselves into a true aggressive play here. Quartz lined up for it on Repel, ready to move himself forward, but for the rest of the leftovers, seems like they have mostly flushed themselves away downstairs, but Dexter is ready to play from his hard lock position here behind Library. Filthy able to utilize his as well to find another one versus Rudy, and Dexter does catch the swing coming in from basement, but it's still too slow to stop the counteraction. 2 additional pickups found, Jolton and Quartz making them happen. Adapt able to trade back one of them, so mainly going to be Barring as well as Quartz now maintaining the interior site position. The problem is Barring is locked here. Thought for a second he may have seen Butters. If he had shot, would have had the right read into it, but Butters reads into him first instead. Brings it all down to Quartz here, who did maintain some hallway positioning down on the first floor. Was not going to be able to keep it. He goes down, and the leftovers do take back their control at a 3-2 scoreline as we head into the final round of the half.
Well, solid advantage here from leftovers as they're going to head towards the kitchen and dining room site. Offense for Gaming Gladiators looking into this last moment will obviously be focused on more of the soft breach potential, also just bringing some tidbits of hard breach in the Finka and Twitch for that solid fragging power. Lying along for the ride as well to try and assist with those EE1Ds in that info game that we've been seeing. Them try to abuse time and time again throughout this offensive side, sometimes working, sometimes not. As for the leftovers, though, Maxley will go off of the alibi that we've been seeing and play quite a bit here today, and instead bring the Thunderbird along for the ride. The Kona stations will more than likely assist in a lot of these engagements once again, especially when it comes to Dexter's sake, which we'd seen a lot of his engagements earlier on inside these last couple of maps where he was able to make it off at a lower amount of HP that you'd really want going into some further engagements, and these will definitely help stem the bleeding.
Gladiators falling behind once more here, but not so much just yet. Plenty of opportunities for this team to get their footing stabilized and look for a better path back into this game here and back into this series as well. Also important to note, once again, folks, double elimination bracket for this tournament over the course of the weekend. Our losing team is not going to be done just yet. They'll have a chance to rebound against the losing team from our other matchup, which is between Parabellum and Space Station. Whoever ends up coming out on the losing end of that will face the loser of this one. Winner of this plays the winner of that other game, so on and so forth here until we reach an eventual winner for a double elimination format, which will be claimed on Sunday. That'll also decide, at least for this region, who the best team is going to be moving forward to our main event. point during the summer. Excited to see how that ends up going. Still focusing back up on this round here. We can start to see the Gaimin Gladiators taking their initial bits of control, mainly Quartz, trying to peek in towards the car garage and firing down the hallway to see if any pre-fire would line up, but not to be the case. The Leftovers have contained their defense mainly on the second floor extension as well as the first floor hold, of course, because that's where their site is. And Butters, man, what a swing and a correction here. Some shots are thrown at him from Quartz, and he very quickly sends them right back through the window to get an outright headshot to eliminate him.
Butters will be holding it down with Adapt here for the site. Butters now opening up some more angles with the Keratos as well. A solid option when it comes to creating some nice little niche holes like this to manage windows or anything else in between. But not really past that. You're not going to use it to like make a rotate or anything of the sort. About halfway through the round now here for GG as they've lost Quartz off into the wind now and into the 5 versus 4. Arin looking like he really wants to try and hop into Trophy at the current moment, and this could work out for them. Doesn't have to worry about any traps of any sort that could be laying at his feet or up above him like a Grijmont mine. Nothing really to worry about in that category. Only going to be holding down Trophy for some time, though. This is always a solid position to hold on to for a moment, but Arin runs away, seeing if he could potentially make it back into the window. That audio cue, get it to where the player can potentially feel a little bit more safe, but it's actually going to give him some very awkward timing there, but it actually works out in the favor of GG. Luckily enough, though, for Leftovers, they'll be able to at least pick up 1, and I believe the fight's still going on, as unfortunately for us, ladies and gents, it looks like our observer had a little bit of an issue.
Yep, so that shouldn't affect the game state based on everything I know. That game and that server more than likely is still going. That was probably just a client crash for our observer. So stick with us here for a few minutes. We are going to very quickly reconnect that observer, which more likely means we have to interrupt the game. So we've got to contact the players. It might take a few minutes, but we're going to work on getting that restarted as quickly as possible. There's just going to be an extra round onto one of the team's favors by the time we get back into it, like we said. Either way, though, things remaining fairly close between both of these teams. It does look like the Leftovers are currently kind of in that pole position for this matchup so far, but I feel like that could change based on how closely these rounds are playing. Given a Chalet as well, and that can be sometimes quite brutal against the team's less favorable side. We still could see things switch up in the Gladiators' favor when we get past the halfway point, which I think was coming up on that round, actually.
Yeah, yes, indeed. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see who actually ended up winning out that last engagement, because that's going to have some pretty heavy influence going into this next half. But, I mean, past that, I really do think that we're more than likely going to see GG make somewhat of a comeback. They did have the advantage inside of that round there, so there's a very big chance that they were able to tie things up yet again here, and that could really muddy things when it comes to Leftovers next half and what we could potentially see. I mean, we've already seen one max OT. We could have another one on the docket.
These guys are playing not only very neck and neck, but to some extent, like the way the gunfights are breaking down, it's very scrimmy as well, to a way where it's going to be bound to kind of go back and forth a little bit. So I have to agree with you with our possibility for an overtime. I think it's very much in the cards here, unless one of these teams gets a real lock on the other one's strategy there to be able to shut down rounds consistently, because that's just not happening for either squad right now. There's always adjustments. This is a good thing, obviously, because it means we get a more competitive match. But there's always counter adjustments showing up, and their opponents are just not responding to those counter adjustments quickly enough. So we constantly are just going back and forth and back and forth. This map's been even more wild, because I thought we were finally having a bit of a breakaway moment at the beginning, but then nope, their opponents in GG just bounced right back with 2 rounds of their own, and then I think we had another run of 2 rounds just now as well from the Leftovers. We'll be finding out in a second. Nope, it went 1-1. I jinxed it. My bad. So it ended up going 1-1 there at the end. So we are truly just right back in the seesaw now that we enter round 7 with an additional round for the Gaimin Gladiators.
Well, something's got to give. I mean, the real question is now who has the favorable side? Are Leftovers just nasty on offense? Do Gaimin Gladiators have everything in the cards for themselves when it comes to their defensive setups? We really don't know, and that's what's going to lead into the very exciting moments of these, next potentially 6 rounds.
So we need to see if either team can get the best out of it inside of these, or whether we need potentially an additional 3 to truly get ourselves a winner. Either way, Leftovers starting this series off with the first map, Gaimin Gladiators striking back with the second. If you are just joining us, this is the third map between these two teams, the winner of which is not going to gain anything just yet. They will be able to move forward into the upper bracket finals of this North American bracket. And that will put them in a very close position to be able to qualify for the main event coming up in just a few months' time. Away from that, though, not going to be a whole lot happening again. We've only just spawned our attackers, of course. It's going to take that minute or two for them to get in a position where they can truly do anything. And it's looking like there is going to be some basement shenanigans being built up by the Leftovers, by Butters specifically. He's been droning that out for himself now.
Looking back and forth in between drones, trying to see if there's any GG members around the initial area that Leftovers is looking to procure, but obviously not, as they move quickly through. And not only that, but they pick up a nice kill as well. Filthy holding the trench angle, and someone just not seemingly aware of the situation going on inside of that area, so be able to take down Bahrain. That actually might have been off of the master double there as well. Kind of hard to say, as we just flicked over there at the last moment, but either way, Adapt will start working his way in for the hard breach part of things, as Leftovers have gotten essentially a hole opened up into this defensive setup.
Already half the round gone. Leftovers getting themselves ready for something right now. You can see by the stack over at the main doorway. Definitely wants to get a bit of a breached execute here into the dining room if they're going to be allowed to do so. Would more than likely want Butters with them for that. Butters probably building up the confidence to work towards a back-end extension here also. And at the moment, not even seeming to need Butters. Adapt as well as Dexter. Two clean starters to this one. The refrag attempt going to show up here now from Arrow, and it'll work out as he catches Max at the top blue stairs hallway. That's going to leave Jolton alive still on the defensive end of it as well. And this will be problematic for the Leftovers. They really needed to maintain that upstairs position, and now they've lost it. Their plan is no longer as short. I say that, but Arrow is having a lot of problems locking down where it's coming in from, and Dexter saves the day. Very well could have seen the planter get interrupted there. Doesn't end up happening, and that leaves Jolton all by himself on an island, already injured as well. So should be a closeout for the Leftovers here to take the lead at 4-3. We'll hold it for just a moment and see if Jolton can give us a show.
Yes, indeed. Best out of his maps we've seen thus far. Currently 7-4, swinging into trophy, takes the fight for dining, but nothing to it just yet. But there's another body with Dexter all the way out at the fireplace door, the 1.5, making this a little bit easier for him as he can just connect the rounds to the air exit range. And the Leftovers able to procure their very first round on the offensive side, starting things off just like they did with their defense.
Bar and Gaming is up next here for the Gladiators as they try to come back yet again, and with good hopes to do that as well here. We're going to continue to see these guys play out the rest of this series. See a lot of the same elements going to stay in play for the Leftovers, seeing how well it worked for them in the previous round. That includes Butters on the Nook. Going to try and see if he can sneak himself in, since he never really had to do much on the previous round. Say that, but the card was already drawn, of course, and that Butters has just played into it, so it seems like they're not favoring that anymore. He will switch back over to the 0 and re-add those Argus cams to the utility pool for our attackers, and hopefully give them a greater capability to spot out some of these extended positions from the Gladiators before they become fully useful. Did see that utilized in the previous map as well to a pretty hefty degree, but unfortunately didn't end up stopping a whole lot. So we're going to have to see if we're going to, in this time, will work out better for the Leftovers.
5 seconds left on
We're going to be bringing in this 0 here for Butters, so they'll at least have some extra intel as to what's going on inside of the building. Especially when it comes to rotations, that secondary hard bridge can also be a lifesaver if something happens to adapt and they need something a little later on into the round. So for Gaimin Gladiators, now trying to reconcile with what happened in the previous round, getting punished by the Leftovers, and just making overall little mistakes that really just gifted the round over, making it way too easy for the Leftovers to get things done in towards the actual site. And speaking of which, Maxley, quite easy entry in towards Solarium, but the audio cues will give it up, as well as now the cannon fodder being sent the way of the defense, but Jolton will catch him off guard with an off-angle re-peeks, but it's ill-advised that the Leftovers have the advantage again.
Leftovers indeed in control, and now just need to keep it that way. The transition over towards the site area, oftentimes the most difficult part of the round, but Leftovers have so much map control here, both vertically and horizontally, that it's going to be tough for the Gladiators to fight back, regardless of the control that they may have here. Butters as well, trying to send out those Argus cams to see if any intel will present itself. Not looking like he got a whole lot of usefulness out of it, but drone maybe will be a little bit different here. There is one of those cameras still sitting up in the corner as well, so definitely can get some useful intel out of that. He needs to pan back towards it, just maybe nothing in vision immediately to utilize. We got a few more members. It looks like mainly Dexter upstairs here trying to work his way in. Initially was going to try and flush Barring's position out, but don't even need to anymore with the kill being found outright here. It's Rudy and Quartz against the world now. Minus Max, of course, due to his premature death earlier on in the round, with a minute and 15 seconds to go as well. There's not really a hope for Quartz and his teammate to delay this out. They are going to need to fight, and thankfully Quartz, as well as Rudy, are primed for the challenge. Each one picks up a kill, and that evens us back down into a 2v2.
Solid position for both of these teams really at the current moment. Unfortunate look there for Leftovers, as they had quite the advantage built up for themselves, but they gifted it over. Gotten it to an equal moment now for GG, as they've been able to fall back towards site, but Rudy has already had a lot of influence. But Quartz, he's had some influence of his own, as he's now found himself the double. Adapt now trying to work his way in from the main fireplace area. They know more than likely that he's around this space, as he just got rid of that van. He's stunned in, sees one swing out and tries to challenge back through. Potentially knowing that this player is going to be here, he'll be able to take down Quartz, and it's all left up to Rudy on a sliver's worth of HP. He's going to have to take out Adapt in this situation. There's no way that he tries to attempt to plant unless he's just going to try and fake it in this situation. He moves forward, he catches him off guard, but Adapt with the flick, the recorrection to take him down. A singular bullet tags the man, and it's over right from that moment.
Nicely done indeed, as the Leftovers are making their mark and are not necessarily letting the Gaming Gladiators find an easy path back into this one. 5-3 now becomes the scoreline. A 2-0 run at the beginning of the half. Again, can they push it further than this, as they need just 2 of the remaining rounds in order to lock in a victory and a spot in the upper bracket finals? You want to check real quick and see if our other matchup concluded over on the main stream. It does not look like it, as I think they are also in the midst of a third map right now, folks. So just a quick reminder, if you're interested in checking that out, it's going to be over on our main channel. Let me try and see if I can get a bit more of an accurate score in terms of where they are. Unfortunately, I went to it in the middle of a round, or in the middle of like a round transition, so I can't see that yet. But in a second, I hopefully will. And it's the moment in favor of Space Station, it looks like. But to what extent, I cannot tell you. You'll have to give me a minute here until we get back in game.
Unfortunate timing.
5-2 for Space Station. There we go. Yeah, I got it.
Hey, 5-2. What's the map by chance?
Oregon, it looked like.
Oh, okay. Making quite a bit of sense when it comes to SSG, if I had anything to say about it. But that's that. Leftovers, speaking of advantages, in the 5-3 advantage. So not as much of an advantage as SSG, but definitely one that they've built upon and are looking to try and take home at this point, as they're only 2 rounds away from being able to claim this. And not only this, but the first day of Gamers Without Borders.
Filthy gets things started for the Leftovers once again and takes out one of the most impactful players as well, barring down before he can make his aggressive contribution. Not the only one, as we've seen others from this team step up over the past 2 maps, though. Quartz trying to do so now from the perspective of the Ella here, but a drone more than likely going to spot him out. No, never mind. Didn't get the full vision, I think, so Quartz takes the gamble on it, darts out into the open, is able to find the trade against Filthy. Beautifully done by Quartz.
Well, he's on a tear at the moment, but he's only equalized himself in terms of KD. Trying to push himself one step further, but there is somebody on his piano window, and that's when the pressure's going to come in. They're going to pre-fire everything, but somehow he's made it out. I believe he pre-fires Butters across the window. Quartz, not a single sliver's worth of HP missing from this man's HP bar. He makes it out of hell alive and practically scot-free.
So another intense situation for Butters here. Really trying to push this game over the edge for the Leftovers. Not going to be able to accomplish it just yet. Either way, the Leftovers are frozen slightly after that play from Butters, but Not going to stay that way for too long. Finally getting the confidence to swing out against the Blue Stairs play now. Butters prime position to shut out Quartz, and he'll do that, taking only an extra sliver of damage here. As well, getting rebuffered up pretty quickly due to the utility from Max. 3 players remain, however, and a little over a minute to go as Max begins to open things up along with Adapt to be able to, or Adapt, excuse me, to be able to open up the wine room for their play to move forward here. It does look like that last exothermic from Adapt got denied. He was able to pocket it, however, before it went away. So he's going to try to throw it out one more time, especially now that we have dealt with the interior sight presence from the Electric Claw. That's the secondary angle this team needed to push themselves forward. And as well, Adapt, I don't believe, realizes it yet, but he does have a free push from this point forward. Jolton's not going to be able to stop him. Arrow will be able to now because he's rotated into the corner. Still's going to have to spot that first off. Arrow as well, denying the first push in here. Dexter tries to swing for the doorway, and he's going to be in prime position to stop that. Only 20 seconds remain, so Adapt going to go for this, but he's got to be careful not to swing too aggressively. He's also carrying the case. The Nitro, though, will send him back down into his grave this time around. Jolton being the one to send it out. Arrow locking in for another kill, and there's just not enough confidence coming in behind this push right now for the leftovers here. They get themselves really stuck at that doorway and never really seem to postulate enough confidence to move beyond that, so they walk directly into the defensive setup due to a lack of time, and it goes into the Gladiators' hands as a result of that.
Hard fought when it comes to the site setup, but it comes out in favor of Gaimin Gladiators. A valiant effort as well from them as they're able to take down a lot of the leftovers members from a lot of those far back angles, especially inside a connector. Some big plays coming out of the Kaid, not only stopping the plan, but also delivering when it came to the fragging capabilities at those longer ranges. And now GG, one step separates them between leftovers and, well, either match point and map points or tying things up and forcing at least maximum rounds inside of regulation if somebody wants to take things. As for leftovers, they aren't looking to change up too much on this offensive side, feeling as though the Zero was not doing enough for them. And honestly, I can kind of agree. There's not too much off-site presence that we've seen from Gaimin Gladiators at it. You know, the craziest amount of influence, at least inside that last round. A lot of the site presence really getting away with, you know, a lot of the major kills that we were able to see there. Now for Butters, having the potential to sneak into the map could really work into their favor to look for some of these initial picks.
Got the leftovers out and about yet again here, looking to take control, looking to maintain their newly gained lead here. Obviously putting it into a bit of a delicate point after dropping the last round, but we're not going to fear it too much. Already opening up a path forward from inside of the basement that Butters is more likely going to be using once again, as we saw just about 2 to 3 rounds back. Filthy has other business to attend to as he's going to be moving over towards the front door and kind of establishing Overwatch until they have a better job for him on the sledge. Not a whole lot in terms of top-down openings that need to be made just here and now yet, so he does have a bit of freedom while the rest of his team works into a position where he can be utilized for that. That'll be coming up soon over the next minute or so with the rest of the leftovers starting to move in, taking control of the area, I believe around library, and then trying to push out the office hold from there.
Butters now slinking into Snowmobile Garage just to recheck his camera. Didn't turn off his health presence sensor though, so we'll have to wait for that to be able to cool off and come back to him later on if he does indeed want to use it again. Dexter, though, finding some extra info here for leftovers as, yet again, they're looking to extend this lead. So the economy looking solid at the current moment as we are about halfway through the round. Frag grenades out to try and clear up some of this site utility, making things a little bit easier for Adapt as he chucks a stun in just to make sure that things are clear for that frag. And Jolton will take down Dexter actually on a long angle, I believe, as soon as that wall blows open. Actually ends up taking him down, unless that was from upstairs. Either way, fantastic kill happening from him. And Barring will actually be able to find one of his own, as Filthy will go down as well.
Butter's still looking to make impact as he's been sitting in the basement for a good minute plus now, waiting for the rest of his team to get in a better position for him to swing out from it. So he's going to be keeping himself here, and it's a good thing too, because there appears to be a top-down angle set up specifically to counter this right now. And it would obviously be fairly inopportune were he to peek the staircase now. Waits long enough, though, so I believe that threat from the Gladiators is now gone. Worried about something else instead. Actually, it may not necessarily be the case here. Butters seems to be somewhat aware of this, and actually is going to be gifted the headshot against Quartz here. He pops up just as the nade went out, so a nice opportunity gifted over to Butters. As the leftovers try to battle their way back into this round as pretty much as slowly as they possibly can here, giving Butters as much time as possible to make the impact here before the rest of the team is going to be forced into an execute. The same can be said for Maxley up on top. So he's trying to limit these top-down counter angles. A little bit of a yellow ping coming out to try and help him as the swing around comes in. Max does not catch the player immediately in closet. Even worse, the dap downstairs is going to be found out along with Butters by Jolton. Rudy gets the last player. That's the Gaimin Gladiators with one more round on their ticker. Once again, decimating the lead that the leftovers had previously built up and tying us up.
Yeah, it almost felt as though leftovers were playing that a little bit too slowly, a little too protected, and just could not simply get away with that round because of it. Gaimin Gladiators able to stay steadfast in a lot of the positions due to the slow-moving nature of leftovers in that round, and it's going to assist them in gathering control of it as well. Even some hot pings coming in upstairs for the player inside of the closet, but Maxley just immediately runs downstairs instead because the timer is already eating at them. They need to try and make sure that there's somebody on site to assist with this plant. He can't deal with that player upstairs at the current moment, so he has to hightail it down low. He immediately loses his life after the first engagement goes his way, obviously, but it doesn't really matter at the end of the day since the round is indeed GG's.
No clear leader showing yet again as the leftovers have lost their own ability to kind of exercise their will across the map. We'll see if they can get it back here now. As the Gladiators once again bring a very similar lineup to the table. A lot of freedom in terms of their capability to roam across the map, playing very much for the individual right now, with the utility helping out the team whenever it potentially can. Set these guys up for as much success as possible, but not necessarily relying too much on each other in order to make plays either. That strategy has worked to get the Gaimin Gladiators as far as they have gotten, but they do need to go a little bit further here. Rest of the team on the leftovers here, just taking their time with the opening clear. Going to try and get this nade in position to isolate out Jolton, but instead, never mind, they can it and try and go for a nade. Instead, that just reconfirms Jolton's position, and Jolton realizes what that may mean, so he's going to fall back into the depths of the bathroom here, not wanting to tango with a potential utility toss thrown out against him. Filthy, as well as Barring, though, we're going to find trades against two completely different sets of players. Either way, it will lead to the death of Dexter and Arrow.
Well, nice little exchange back and forth, but that's basically been the name of this entire series so far. Jolton now with a fantastic map after Bank not really going his way. 12-6 here on Chalet. That's what we like to see. As beginning to build up these kunai knives as well, it could potentially assist him enter on into the round. Speaking of the round, things slowing down for the moment as well. Leftovers trying to find some more information when it comes to the office side of things, and not too much to really come back on at the current moment. I don't believe that Filthy knows there's a player into his right, and he does not, as he has a magazine out of his gun, tries to get the ADS, but simply cannot. Jolton with yet another kill, and now up over 2.0 KD.
Butters fending off this play from Barring pretty much perfectly. Reads him like a book. No problem catching him there. Rudy, Jolton, and Quartz are all that remain of the defense here. We do end up seeing our attackers take ultimate control over this scenario. Still lots of time to build away, however, so that's why leftovers aren't going to leap themselves into the site just yet. Once again, wanting to make sure that they do not overstep themselves. This is how they've lost rounds in the past. Jolton still needs to be mitigated upstairs. Rudy can potentially support either of the remaining members of the Gladiators from his blue stairs position. Aside from that, I just don't think the leftovers necessarily had a good drone intel about what the site looked like as of yet, so that could also explain why they've been fended off a little bit. Jolton gives up his upstairs position, though, and will rotate away from that. So that is now full top-down control over in the hands of the leftovers, and they've got a little over half a minute in order to transition it onto the site.
Well, 3v3 at the current moment. Not really giving up too much for either one of these squads, as leftovers will start working their way above the actual site. Looking for the hatches now to make things a little bit easier for them to trying to influence some of these engagements down low, but Butters, I do believe he's ended up being caught off guard, but no, it's actually on the other end. Court's now in behind and able to win out at least the initial gunfight, tries to rotate around, knows he can potentially try and get the case, and he can! No cover for Adapt. I thought initially he was through the wall planting on the other side, but no, that'd be the hallway instead. He's planting inside of the bar, and he's taken down because of it.
The Gaimin Gladiators bring themselves back into the fold here, and as such, do take control of the initial match point. Leftovers now need to rebound, and not only do that, but win it out inside of overtime as well, with just one round to strike back. Otherwise, it is going to be a 7-5 win for the Gladiators here, with the Leftovers having to fight it out in the lower bracket against, because I believe we actually do have a result from our other game. Let me see if it got updated yet real quick. Doesn't look like it did. So I will check our stream once again. In a sec. I want to see it.
Checking. Oh, I can actually give you the result. I already saw it. Would you like to know?
Looks like Space Station won the other game.
Oh, they did indeed. It's a 2-1.
Yeah. So whoever wins this one is going to go up against Space Station. Whoever loses this game is going to go up against Parabellum.
Oh, that's gonna be pretty fun. I also thought it was pretty funny. Skies tweeted after the game and said if Siege ever returns to online play, he's retiring. And he's like, it's a completely different game. That was just not good. Like, which is pretty funny. So either way, though, now for Butters and the rest of Leftovers coming into this next round, they really are looking to try and lock things down here and try and get into this overtime. And it's going to require pretty steadfast effort. So he'll initially put in one of the Argus cameras. It'll get immediately taken away from Jolton, who is now down towards the bottom of West Main Stairs. Now, the rest of them, especially when it comes to this north take, looks as though we're going to have quite the foothold for Leftovers initially. Shouldn't be able to be dislodged by Gaimin Gladiators quite easily.
No action really building up just yet inside of the first minute here. Both teams continuing to build up intel more than anything else here. But it will work out for Filthy as he's able to claim the opener there. Bit of a slow wind-up towards it, but eventually Arrow is isolated, meaning those Electric Claws go down. No ability to reapply them. And if we was still keeping one in pocket, as we sometimes see, that one as well is now wasted. Clean opener for the Leftovers, but as we have seen in some of these past rounds, that opening kill doesn't necessarily translate to absolute victory here for the Leftovers. Sometimes they get a little bit too slow for themselves and end up giving the Gaimin Gladiators enough room to battle back into it. So we will see if they can work towards that yet again. Keep in mind, of course, it's the Gladiators looking to end this match in their favor here and now. Otherwise, the Leftovers will trigger overtime.
Pass the pick onto Arrow. Really, the only thing that's dying is the economy of Leftovers. These drones cannot make it through. Only 3 of them still around, but fortunately enough, they've got Butters with the Argus cams, and he might be in trouble, even though he doesn't know it. And yes, he will indeed, as Barring storms down the far stairwell, is able to take out the lone member. Still seeing presenting potential for yet another member to try and rotate back, and there is. Dexter's here, and he's going to begin pre-firing this space. I was one inside of West Main as well, but he has to try and dip out. Max Silly will be able to claim his life.
Leftovers continuing to fight for their upper bracket lives right now, as well as a chance to take on Space Station Gaming in their matchup tomorrow. Well-placed nade from Filthy knocks out Rudy, and suddenly it's the Leftovers in control of this assault here, as they just need to knock out both Jolton and Quartz, and we will be triggering overtime for the second consecutive map. Before I can even finish the sentence, it is done, and we will be pushed into that position. OT is triggered yet again, and we get 3 more rounds on the board.
Yes, indeed. As we were talking about before, it seems like these two can simply not get away from each other when it comes to the scoreboard. And yet again, here on the final map of the day, it will show its head yet again. 6-6 as we move into overtime, and it's going to be a best of 3 rounds. Whichever one of these teams is able to get to 8 rounds first will be the victor. It's going to be Gaimin Gladiators with a possibility of 2 defensive rounds and 1 offensive round, with Leftovers having the exact opposite of that. So starting things out on the offense here for them, and a pretty solid lineup mostly the exact same lineup that they've been bringing for a lot of their offenses initially.
So we're going to continue to see these teams dance around each other. There's going to be yet another kitchen hold coming in here for the Gaimin Gladiators, to really lock in a bit of a lead for themselves after faltering on that one final round they had for themselves in the basement hold, just giving over a few too many entries. The Leftovers crew giving them the room they needed to work their way in. For the Gladiators side of things, it's all going to be about repetition here, making sure they keep it consistent, especially considering they've got the defensive edge. So how close these games have been, they're able to just fall back on the sites they found success on. Things will more than likely yield results for this team, but Leftovers as well, showing us quite a bit of fragging prowess throughout the course of this series. Between really this entire roster, I'd say everybody except for Adapt has had a real MVP round or two here so far throughout the course of this series. So a lot to be reckoned with on that roster as well, with them trying to move forward here further into the upper bracket run. But for both teams, still going to have a chance at it tomorrow. Even if they lose, they will continue on in the lower bracket.
And it's a fortunate thing about having multiple lives in a tournament like this. And now for Leftovers and Maxilliot, looking to influence things more with the drone game, as they'll try and push this a little bit further. Filthy now as well, with one that was over inside of Office, trying to find out what's going on inside of Master. And the answer, not too much. It's barring instead over near the piano area, but more towards the Master Closet, kind of a harder area to try and communicate when it comes down to things. Usually teams just differentiate their call-outs quite a bit when it comes down to it. Actually, obviously can't get rid of this castle barricade, so he's going to rotate back towards piano, try and assist with this situation instead. Does have a frag grenade if he wants to try and really get rid of this, but we'll have to see exactly what he wants to do moving forward here. Max Elite now with the drone in, we'll be able to try and find out some of the positioning of the GG members here around this top floor, but mostly all of them playing in very safe pastures.
Max continuing to wait for an opportunity to frag, but instead that hesitation is going to cost him. Barring, noticing the opportunity, jumps out piano window for the pickup, but Dexter is there, noticing the lack of support on Barring to be able to find an exchange. No team yielding a serious advantage from that. Filthy as well, swinging wildly into the breaches made inside a master bedroom. Catches arrow to refrag him, but Cord striking right back in a separate fight now against Butters. And Hilton too, gonna try and move in, try to refrag against Filthy, but this time he will finally break the chain, knock out Jolton, and leave the Leftovers with a 3v2 advantage.
Well, it's hard fought for him at the current moment, is Leftovers still having the man advantage here after Filthy's fantastic expression upstairs, able to take down so many different members of GG, and yet another one to follow as Quartz tries to recoup by coming up the main stairwell. Rudy now has to try and work around a different way. He'll be able to slink on past here. Doesn't have any more smoke grenades, as this plan's going to go start going down here for the moment. He'll sneak back under. This barbed wire will give him away. Filthy with a triple kill here on the round. The potential to close things out on the defensive end for Leftovers.
Is looking a little bit better indeed for our attacking squadron as they try to push it towards the bitter end of this series after already quite a few hours of play between both of these teams. It is once again going to be the Leftovers in pole position to do so themselves. It's 7-6, and it'll have to be the Gaimin Gladiators that fight back. Wouldn't leave that potential out of the cards either, against the once again teeter-totter nature of this series continues to evolve. Gaimin Gladiators looking for their own overtime point to keep it going for maximum OT here, and seeing if we can get this all the way to the final round on our final two maps. Away from that, though, heading into the round itself, we'll see if there's going to be any twists and turns to this setup for the Leftovers. Generally, I would not expect that, given we've got a very straightforward operator lineup to play into this site. Putting more emphasis on utility and delay over literally everything else here, as we can see 3 mitigation operators and 2 quote-unquote delay operators, if you want to count Castle into that category, more so in just the fact you have to waste time knocking out his barricades.
Absolutely. But luckily enough, you know, getting rid of castle barricades, it's easier for some rather than others, like Jolton with that sledgehammer that can just decimate him in one shot. And he can do that to quite a few other pieces of utility throughout the defensive setup as well, but not necessarily inside of this one, or none that he would really want to use it on, I guess. I mean, he could if he really wanted to, but I mean, sludging an ADS like my disc just is a little overkill, at least in my book. But past that, Jolton is going to have the ability to get rid of a lot of these castle barricades. It could be kind of pesky this next offensive play. But the big thing is that what is their next move? It's going to require a lot of information gathering initially because of the overall setup that we're seeing here from the leftovers, some extra info inside a fireplace as well, along with that here for this bar gaming hold. And obviously that means that they're up towards the sky as well inside of library with this top hold. Reinforced quite well as well. Dexter will be out on the library balcony. Butters inside of the small space here with Max trying to help them hold things down over on blue.
You continue to see here the remaining members of the Gaimin Gladiators looking for their first point of entry, and Arrow might have to be the one to flash himself towards it here. He's lined up to try to make that first entry into the library, but doesn't necessarily have the confidence to directly contribute towards it just yet. It is going to work out for him, though, in the long run of things. He does find the initiation point to get himself to the inside, knock out Dexter, and bring it down to a 5v4, with the Gladiators now in control. And Adapt, unfortunately, being the only other presence that could have gone upstairs here, well away from it. Downstairs, hiding out inside of the side closet. It's all going to have to come from Max, and Max doesn't even have free access to the connectors. So we can't really do anything about the library control, just to try and delay for as long as possible from top blue, and see if he can catch players a little bit deeper into the site. Butters will take an engagement, and he'll even down Jolton, but is not going to be able to finish him off. Jolton will get reboosted from the adrenal surge. The only problem is going to be when he has to jump back up, but it works out as a bait there. Butters expecting a different player to be in that position. Instead, it's Arrow that comes back down and picks up the kill for himself, and then Jolton does the same exact thing when Filthy tries to refrag against him. Finally, Max says enough is enough. He's going to swing back out and finally knock out Jolton. But it still has left the leftovers as a shell of their former selves. Max with a tiny little sliver of HP to play with, and Adapt with full HP, yes, but he's the only other player aside from Max still in this engagement here. And man, Adapt can't even stay in the fight for very long. Barring immediately knocks him out, and Max now left alone. There we go, as Barring cleans it up. We go the full distance for a second map in a row.
And that's going to be 30 rounds in between these two in just the last two maps. An incredible feat that it takes all this time, and I mean, thank God that we do not have unlimited overtime, because I'm telling you, these two would go all night if that was the case. It seems as though neither one of them able to really get anything over on the other. Pretty evenly matched in a lot of different regards. It seems to just be on a round per round basis as the decisions made inside of that round as to how things are going. Not really that things are very decisive and it's taken a long time to get things figured out for either one of these teams.
So we're going to continue to take a look here, see which team can finally top things out in our final round of play. If the leftovers are also going to change anything up here with their attacking lineup, not looking like it. This has worked pretty well for them so far throughout the map of play. And so they have no true reason to try and switch it up so much here on the final round. Timke said for our defenders, Court specifically seeming to find a nice lock in there on the Ella, as he's popped into that operator a few times already. Just going to make a reappearance in towards it. And Barring over towards a confident pick as well for himself there. Bring the Vigil into play to be able to roam around the map with that. Let's see how it goes as we enter into the final round of play between these two teams.
Well, with 15 seconds now off the clock here into the last round, and some solid info already coming through for the offense, knowing at least one of the moves of the defensemen as they'll shift their way back over towards the top side of library. See if they can hold on to that for some time, but more than likely falling down into sight here momentarily as well. But you can see there's quite a few reinforcements across the board as Gaimin Gladiators are trying to hold the full breadth of the map away from leftovers. Filthy as well, already working his way here into office. This is going to be a big part of what's going to break down inside of the next couple of moments.
Quartz just waiting so patiently for an opportunity from one of the members of the Leftovers to try and swing into him. He does not want to force it, but at the same time, the Leftovers don't seem too keen on doing it themselves either. Time continuing to tick down, though. Eventually, it's going to have to be Adapt, Max, and Dexter making the move here against him and trying to knock these players out. As otherwise, time will eventually favor the Gladiators, of course. Quartz still just sitting back and waiting, and he's got no reason to panic here. He seems to have full control over the situation. His Barring is also supporting from the inside. Well, not anymore. Was supporting from the inside of Solarium there before Butters was able to knock him out. Quartz struggling similarly also here. Filthy able to isolate him and remove him from play, giving the Leftovers a potentially very dangerous 5v3 advantage. Rudy, Jolton, and Arrow will now have to fight back from the brink to keep themselves in the upper bracket.
Well, they've wounded the Gladiators, but we'll see if it's lethal as it comes down to Rudy, Jolton, and Arrow. Quartz and Barring, they're done for this series. We won't be seeing them again, as Leftovers still have their full man advantage going into the dying moments of this round. Still some hard breach to be had here as well. Arrow, if he has this timing on lock, this could be a very, very key moment here. As Jolton is actually going to go on the extended roam, a very, very ballsy move when it comes down to the 5v3 situation, but one that could end very well for them as he drops in. Those ones got to be around the area, but this could be a miss rate here as they don't exactly know where this person is. It's finally going to be able to catch a member, but the explosion from underneath, the screen shake gets Jolton, and now he's been locked down from the zero. Butters will take him out. Filthy gets one. Arrow will find one of his own, but he'll be gunned down from the firing squad of Leftovers. There's GG's in the chat as they will take this best of 3.
Heartbreaker for Jolt, man. He really needs that patch now, as that may have very well saved him, but not going to end up happening. And instead, as you see on your screen, it's the Leftovers that take control of this final map, as well as this upper bracket initial matchup for themselves, moving them forward to play against Space Station in their game tomorrow, and sending their opponents down into the lower bracket to face off against Parabellum. Great match played between both teams, and indeed goes the full distance. But obviously, again, the Leftovers coming out on top here as they retake control at the bitter end of it and end up closing out this map 8-7.
Yeah, absolutely. Quite an interesting matchup in between the two, especially for some NA teams that you and I really don't get to get our hands on really ever. So really fun to be able to see what they kind of have going on and, their gameplay, especially with those last two maps and how close they were.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, so that does wrap it up for the day of festivities here. We are all finished up with all 3 of our games. We want to thank you all very much for tuning in once again. We saw great plays out of Europe. Of course, the debut of Spoit to start the day off. Moving onward from that as well, we had some great games inside of Latin America. And of course, this game here to finish out the day. It's going to be the same times tomorrow as we'll route through 3 additional games as well. Make sure you're keeping it locked here on the Bravo stream for Gamers Without Border. And of course, don't forget to check out our main stream also. Either way, that'll do it for the 2 of us. We hope you have a good rest of your evening, and we'll see you tomorrow for more Rainbow Six action.